Whoa, what is going on, football fans? Back at it with an... No. I always do this. I always screw this up. Stand up, New York Giant fans. What's going on, everybody? What's going on, Antoine? What's going on? Joseph Cupid in the house. Harrison Jolly in the house. Lloyd's in the house. Christopher's in the house. Joseph Cupid's in here. What's going on? What's going on, Yuri? What's going on, KP? What's going on, Joey? What's going on, Afghanistan? Thanks for popping in, King Andy. Joseph Cupid, he's getting us ready. Thank you to everybody for popping in. Hope everybody's having a safe night out there. What's going on, John Williams? What's going on, Sports Expert? Thank you guys for being here. Knicks fan in the house. If you guys haven't done so, please hit that thumbs up. And let's talk some Giants football. We got the NFL draft right around the corner. Got some rumors today. Not so much New York Giants related. Of course, Joe Judge spoke his mind. But you had the Falcons rumor. Falcons potentially looking to trade up to get a good defensive player, they said. And you got Odell Beckham. I don't know how, we'll see how serious that rumor may or may not be. But you heard about the rumor on WFAN with the Minnesota Vikings for a second and a fifth round pick. And then as far as Joe Judge goes, if you guys watch my video, you got my thought process on that. But I change my mind every day. It's crazy, the NFL draft. But the Giants are doing what they're supposed to do. They're not they're not showing their cards. Let's put it that way. So they're doing a good job with that. And, right now, based off what he said, he's saying what he said the whole time, versatility, et cetera, best player available. To me, it's kind of hinting at Isaiah Simmons, but then you hear the report about Jedrick Wills. So we're not going to know till draft night. I think Giants fans will be happy either way if we end up with Jedrick Wills or Isaiah Simmons. I think that's the most popular offensive tackle right now by most Giant fans. And obviously I think we're all hoping to trade down if we can. Maybe move down to 6, get that same player there at 6 with the Chargers pick. And what's going on? Griffin, thanks for popping in the stream. What's going on? Trash Peter, Bibby in the house. Philip in the house. Fish just dropped a video about OBJ wanting a trade. Gettleman destroyed. I don't know. We'll see if the trade actually happens. You heard rumors that it was a false report, whatever it may be. But I don't know. I think the initial report seemed pretty true, but then people came out and I think they hacked, or it was a fake account that posed as Jay Glazer and said the trade went through. That was fake, but the rumor itself, I don't know, was fake. But if that trade ever went through, a second and a fifth, the Giants destroyed in that trade. And, we'll have to wait and see how it all plays out. What's going on, Gerard? Thanks for popping in the stream. I'm happy no matter what. Trading down would be ideal. Yeah, trading down would be ideal, no doubt about it. Because, like we've said all along, you get five or six, you're still getting the same player. If the Dolphins are moving up, they're moving up for a quarterback. Same for the Chargers. So you're probably still getting the same player at 6 or 5 that you would have gotten at 4. That's the dream scenario. Whether or not that's going to happen, that remains to be seen. We're not going to know that until draft night. But that would be ideal. You get more assets, you still get Simmons, or you still get the tackle. What's going on, Gabe? Thanks for popping in the stream. I see the Hub's in the chat. I'm looking forward to having the Hub on the channel on Friday. That should be a lot of fun as we have a Giants roundtable. So I'm looking forward to that. Oh, Corey Lewis, man, thanks so much. Thank you so much for the $2 donation. I really appreciate that. He says, how did you learn to be yourself behind the camera? That's a great question, Corey. And thank you for the $2 donation. I don't know how long you've been watching my channel. When I first started on YouTube, I was doing it to get laughs and to be silly and to, it wasn't me. And about like 3 or 4 months into starting YouTube, I started taking it a lot more seriously, and I just was me, man. It was my personality. And I think I was always, I guess, pretty good. That's why I think I always think I was, a good talker. Part of that has to do with my job, probably, that I used to have as a cable technician. You got to have great customer service skills. I've always been a guy that could talk to people. And I think that's important on YouTube, or really anything in life. I think it's important to be able to talk to people. But I think that has a lot to do with it. I think I'm good at talking to people. I think I come across like a genuine guy, I guess, on YouTube. But I don't know. I guess you just get better and better with it as you continue to make videos on YouTube. It's just like anything else, like riding a bike. You just get better. But thank you for the love, man. I appreciate that. Let's see what we got here. What's going on, Dennis? Glenn, thanks for popping in the stream. Great. I appreciate that, Envy, man. Thank you very much. High ceiling player like Becton and Wirfs, or safer pick with Andrew Thomas or Wills. That I don't know if you watched my video. You probably did. That's when I read that quote. That's what I thought of. You talk to most experts right now, and they'll tell you Andrew Thomas. They'll tell you Jedrick Wills are the more advanced players. But based off of what Judge had to say today, if they're going offensive tackle, it seems to me like they're going for the higher ceiling player. They're going for the guy with the more athletic ability, like a Mekhi Becton or Tristan Wirfs. But then, like I said, then you read the report about Jedrick Wills. So we don't know yet. It's all speculation. It's all a guessing game. But that's what that led me to believe, because he basically said, we don't care. Well, not that they don't care, but we're not judging players based off of what they are now. We're judging players off of what we think we can make them with our coaching staff. That makes you think they're going for the higher upside player, and that's probably why they've been linked to Wirfs as much as they have. Wirfs has great athleticism, and he's probably got he's got a very high ceiling. Same with Becton as well. So we'll have to wait and see how it all plays out. It could very well be a smoke screen, Greg. I wouldn't rule that out. Yeah, I appreciate that, Harrison Jolly. I love you. I love you, Omar. I love all you guys. Thank you guys for being here. I hope you guys are enjoying your I don't even know what today is with the virus. Your Wednesday. Be live here again on Friday for the roundtable with Bad Dog, Kid Blue, OGR Sports, the Hub, and Rover Sports. I think it's going to be on there for that as well. So that should be a lot of fun. We're going to talk draft and, hope you guys are enjoying your night, and hopefully I can help you out a little bit. Oh, Charlie, man, thanks so much for the love, man. I really appreciate that. He says, $2 donation. He says, did you hear Jay Glazer announcing big news tonight? Yeah, but that was a fake report. Somebody had a fake Jay Glazer account. You're talking about the Odell Beckham trade. Now, I think the initial rumor is legit. I think there is some legs behind that. But as far as it going through, that was a fake report. Don't buy into that. But I appreciate the love, man. Thank you very much. What's going on, Jay Nathan? Thanks for popping into the stream. What's up, Christian? Thanks for popping into the stream. How you been, my G? What's going on, Slick Smith? How you been, buddy? Thanks for popping in, man. Great subscriber of mine. Heartstart Media is a great subscriber of mine, and I appreciated that video, man. I'm definitely going to check your channel out when I get an opportunity. Obviously, I'm always busy on YouTube, but that was a really nice video. You gave me a nice shout-out. I appreciate that. Ligma with the $2 donation. He says, can you... Hold on. Got the hiccups. And you know what? Let me drink my coffee now before it gets cold. I do this every show, and then by the time I get to it, it's ice cold. But Ligma says, can you play me in Madden, say on Crip Blood? I would play you on Madden, yeah, once I get my PlayStation up and running. I haven't used it in forever. People ask me all the time to use the PlayStation and to start playing them in Madden. That's something I plan on getting going after the draft. Right now I'm focused on the draft. A couple weeks after, I'm going to be focused on recapping the draft, undrafted free agents, things like that. But, I might get an occasional Madden content up on the channel here and there, in late May, early June, something like that. What's going on, Jersey Joey? Thanks for popping in the stream. Eagles UK in the house. Gabe in the house. Screen record that. What did I do? What did I do that was so funny? Did I say something did I say something weird? I don't know. Rank the offensive tackle coming into this draft from best to worst. In terms of being pro ready, I think Jedrick Wills and Andrew Thomas, I'm pretty much like this. Tristan Wirfs is 3 for me. Becton's 4. But I like all 4 of them. Becton's definitely my least favorite, because I personally think he's got the highest bust potential. The top 3 I like a lot. I would be completely fine with the Giants taking any one of the 3, but if you ask me who I prefer right now, I'd say Jedrick Wills. And I like that he's got the ties to our coaching staff. He played at Alabama. The Burns, the running back coach. That's why I kind of prefer Wills, I think. But Andrew Thomas is very good as well. I think a lot of people are sleeping on him. I don't understand it. What's going on, Andrew? Thanks for popping in the stream, man. Chris, my birthday is Saturday. Just ordered my DJ. That's awesome, man. Dennis, happy birthday to you, buddy. How old are you going to be? That's awesome. What's up, MYG Prince? Thanks for popping in the stream. Andrew Payton in the house. Andrew Boyle, thank you guys for being here. He's talking about the other Jay Glazer news. Check his Twitter. Oh, the other Jay Glazer news. Just tell me it, guys, because I can't do it because I'm looking at my phone while I'm doing the chat. Philip says, if Young falls to us, do you feel the Giants should take him or stay fast with an offensive tackle? Would you be mad if they do that? Of course not. I would not be mad if they take Chase Young. No, Bad Dogs said a lot that if you're a guy that's an offensive tackle guy, you shouldn't want Chase Young. I actually disagree. I would take Chase Young. I would take Chase Young, and I would have an offensive tackle second. Personally, that's me. I'd have Simmons 3. I think Chase Young plays a more important position than Isaiah Simmons. I think he's more of a sure thing. And I say it all the time. You go back and look at the course of history at that position in recent drafts, the best edge rusher usually pans out. Now, I think Simmons is going to pan out too, but if I'm being completely honest with you, I think that I think that the safest prospect in this draft is Chase Young. And he plays a more important position. So I would take Chase Young. Oh, my God, man. OGR, man, thanks so much, man, for the love, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. OGR came on the channel the other day, did a great job. Definitely very opinionated. A couple of people got on him in the comments, but did a great job. And he's a guy that, we definitely agree a lot, with our philosophies with the New York Giants. Had a great time having you on, man. Looking forward to Friday to having you on. And thanks so much for the love, man. $50 donation. He says, what would be your perfect draft? Looking forward to Friday. Great job. Love the vids as of late. Also, you've been a big help to my channel. No surprise I had the big boom in subs because of it. You are a true ambassador of all Giants YouTube. Man, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, OGR. Thank you very much. And I'm trying to work with as many of you guys as I can. I want to work with the Hub again. I'm looking forward to working with Kid Blue. I worked with Rover a couple weeks ago. And I want to work with as many Giants YouTubers as I can. And as far as a perfect draft for me, OGR, we trade down. We trade down to 6. I'll tell you what, perfect draft for me, we trade down to 9. Now, I'm happy with Simmons, but if we get 9 and 20 and we get Wills falls to 9. We get Wills at 9, we get Caleb on Chase at 20, and we get Ruiz at 36. If that happened, I would faint on stream. I would faint on stream. You would get the number 1 offensive tackle, the number 1 center, and the number 2 pass rusher in the draft. That would be the dream. That's my best case scenario. But thank you so much for the love, man. I really appreciate that. OGR, and if you guys have not done so, please go on over to OGR's channel and subscribe. Did a great job on the collaboration, and thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Glazer said he has big breaking national news tonight, not OBJ. Okay, so when it happens, let me know, guys. We'll see what happens. I'd faint too, yeah. How's that? I'll tell you what, Ryan. The coffee's delicious. It's getting cold. Thank you for reminding me to take a sip. Rather get Kenneth Murray. I'd be happy with Kenneth Murray as well. I'm just giving you an example. For me, at 20, it's either Caleb on Chase or Kenneth Murray. I think one of those two, there's a good chance get there. I personally think Murray probably goes 19 to the Raiders, depending on what they do with their earlier pick. But I'd be happy with either one of those prospects in that scenario if we trade it down. Entertainer, the rumor is Allen Robinson is on the move from the Bears to the Seahawks, Jay Glaze reports. That's an interesting move. Allen Robinson, he's been pretty good with the Bears. Had his best year with the Jaguars. Solid receiver. Seahawks could use another threat in the passing game. Makes sense. Help out Russell Wilson a little bit. It's a good move. The J Who Swing Snakes. I can't say that word. $2 donation. He says, picks 2, 3, 4 will be Young, Tua, Herbert. Bank on it. So he's got both the Giants and the Lions trading down. So who do you got trading up, Jay? I'm assuming you got the Dolphins and the Chargers moving up? Or you got somebody else in there? But yeah, because that matters. Because that would indicate where the Giants would be picking. So, all right, we'll have to wait and see. Chris Sinor in the chat, the king of the lunatics. Would you want Beckham back? No, Luan, no. I know there's a lot of Giant fans who love Odell Beckham. I get it. Great player, great talent. I don't want him back. Not right now. The guy's a headache. There's a reason we got rid of him to begin with. Do you think, let's be real, let's be fair, and I know there's a lot of Odell Beckham fans out there. Do you think that Joe Judge would want to bring in Odell Beckham? Joe Judge is all about no nonsense. Does that sound like a match made in heaven for Joe Judge? Do you think that Dave Gettleman, the same GM who just traded him, is going to want to bring Odell Beckham back? I don't think so. So I don't see OBJ coming back here. I would be beyond shocked. Beyond shocked. Do I want Landon back? No, I do not want Landon Collins back. Oh man, what's going on, True Rappless? Man, thanks so much for the $3 donation. I really appreciate that. He says, "What's up? What did I miss?" We're just hanging out talking Giants, man. A lot of people asking me some good questions about the Giants, about some of the rumors around the league. and just hanging out, man, having a good night, and hopefully everybody's having a good night as well. And thank you for the nice comment earlier, by the way, on the video. Did a great job. But, you know, anybody that's interested, he did a great job. The guy I had on, David from G-Men HQ, really knowledgeable guy, really nice guy. I want to have him back on the channel, but I want to have him on. You know, he reached out to me on Twitter. Sounds like a passionate Giant fan, and I thought he had some good takes with some sleepers. Some guys I didn't know before I talked to him, so thought he did a really good job. So if you're interested in late round draft prospects, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round, definitely check that out. He did a great job over there. And Zion, man, thanks so much for love, man. $2 donation. He says, DJ fumbles a lot. Simmons will get the ball back. You're right, Zion. See, Zion, where you know, this is my line of thinking, and you know I'm a Molly guy, but I do like Simmons. I look at it like this. If you fix the O-line, and I'm not saying it's going to be fixed in 1 year. People say rookie offensive lineman's not going to have the immediate impact, and I agree with that. It takes time. But my mindset is if we fix the offensive line, DJ's not fumbling the football. But I completely agree that you need to fix both. You need to fix the offensive line, and we need at least 2 or 3 playmakers on defense. So you're not going to see me upset on draft night if we get Isaiah Simmons, believe me. Thanks so much for love, man. I really appreciate that. Prison Mike with the $2 donation. He says, thoughts on trading for Anthony Harris for number 99? That's probably the only, I'm not even thinking about it if it's in the first 2 rounds. Anthony Harris is, some people may think is a one-year wonder. Last year it was great. Was the highest graded safety per PFF, led the league in interceptions, type of safety we could use. Now I think he's going to be 29, and he's going to want a contract. He's going to want to get paid, you know, $10, $11, $12 million a year on an extension. Believe me. So you got to factor that in as well. I would rather find a safety in the draft. Whether it's the 2nd, the 3rd round, if that's where you want to address that position, that's just me. I like him, but I don't want to trade for him. We need our draft picks. We need to get younger, and I don't think we're a team that's ready to win a Super Bowl next year anyway. So why am I going to bring in a 30-year-old safety, because that's what he's going to be after this year, for a team that's not ready to win yet? We're not ready to win a Super Bowl yet. You know, I personally think we're probably 3 years away before we're actually competing to win a Super Bowl. So I don't think the timeline measures up with him. But thanks so much for love, man. I really appreciate that. Heartstorm Media, man. Thanks so much, man, for love, man. I really appreciate that, man. He says, please ask Kristaps how he chose that name and does he now regret it? Mystery of my life. What are you talking about? Kristaps Porzingis? Is that what you're asking? I mean, he didn't. Oh, you mean Zinger? Zinger. You talking about the nickname Zinger? Is that what you're talking about, or KP? I don't know what we're referring to. In terms of KP, man, he was one of my favorite Knicks. I was so upset when we traded him. If you remember my channel, you probably saw that. But yeah, he's injury prone, whatever. But the Knicks got screwed in that trade because they didn't use any of the money to bring anybody in because the cap space would have fallen off anyway. I hope that's what you meant. But thank you again for the nice shout out on your channel, man. I really appreciate that. And let's see what we got here. Oh man, New York for life, man. Thanks so much, man, for the love, man. He said $10 noise, and he says, "You want to buy hummus? I'm selling hummus now." Let's talk about hummus real quick, New York for life. I never got the fixation with hummus. Maybe I'm a weird guy, and I'm okay with hummus. I like hummus, but didn't like hummus just like come out of nowhere. Like it was like a fad. Like one day everybody was having hummus. Like it's a huge thing. Like I knew about hummus when I was a little kid, but it wasn't like as popular as it is now. It came out of nowhere. It's like sushi. Sushi just blew up like 15 years ago. It just blew up. Hummus had the same effect. Adam, thank you so much for the $2 donation. I really appreciate it. It says, my heart equals Simmons. My brain equals Wirfs or Wills. Adam, that's what I've been saying forever. That's what I've been saying forever. In my heart, I want to see that playmaker. I want to see that great linebacker. But my brain is telling me, fix the offensive line. You got the second-year quarterback, new offense. I think that's the perfect way to put it. I think my heart says Simmons. My head says protect your quarterback. I think the offensive line is more important need. But I completely get both sides of it. Thank you so much for the love, man. I really appreciate it. And Zion Zenith with the $2 donation says, you the man, Chris. Madden, when you up and running? Like I said, it'll probably be in May. Probably late May. Because I'm gonna be busy on the channel recapping the draft, going over undrafted free agents, the roster, things like that. When I have a little bit of a dead time, I'll still be doing live streams. I'll still be doing videos, but I'll probably start to integrate some Madden live stream, once every other week, something like that. Just something fun for the channel. I'll probably start doing that. They make chocolate hummus now, and I want the. That is not the best combo, Bill. Oh man, Did you hear the Eagles are pursuing CeeDee Lamb in the draft? Yes, you told me that, Bigger Mike, in the Discord. And I'm not surprised. You guys need a wide receiver. We'll see what the price is. We'll see what you have to give up to move up and get him. Oh, thank you so much. Isaiah Simmons. Isaiah Simmons in the chat. By the way, I think I saw you became a member. Thank you for that. $2 donation. He says, according to Judge, he ruled that I'm a Giant. Well, good luck with that, Isaiah. I think Giants fans are going to be very happy. I would guess. Let me ask the chat a question. Do you think Isaiah Simmons' jersey, if we draft him, do you think that jersey will be the #1 sold jersey in the NFL? You factor in that it's a big market, New York, popular player. Do you think Isaiah Simmons would be the #1 sold jersey in the NFL if we drafted him? I think it'd be up there. I think it'd be up there. What's going on, Bad Dog? Thanks for popping in the stream. He's going to be on the channel on Friday as well. If you have not done so, please go on over to his channel and check it out. Some people saying no, some people saying yes. I think it could be. I think it could be. John Letourneau, man. Thanks so much, man, for the love, man. I really appreciate it. He says, stand up. Can you please be an Eagle fan? You're the man. I cannot be an Eagle fan. That is against my religion. I love you, John. You ask me all the time. I cannot be an Eagle fan. And I'm a Met fan, too. I just can't stand you guys. The Phillies. I mean, come on. But I like you, John. You're always nice to me. You've always been a really good fan of my channel, so I appreciate it. But no, you will never catch me. You will never catch me rooting for the Eagles. And Daniel Saint, man, thank you for being a great subscriber. I really appreciate the dollar donation. Thank you so much. New York Flight, man. Thank you so much, man. $5 donation. He says, I'm Arabian, so hummus is second nature to me. You ever seen a bunch of pissed off You ever see a bunch of pissed off Arabian women eating hummus? Not a pretty sight. I've never seen a bunch of pissed off Arabian women eating hummus. I've never seen that. Now I'm getting a visual of Arabian woman foaming at the mouth while they're shoving hummus down their throat. No, I've never gotten that. New York for life. And oh man, Malik, man, thank you so much, man, for the $10 donation. I really appreciate that. He says, hey, what's up, Chris? Guess what? Yesterday I convinced Bad Dog that we need to draft a lineman. I'm talking to you Simmons fans. There are all plenty of great linebackers talent in the draft. Malik, man, thank you so much for the love, man. Malik, you and I, we agree on that, man. You know that. You know I'm a hog molly guy. You know what it is? I think I'm a hog molly. I think there's a lot of approaches here with Giant fans. I think you have people that are offensive linemen and they're going to be pissed if they don't do anything else. I'm offensive line. I think, like I said, Hart, Simmons, Brain, offensive line. I think it's the right thing to do to take the tackle, but I understand the need for the defense. I watch this team with all of you guys every week. I know our defense sucks. So I get both sides of it. But I'm with you, man. You know I'm a hog molly guy, Malik. Thanks so much for that, man. I really appreciate it. OGR, man, thank you so much for the $2 donation. What number should Simmons wear if we draft him? Simmons number 11. That's retired, obviously, Phil Simms. I would think it'd be in the 50s. You know, that's traditionally a linebacker number. But who knows? I mean, nowadays you throw the tradition out the window. You know, wide receivers used to be in the 80s. Now they're all, single digits, in the teens. Who knows what he would wear? He wouldn't wear number 11, though, I believe. Sims' number's retired, so wouldn't wear number 11. I would think it'd be in the 50s. Zach, man, thank you so much, man, for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. He says, Dak Trash Scott is stupid. Throwing a party during a pandemic lockdown, shaking my head. Yeah, now to be fair to Dak, and you know I do not like the Cowboys, I had the same exact reaction when that report came out. Let me take a sip of coffee. But to be fair to Dak, supposedly, it was initially reported there were 30 people there and it was a party. From what I heard, or at least what Dak Prescott let out to the media, it was 10 people, and it was kind of like they came over to eat food, and it was not a party. Now, maybe Dak Prescott's full of it, and maybe it was a party, who knows, but either way, it was not a good look for Dak Prescott, that's for sure. Thank you so much for the love, man. Ace Man with the $5 donation, he says, if we get Isaiah Simmons, what jersey number he should get? Yeah, OGR just asked me that. I'll go 51. I don't think that number's retired. I'll go 51. And I think I've seen him wearing 51 in a couple of pictures. So that's what I'll go with. I'm going to go with a number in the 50s. Thank you so much for the love, man. I really appreciate it. And Isaiah Simmons, you're in the chat. You should be able to tell people what number you're going to wear with the $2 donation. He says, I saw Fisk thinks we're going to be getting Young. Is he crazy? Fisk has been talking about Chase Young. I'm going to be on Fisk's channel tomorrow, by the way. He texted me today, so I'm going to be on his channel tomorrow. What was I going to say? Yeah, Fisk has been talking about that now for months, about that Chase Young is going to fall to the Giants, because his theory is the Lions are going to trade out, and we could dream. We could dream. I don't think it's going to happen. Chase Young is going to the Redskins. But thanks so much for the love, man. I really appreciate it. And there's KP. What's going on, KP? Thanks for the love, man. $2 donation. He says, and let me see Vins. I see he's got a question. Simmons, Winfield, Hennessy, Gandy Golden, first 4 rounds. Okay, and then I'll get to the super chat. I just saw that. I want to make sure I got that. As far as the first 4 rounds, if you go Simmons, Winfield, Hennessy, Gandy Golden. Okay, so you... I mean, it's not horrible. It's good. I like Winfield. I think Winfield's a good safety. Me personally, if it's me, I'm taking the center of the tackle round 2. If I'm taking Simmons, I got to address that offensive line as soon as possible. I do like Winfield, but that's just me. In your scenario, though, you are getting Gandy Golden, who a lot of people like, tall wide receiver, and Hennessy's a guy I like. And they interviewed Hennessy yesterday. Hennessy wants to be a New York Giant. He's from the Jersey area. I would like Hennessy a lot if we elect to go center in the 3rd round, if he's there. A lot of mocks, you see him going in the 70s, 80s. I don't know if he's going to be there, but if he is, I do have my eye on Hennessy. I do like him in the 3rd round if we do not take a center earlier. And Christoph Porzingis says, Aaron Andrews or Jennifer Lopez? Oh, I got to go J-Lo. I met J-Lo once in person. Didn't talk to her much, but I was like 10 feet away from her. I'm going J-Lo. She's beautiful. But they're both hot. Blue Jackets Talk, thank you so much for the $5 donation. He says, saw reports saying Browns like Ezra Cleveland over Becton. Do you think it would be smart for the Browns to trade down and get a linebacker? Oh, wait. Do you think it would be smart for the Browns to trade down and get a linebacker and Cleveland? Okay. So, you could do that. I mean, you definitely need some help on your defense. And you did address the offensive line by getting Conklin in free agency. I personally, if I'm a Browns fan, I want to solidify that offensive line. I want to make sure Baker's good, because that was a big weakness of you guys. I think I'm still taking the left tackle. That's just me. But if you trade down, depends how far you're trading down, you still get Caleb on Chason, and then you could still get Ezra Cleveland. Cleveland's a bit of a project from what I've read. Needs to pack on some more muscle, but he's flexible. If they like him, it could make sense. They're not taking him at 10, that's for sure. Or maybe Cleveland thinks they can get him in the 2nd round. They don't trade at all. Maybe they take that defensive player at 10. I don't think they're going wide receiver there. They got more wide receivers than they need unless they trade Beckham. So you're either going defense at 10. I don't know if you're going to trade down. I still think you're going to take a tackle, but I could see you taking a defensive player at 10 if you really liked Ezra Cleveland and trying to take him in the 2nd round. It's possible. Thanks for the love, man. Prison Mike with the $2 donation says, have you had Bassetto's Pizza in Bayshore? I have not, but I'm going to have it now. Bayshore's probably about 50 minutes for me. I'm going to have to check it out, man. Thank you so much for the love, Prison Mike. I appreciate that. And Rudy T! What's going on, Rudy, man? Rudy's the man. Glad to see Rudy in here, man. Love Rudy. One of my original subscribers. Probably, I always say, one of my first 50 subscribers for sure. He says, virtual draft, any concern about a GM with his binder? Yeah, Rudy, I've been saying that in these live streams now for a couple of weeks, Rudy, and I love I like his personality. You know, I get some people don't like Gettleman. He's not, sometimes he says things he shouldn't say. I laugh at the things he says because it's him. He's him. He's himself. And that's what I like about him. He's comfortable in his own skin. But when it comes to technology, I don't know if Dave Gettleman should be handling the iPad, or whatever they're gonna have him using. You saw those pictures of him. He looked like he was on a 1985 laptop. He's got a binder up to his nose. I love it. It's old school, but I don't know if I'm trusting him with that tablet. You might end up taking like Antonio Gandy Golden in 4th overall if Dave Gettleman's got his hands on the iPad. But thanks so much for the love, man. I really appreciate it. And the Vaginator, that's a good name. Sounds like a porn star. $2 donation. Want a war? Israeli or Arabs? Who created hummus? There you go. Who created hummus, guys? There's your war. Thanks so much for the love, man. I never, That's what's fun about these streams. You never know what's going to come up, and tonight's topic, apparently, is hummus. So, who would have thought we'd be talking about hummus during a football live stream? Jeff with a $2 donation, he says, this team is so bad, I won't be upset with any pick. I mean, Jeff, at the end of the day, we got to fill a need. Whether it's the tackle, whether it's the middle linebacker, we got to fill a need. The most important thing, like I've said on my offense versus defense video like 3 months ago, make sure that player's good. That play, whoever they take it for, if they stay there, it's got to be a Pro Bowler. Doesn't have to be an All-Pro. Got to be a Pro Bowler. Got to be a good player. Got to be a great player. Whether it's Simmons, whether it's the tackle. If they're Pro Bowlers, I'm not going to complain because they're both huge needs. So I'm with you. And Ace man, thank you so much, man, for the love, man. He says maybe we should get the O tackle to stop Chase Young. I think that's part of the argument, man. I say it all the time. The biggest argument to take the tackle. First off, let's look at the Giants' schedule this year. You're playing the Browns, Myles Garrett. You're playing the 49ers, D Ford, Bosa. You're playing Tank Lawrence twice. You're playing Chase Young twice. And you go down the list. They're playing the best pass rushers in the sport. Matt Judon of the Ravens. You're playing the cream of the crop. T.J. Watt, right? So the argument is you got to protect your quarterback. Second year, new offense. That's the biggest argument to me. And we've been horrible in terms of running the football. The amount of plays we've had per drive has nothing to do with the defense. The offense last year averaged 5.65 plays per drive, I think it was. It was 27th in the league. Yes, we had the 18th overall ranked offense, but we can't sustain drives because we can't run the football at a good rate, or we don't convert on third down, things of that nature. So the offense is as big of a problem now. The defense is a bigger problem. The defense is worse, but an improved offense will help the defense and it'll keep your quarterback safe. And then the other argument for me is it's a 2 or 3 year fix. I personally think the tackle's the more pressing need with the young quarterback. That's my argument for the tackle. Now the argument for the defense. Well, we can't get off the field on third down. We can't get off the field on second down. We get killed by tight ends up the middle. We get killed by the slot wide receiver. The linebacker's probably more of an immediate impact. That's the argument. I think people that want the tackle are thinking about Daniel Jones. They're thinking about 10 years down the line. The people that want the linebacker want this team to get good very quickly, and they want to improve that defense at all costs. And they need a playmaker. I don't think there's a wrong answer. I think both needs to be addressed. And like I said, I think that either one needs to be a Pro Bowler. And Malik, man, thank you so much, man, for the $10 donation. I really appreciate that. He says, Chris, no one can answer the question. In the last 5 years, how many linemen that was drafted late round who became an All-Pro? Chris, is this the first time in a long time 5 linemen drafted first round? I'd have to go back and look at the course of history. But I would say on average, usually 4 or 5 linemen go in the first round. I actually put up an interesting stat today that Ben in my Discord gave me a great statistic. Not a lot of people liked it because a lot of people like Isaiah Simmons, but I always like presenting both sides of the argument. You go back and look at the course of history from 2010 to today. A lot of people say you get great value with the offensive tackle. 2010, from then till present day, from picks 1 to 11, of the offensive tackles drafted over that time span in the top 11 picks, 56% of them are Pro Bowlers. Of offensive tackles drafted between picks 12 and 22, 18% are Pro Bowlers. Of offensive tackles drafted between 23 and 32, 0% are Pro Bowlers. Then you go from round 2, 3, and 4, it's no higher than 5%. Linebackers drafted in the second round over that same time span, 26% were Pro Bowlers. So, the argument there is saying there's a much stronger, higher probability you can actually get value, historically speaking, at the linebacker position. Of course, all drafts are different. Not every draft has Isaiah Simmons. Not every draft has this strong of tackle prospects. Some may argue in the second round. But historically speaking, you get better value at the linebacker position. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate that. Rafael DeLuna with the $2 donation. I really appreciate that. He says, thoughts on the NFL shortening this season? Rafael, man, thanks for being a great subscriber. I saw that. I read the article briefly today. It was by Bleacher Report. I don't know if that's a rumor. I don't know if that's actually going to happen. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, that would suck, But at the end of the day, people's health's the most important thing. There's nothing more important than your health, my health, everybody else's health. So you got to make sure the players are safe as well. So hopefully that doesn't happen. Hopefully we get 16 games. But, we don't know right now. At the end of the day, we don't know. I still think they're going to play football when push comes to shove, but we don't know. We don't know how long this thing's going to keep up. So we'll have to wait and see, man. But thanks so much for the love, man. I really appreciate it. And Antoine, man, thanks for being a great, always in my streams at the beginning. Always. A great subscriber of mine. Thank you for being here. $5 donation. He says, for all the Simmons guys, statistically, what would be a successful rookie year? That's a great question. And, see, to me, it's tough because you don't know the role he's going to have with the New York Giants. You don't know how they're going to utilize him. I do think Simmons will have an impact. I think he's gonna have an impact, but he's got a lot to learn, and it'll depend on how they use him in the defense. Whether they use him more as a safety, whether they use him more as an outside linebacker, middle linebacker, slot corner. It's tough to say statistics. I definitely think he'd have an impact though. And Zach Smith, man, thanks so much for the love, man. I really appreciate that. He says, Tana, you heard of Richard Noggin out of Slippery Dong University? He's a sleeper pick in the. I have not heard. We're going with these names now. We're going with the UJass and Haywood Jablomi. No, I not heard of him yet, but I'll let you know when I do. Al Bats, what's going on, buddy? Al Bats is awesome, man. Great subscriber of mine. And I'm glad to see you in the chat, man. Hope you're doing well over there in Dallas. And he says, hey, Chris, how are you, bud? 8 days, my man. I cannot wait, Al. We're going to find out in 8 days who's right. We're going to find out. You might have to pay me on that bet. I might have to pay you on that bet. We'll have to wait and see. But, Al, man, thanks so much for the love, man. I really appreciate that. Malik with the $5 donation. He says, now, Chris, if Chase Young drops to the Giants, I would rather draft him instead of a linebacker because pass rushers are more impactful on a defense. Well, that's what I said earlier. Yeah, and I get what Bad Dog's saying when he says, if you want the tackle, you can't say that you want Chase Young. I actually disagree. My philosophy is exactly what you just said. I think the pass rusher is a more important position, and I personally think Chase Young is a safer prospect. I think there's a higher probability that Chase Young will be a high-end football player than Isaiah Simmons. I think both will be, but I think Chase Young is the safer prospect for the simple reason that that's the easiest prediction to predict. You go back and look at every draft. Almost always, the edge rusher that's thought to be the best ends up being a very good player. So, I agree with you. I think it's a more important position. I think it's safer than Isaiah Simmons. So I agree with you. And Isaiah, there he is, Isaiah Simmons with the $2 donation. He says, Chris, has my first cannoli did God create? What? Chris, has my first cannoli did God create them? Did God create cannolis? It tastes like he did. That's for sure. Thanks so much for the love, man. I appreciate that. And my God, you guys are incredible, man. Thank you so much. Misleading Story, thank you so much, man. Great subscriber of mine. $20 donation. He says, I think our first pick for the I got to drink some coffee. Hold on one second. I got to drink some coffee. Thank you to everybody for being here, by the way. Hope everybody's staying safe out there. Thank you guys for being phenomenal supporters of the channel, and I hope everybody's staying safe out there and having a good night. Misleading Story says, I think our first pick for the past 2 years have been Pro Bowl players. I may not always agree with Gettleman, but I trust his drafting. Lord knows how much free content I've gotten from your channel. Keep grinding, bro. I thank you so much, Misleading Story, and thank you for being a phenomenal supporter of my channel. I really appreciate that, and thank you very much. And yeah, at the end of the day, like I said, there's a lot of people who do not like Dave Gettleman, and I get it. He's brash. He does things that rub people the wrong way. The Odell Beckham trade, I get it. I get why people are upset about it. But at the end of the day, one thing you cannot deny about the guy, since he's been here, he's drafted well. And in Carolina, he drafted well. You look at some of those offensive tackle prospects he found late in the draft. Darrell Williams, number of good offensive tackle prospects he found late in the draft. Same could be said for Bradbury, second-round pick. So the guy knows how to draft. We got to trust him. We got to hope he can evaluate the talent. And I think he will. I think he'll do a good job drafting. And the free agency, did he bring anybody in that was great? No. But did he kill us? No. He didn't do it. There was nothing to complain about. And, and I think it was a collaborative effort, like I said. I think the coaches had just as much input, probably more input, with the moves in free agency as to what he did. And Cruzon, thank you so much for the $2 donation. I really appreciate it. He says, keep hitting these Simmons fanatics with facts. I didn't know if Cruzon was in here, but I knew he would like that statistic breakdown because he's a big tackle guy like myself. Yeah. Ben did a great job providing me with those statistics, comparing the tackle position and the linebacker position. I did a video similar to that. I don't know, like 2 months ago. But this was more in depth, the way he broke it down. So he did a great job. Thank you so much. And True Rapless, man, thanks so much for the $5 donation. He says, at this point, I'm fine with an offensive tackle or Simmons. But if we take Derek Brown, I'll throw a fit. True Rap, man. If we take Derek Brown, And I hope we don't. You know, the only report I've heard of us linked to Derek Brown was I forgot who wrote it. Might have been Jordan Rannon. I can't remember. Somebody wrote it. And he basically listed the 4 most likely prospects that the New York Giants could draft. And it had Derek Brown on there. But that was the only thing that I've read. And if they take Derek Brown, I'm going to flip out. It doesn't make any sense. I agree that he could be a very good prospect. But you can't take Derek Brown. You can't take Derek Brown. Malik, man, thank you so much, man, for the $10 donation. I really appreciate it. He says, now, Chris, I'm saying that if we get a lineman in the 3rd round, he's probably going to be cut in the next 4 years. And yes, if you run and pound the defense, the defense is going to be good. Well, that's the philosophy. That's the philosophy. You keep your defense fresh. You keep the opposing quarterback off the field. Okay, New York Giants fans should know this better than anybody. Okay, and I know that we're defensive fanatics. No doubt about it. The Giants were built on defense. But go back and look at the Super Bowls. 1990 against the Buffalo Bills, high-flying offense. You know what the time of possession battle was in that Super Bowl? Giants 40.5 minutes. I think it was 40.5 to 19.5 minutes. Giants had a 21-minute advantage in that Super Bowl in time of possession. Super Bowl 46. You know what the difference in time of possession was? Giants, I think it was 36. It was like a 15-minute time of possession advantage to the Giants. Giants, Super Bowl 42. Time of possession was about even, but the Giants in that Super Bowl had the longest drive in Super Bowl history with a 10-minute opening drive to start the game to keep Tom Brady off the field. So Giants fans should know this better than anybody. A strong offensive line in a ground game helps that defense. That's just that's all I'm preaching, guys, but I think both are a big need, no doubt about it. And Jay Latham, man, thank you so much, man, for the $10 donation. I really appreciate that. He says, stand up! Tana, how much say do you think Judge has on draft picks, and do you trust it? Or do we have to rely on Gettleman's questionable decision-making? Well, Jay Latham, first thing I'm going to say is this. Like I said earlier, and thank you for the love. Gettleman, in terms of the draft, Gettleman's done a good job. I'm not going to say he's done phenomenal. Like I always try to be fair, like I've said in prior streams. I think some people may overrate his drafting ability a little bit because of who he took over for. Jerry Reese couldn't draft anyone, especially in the later portion of his career. So there's that. You're comparing him to a guy over the last 7 or 8 years of his career couldn't draft outside of the first round. But Gettleman overall has done a pretty good job in drafting. But yes, I agree. I definitely think that Joe Judge is going to have a lot of say, and the coaching staff is going to have a lot of say in who we draft. I don't know if you watched my video today. It was a great point that Judge brought up today in one of his quotes. And they asked him, I forgot what the question was, but basically he went on to say that he thinks the Giants could be at a huge advantage because of the coaches they have on their staff, all coached in college last year. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them. Whether it's Burns, whether it's Coach Spencer, a number of their coaches. The middle linebacker coach from Tennessee. And they recruited all these players that are coming out in the draft. So I think they're going to use that to their advantage. I think the Giants know a lot of these players in this year's draft, and I expect them to take advantage of that. So, I think the coach will be heavily involved in the draft. And, Joseph Clark, man, thank you so much for the $2 donation. I really appreciate that. Gotta agree with you now, Entertainer. Gotta go O-line in the first. Listen, I try to be fair. I try to look at both sides of it. You know, I'm not going to be upset either way. I like I've said all along. I don't want people to think I don't want Simmons. I like Simmons. I would love both. Perfect scenario for me is we trade down. We trade down and we get the tackle. That's a perfect scenario for me. If we stay at 4, flip a coin. But if we trade down, I'm going to be very happy on draft night. Because then I think you get your tackle and you get him where you should and you get more assets. But, it is what it is, man. Either way, I'm going to be happy. Isaiah Simmons with the $2 donation. He says, is it okay if I wear 56? Let me think about that, Isaiah Simmons. Let me think. Was there ever a Giant? I don't even think has there ever been a Giant that wore 56, Isaiah? Of course you can't wear 56. There's only one 56. You gotta be your own guy. You're not LT. You gotta get your own number, Isaiah. Thanks for the love, man. I appreciate it. Malik with the $10 donation, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Malik. He says, guys, it's scientifically proven that a tackle is better for the team to draft in the first round. Now, if you are able to get a linebacker like late round, then get him. Yes, but what I will say to that, Malik, in fairness to Isaiah Simmons and the people that want to take Isaiah Simmons, in fairness, like Dave Gettleman said, and we don't know if Dave Gettleman feels this way. We don't know if Joe Judge feels this way. We're not going to know until draft night. When there's a player that you can't pass up, Gettleman has shown he ignores, in terms of positional value. And Joe Judge kind of said that today. He said he's going to look for people that fit what he's looking to do. Saquon Barkley, you go back and look at that course of history. This running back position, you can find an all-pro running back in the 4th or 5th round. Dave Gettleman felt that Saquon Barkley was too good to pass up. So if they feel that way about Isaiah Simmons, regardless of the fact that there hasn't been a linebacker drafted in the first 4 picks over the last decade, they're not going to care. If they think he's a can't-miss prospect, they're going to take him. But yes, history will show you that teams value the offensive tackle position earlier in drafts than the linebacker position. Yeah, that's just facts. And it only makes sense. It's a more important position. Linebacker is an incredibly important position. I'm not trying to downplay it, but I say it all the time. The 3 most important positions on a football team. Quarterback, the guy who gets after the quarterback, and the guy who protects him. But if he's a can't-miss prospect, they're going to take him. Lax, man, thanks so much, man, for the love, man. I really appreciate that. He says, I saw an article today saying there is rumors around the league that the Giants are taking Wills at 4. Did you see that, and what are your thoughts? Yeah, I actually made a video on it, Lax, today. It was on Giants Wire, and it was originally written by Jordan Rannon of ESPN. And my initial thoughts when I read it, let me get some more coffee. My initial thoughts when I read it was I was surprised that I hadn't heard this earlier. Because you look at all the connections to this football team that Wills has. The running back coach, Alabama. Saban, right? Head coach, same place, obviously where Joe Judge went to. Wills is thought to be by most people the most pro-ready offensive tackle in this year's draft. So my first thoughts when I read it was it's about time that we heard something about Jedrick Wills. I've been surprised by that. And, obviously, I like Tristan Wirfs, but you basically only heard Wirfs. You've heard a little bit about Becton. We haven't heard much about Wills. And who knows? It could be speculation. It could be something that he actually has heard and has an inside source. Who knows? Because the one guy, there's some guys I trust more than others, but at the end of the day, we're not going to know until the draft. We're not. But I would like Jedrick Wills, no doubt about it. And, El Pepe, thank you so much for the $5 donation. He says, do you review Giants games during the regular season? Yes, I do. I do. Okay, so I'll tell you, I guess you're new to my channel. And thank you for the donation. And what I do during the regular season, and I'm gonna have a lot more content up this year. I mean, I had a lot last year, but I'll do videos throughout the week. I'll do a game preview. For instance, last year we played the Cardinals. I did how to defend against the air raid offense. I'll try to do things specific to that week's teams. I'll try to do standalone videos, and then obviously if there's any news throughout the week, which there always is, I'll make videos on that. And then I stream the games. I do play-by-play with Bad Dog if he's still here. We call the game together. That's fun. You usually get 5, 6, 7, 800 Giants fans in one stream, and everybody's going back and forth about the game. It's a lot of fun. And then after the game, I'll always do a game review, talking about the game, breaking it down for 10 minutes, talking about some things they need to work on, some things that went well. Yeah, I do that. Yeah. But thank you. And another thing I'm going to add this year, by the way, I'm going to invest in the NFL Game Pass, which is not going to be free after the end of May. And I'm going to do film reviews of each individual game. I'm going to try my best. I don't do it professionally, but I think it's cool to get a different look. You get the bird's eye view, and I'm going to try to do, break down 10 or 15 plays on each side of the football, offense and defense, and look at some things that they did right, some things that they did wrong. So that's another thing I'm going to add to the channel as well. That'll probably be up on Mondays, the day after the game. Zach Smith, man, thanks so much for love, man. I really appreciate that $5 donation. He says, Chris, I went to Old Chicago and had a Nebraska locally brewed IPA. Best beer I've had. How does the New York City IPAs compare? I've never had the Nebraska IPA. New York IPAs are good. I'm a huge beer guy, actually. I like IPAs. Probably not my favorite beer, but I do like them. It's kind of like an acquired, beer is an acquired taste in general, but specifically the IPAs. I do like IPAs. I'm more of a stout guy myself. But yeah, there's tons of great beers. Not just in New York, wherever. You name a beer, I've probably had it outside of a Nebraska IPA. But thank you so much for love, man. I really appreciate it. And Cruz on with the $2 donation. He says, cornerback is also a premium position. Cornerback, pass rusher, left tackle, and cornerback. Yes, and right tackle, too, as far as I'm concerned. I'm left tackle is more important, but I think right tackle is a premium position as well. Cruz on. Yeah, I agree with that. I think cornerbacks, if you get a cornerback like Jeff Okudah, like what they're projecting him to be, yeah. You look what Darrelle Revis did for the Jets. Now it's hard to find that type of corner. But yes, corner is a very important position, no doubt about it. Absolutely. I would say that's the next most important. After the defending the quarterback, getting after the quarterback, and the quarterback himself. I would probably say a lockdown corner is probably the fourth most important position. Now, a cover linebacker to me is close, especially in today's NFL. I think that's very close with a corner. But yes, generally speaking, I would say the corner is most important after those. Yes. Nikki, sad, man. Thank you so much, man, for the love. Nikki, I'm going to have you on the channel. I'm going to have you on the channel. I know you've been asking a lot. I'm not ignoring you. I'm having Jake on this week. You know, I'm doing that once a week. I'll have you on the week after. Now, the week after might be after the draft. If it is, we'll recap the draft together. But I'll have you on after, for sure. Yeah, I'm having Jake on this week. I told him I wanted to have him on, so I'll have you on the following week. So, definitely have you on the channel. And you didn't have to donate. Thank you so much. He says, Chris, I apologize for bugging you so often, but I really would love it and appreciate the opportunity to be on your channel. I have so much I want to talk about. Yeah, no, Nikki, I'll definitely have you on the channel. You've been a subscriber of mine forever. You're definitely going to be on the channel. Absolutely. And Ryan, thank you so much, man, for the love, man. I really appreciate that, man. He says, how nervous were you during the Super Bowl? Oh, God. Actually, Ryan, truth be told, okay, 2008. Here's my mindset going into both Super Bowls. 2008, I wasn't really even nervous, if I'm being completely honest. I was kind of playing with house money, because at that point, the Giants had gone further than I could have ever imagined. It was Eli Manning's first time that he really showed progression in the playoffs, and it was a magical run nobody expected. We were going against the greatest team in the history of football, 18-0. Everybody said they were going to win. We had no pressure. So I wasn't really nervous in that before the game. In the game, I was nervous, right? Obviously, on that last drive, I could barely watch the screen. 2012, I swear, that year, and I'm not bullshitting, that year, Eli Manning was money. And I knew we were going to win that Super Bowl. And I knew once we got by Green Bay, I knew we were going to win the Super Bowl. In my heart, I said we're going to win the Super Bowl. I was worried about Green Bay. They were 15-1 that year, going to Lambeau Field. We had beaten them in 2008. I said it's going to be tough to beat them 2 times in the playoffs. Once they played the way they did against the Packers, I knew it was over. And I was not even nervous on that last drive. That's the truth. Because Eli Manning that year was money. Anytime he had a chance to close out a game, he did it. And he got the opportunity in that game. He got the ball back with 4 minutes or whatever it was to go. And the only thing I was worried about is if they were going to score too quick. I knew they were going to score. And they did score too quick. They gave Brady an opportunity, but I knew Eli was going to go down the field on that drive. I honestly was not that nervous on that drive. God's honest truth. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate that. Malik Washington with the $10 donation. Thank you so much, Malik, man. Another great subscriber of mine. He says, next week, the draft. By the way, beer is an acquired taste. I personally can't stand Heineken. Thank you so much for the love, man. I cannot wait for the draft. It'll be, like Bad Dog said last night, it'll be the first live sporting event we've had in a very long time. And Heineken, to me, I'm not a huge Heineken guy. I could drink it. Heineken kind of smells weird. It does. Like, when you open up the cap, it smells a little weird. It smells a little funky, but yeah, I get it. I get it. I actually like Guinness a lot. A lot of people don't like Guinness. I'm a big Guinness guy. Oh, thank you. Oh, Malik, man, thank you so much, man. He says, by the way, I'm a Hennessy. I like Hennessy. Hypnotic and Hennessy, when you mix that, the Incredible Hulk. If you've never tried that, I like that for sure. Thank you for the love, man. I really appreciate it. And Abe, man, thank you so much, man. $2 donation. He says, if we trade back to, say, 9th, how about a wide receiver and a center in the 2nd? For me, Abe, I've talked about the possibility of getting a wide receiver if we trade down, and obviously you're talking about a premium wide receiver there, like CeeDee Lamb or Jerry Jeudy. For me to take a wide receiver, the only way I entertain taking one of those two guys, it's got to be to 12. Because if I'm at 9, I'm still getting my tackle. The only tackle that's off the board at that point is probably just one tackle, because the Browns probably take one. The Browns pick 10. Who's picking? There's the Cardinals. The Cardinals are probably taking one. But I'm probably getting the second tackle off the board. I got to go tackle there. But if I go to 12 with the Raiders, that opens up the possibility. If there's 3 tackles gone and I'm not in love with the 4th one and I want to take Jeudy, I can't fault the Giants there. I think that's the one possibility with the realistic trade options where the Giants could take a wide receiver. Not what I'd want to do, but it's possible. And Daniel, man, thank you so much, man, for the $5 donation. He says, I want an offensive tackle, but selfishly want Isaiah Simmons on the board when we pick. Do you think Detroit will take him? God's honest truth, no, I do not. I really don't think that that Detroit's going to take him. I'm not saying it's impossible, but everything you hear about Detroit, they run a defense that wants an island corner, which is what Jeff Okudah projects to be. The other thing, they brought in Jamie Collins. Jamie Collins is very similar. Not as good, but he's a similar type of player to Isaiah Simmons. So, all signs to me point to that they will not take Isaiah Simmons. Now, they could. If they're that blown away, Simmons, of course, could play some safety. You can move him around. They definitely could. Patricia comes from New England. He may have, the same similar mindset to that of Joe Judge, versatility. I won't rule it out. But I do, is it possible? Yes. Is it likely? No. Yvonne, man, what's going on, Yvonne? How you been, buddy? He says, what's up, BFF? One more week for the... I cannot wait. Cannot wait. Buckle up, man. It's going to be a lot of fun, and then I don't know what to do after that, but at least we have the draft in a week. No, then we'll recap the draft. We'll talk about the season that we hope to have, and it'll be a lot of fun on the channel. But thanks so much for love, man. I really appreciate it. And Jay Lathan, man, thank you so much, man. $2 donation. He says, drinking Corona during Corona. Yes. Yeah, that's probably the number one sold beer right now. Gotta have a lime. Gotta have a lime with the Corona. Corona without the lime, With the lime, it's good. Gotta have the lime. Thanks for the love, man. I really appreciate it. And Rich, man, thank you so much, man, for the love, man. He says, love the channel, brother. So today I put Landon Collins' comments about Barkley in the Google Translator from crying baby to English. And what he says was, I wish I was a Giant. Yeah. That sounds about right. Landon Collins, I don't know what's wrong with this guy. I mean, to me, it's clearly obvious. Landon Collins, I mean, first off, he's immature, right? But to me, he's upset that the Giants didn't want to pay him and that they didn't view him as a cornerstone of the franchise. First off, he was a Reese guy, wasn't drafted by Gettleman. Secondly, he wasn't worth the money he got paid. Now, could they have franchised him? Absolutely. Would I have been upset about that? No. Do I think he was worth $14 million a year on a 4-year deal, the highest paid safety in football history in terms of guaranteed money? No. Do I think he was a good player? Yes. But I think the reason he takes shots at Barkley, I think he's upset that the Giants are building the team around a running back and they're not building the team around him. That's the only thing that makes sense to me because I don't see the reasoning to take a shot at Saquon Barkley. The guy's never said a bad word about anybody. He's the most talented running back in the sport. Makes no sense to me. He's trying to capture headlines and he's a sore loser. He's upset that he's not on the team, which speaks volumes about the New York Giants organization. But thank you for the love, man. I really appreciate it. And thank you guys for being here. I appreciate everybody for being here, man. Facts, if he were on the Giants, he'd still love Barkley if he was still on the Giants. He'd still love Barkley if he was still on the Giants. There's no reason not. If Saquon Barkley ran for president, I'd vote for him. There's no reason not to like Saquon Barkley. There's no reason not to like Saquon Barkley. Sam, you always apologize for being late. You never have to apologize. You never have to apologize. You're a great subscriber of mine. Thank you for popping in the stream, man. With Tua falling, some teams' physicals, are you personally worried about his career in the NFL? I've been pretty outspoken about Tua. Yes, I am. Now, does that mean that he, could he stay healthy and be great? Yes. But if I was a general manager, based on his health record, would I spend a top 5 pick on Tua? No. You're committing a lot of money to a guy, and you're committing 4 or 5 years. I think it's too early to take Tua that early in the draft. Now, if I can get him in the mid-first, late-first, yes. But if I was a GM, would I take Tua that early? No. No, he's had pretty big injuries. Not to mention, with you had no pro days this year. You haven't gotten a fair chance to evaluate how he performs after the injury, right? Because he couldn't perform at the combine. You saw him, it was like a video taken by a phone where he's in an indoor setting. He's throwing 10-yard slant patterns. No, I would not take Tua that early in the draft. Will somebody? Probably. Because he's got a world of ability. He's a big name. He's going to sell tickets. But no, I would not take him with a top 5 pick. Thanks so much for love, man. I appreciate it. And I want to make sure I don't miss this. Oh, Antoine, man, thanks so much for love, man. I really appreciate it. He says, McAdoo, Reese, both stranded in an ocean. What do you say? Oh, God, that's a horrible... No, I got to go with Reese. First off, Reese was a good guy. McAdoo was a dick. Plus, Reese, I give him some credit for the second Super Bowl. I give him, almost all the credit to Accorsi for the first. Second Super Bowl, Reese deserves at least half the credit. Of course, a lot of those guys were still Accorsi guys, but he found some good players in there as well. So I got to go with Reese. I mean, Reese accomplished some things while being a New York Giant. McAdoo, what did McAdoo really do? I mean, let's be real. Some people say that what did McAdoo do? Yeah, they won 11-5. They won 11-5 because they went on a spending spree. They signed every big free agent known to man. What did McAdoo really do? He sucked. I would save Reese. Thank you so much for the love, man. And Trevor Moran, man, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. He says, Chris, dream draft for me is Wills in the first, then Lloyd Cushenberry in the second, number 1 tackle, and number 1 center, in my opinion. For me, Ruiz is probably the number 1 center. I agree with you right now on Wills. I think Wills and Thomas are close for me. I'm leaning slightly with Wills. If you get that, I'm happy. Yeah, you watch my channel, Trevor. You know I'm a hog molly guy. So if they get a tackle on a center, I'm happy. I don't got to worry about I still got to get another tackle next year, whether it's free agency or the draft, because Solder's gone. But I'm happy, man. And to me, I like Nick Gates, but I like Nick Gates in a versatile role, and I like Cam Fleming in a versatile role, a swing tackle. That's what he is. The same can be said for Gates at this point. I like Gates' ability to be able to basically play all 5 positions if somebody goes down with an injury or if somebody's struggling. But yeah, I would love to beef up that offensive line. I've been wanting to beef up this offensive line for a decade, so this is kind of just years of frustration and having the opportunity to fix it. And I love Eli. I say it all the time. I had to watch Eli get obliterated for the second half of his career. I don't want the same thing to happen to Daniel Jones. That's why I'm so outspoken about the offensive line. Thanks so much for the love, man. I really appreciate it. And Jay Latham, man, thanks so much, man, for the $2 donation. I really appreciate it. He says, I hope Saquon runs a hole through Collins. Me too. Me too. Nothing would make me happier than to see Landon Collins on his back when we play the Washington Redskins this year. And to see him get burnt by Caden Smith again. That'd be nice. Landon Collins, man, he's burnt a lot of bridges with the New York Giants. That's for sure. Thanks so much, man. I appreciate it. And Roldy, man, what's going on, Roldy, man? Love Roldy, man. I bet if Barkley holds out because of his contract and signs somewhere else, these same fans that love him will turn on him. This is how some of the G-Men fans are. To be completely honest with you, I wouldn't do that. I don't dislike Collins because he got money. I'm happy Collins got his money. I didn't want the Giants to pay him that money. I don't think he's worth it, but I had no problems with Collins. My issues with Collins is what he's done after the fact. How he's come out and he's bashed the organization. I had no issues with Landon Collins until he did that. Why would I? There's no reason for it. He was never, to my knowledge, known as a guy that was bad in the locker room or bad to his teammates or anything like that. I have no issues with Landon Collins until he's done what he's done. In terms of Saquon Barkley, I love Saquon Barkley. I'm always going to love Saquon Barkley. And I do think he's going to be with the Giants. Is it possible he goes out and gets his money? Sure. But I think he's going to be with the Giants long term. I think the Giants will lock him up after next year on his second contract. I could be wrong, but that's what I think. But thanks for being here, Roldy. I appreciate it, man. And no, I know you're not saying me, Roldy. I'm just saying. No sports, no close contact. What's going on, Joseph, man? Thanks for popping in the stream, man. Let's see what we got here. Have you seen the Odell? Yes, I have. I have seen the Odell Vikings rumor, and I don't know how true that is. I'm seeing conflicting reports, and I would laugh. I would laugh for everybody that kills Dave Gettleman for that trade for Odell Beckham if that trade actually went through. I don't know if it's going to, but if that would be a can't miss video if that actually happened, and they traded him for a 2nd and a 5th round pick a year after people destroyed Gettleman for trading him and getting a 1st, a 3rd, and a player who was drafted in the 1st a year earlier. That would be a can't miss video. Do I think it'll happen? Probably not, but I would die of laughter if they traded him and got a 2nd and a 5th. That'd be great. Al Batch, man, thanks so much for the love, man. I really appreciate that, man. $10 donation. He says, 2019 Giants ranked 19th in sacks allowed, 30th in defense. You're right, Al. Listen, Al, you're not going to get an argument from me. Listen, we go back and forth. I give you my reasoning for the tackle. You give me your reasoning for the defense, and neither one's wrong. Neither one's wrong at the end of the day. We suck in both areas. And yes, I will readily admit, I will admit that the defense is worse than the offense. You won't get a debate from me with that. I completely get people's perspective when it comes to that. I'm just thinking about protecting my quarterback and trying to establish an identity on offense and building around the two players that we spent early picks on. But like I said, we got to improve the defense as well. Now, you can certainly say some of the problems with the defense, not saying, definitely a major problem with the defense, you could at least argue, was James Bettcher. Right? The way he used DeAndre Baker, the scheme, everything else. We have some talented players that maybe could play a lot better in this new scheme. So, you could say that's part of the problem. We definitely still need better players as well. So, like I said, they both suck. They both need to be improved. It's just a matter of which one, in your opinion, or my opinion, or somebody else's opinion, is the more urgent need to be fixed right now. And I give my reasoning why I think the offensive tackles, why if it was me. Because I think it's a 2 or 3 year fix. I got a quarterback. I'm trying to keep him upright. I want him to improve. I want him to build confidence. He's learning a second-year offense. I'm trying to help him out as much as I can. And I know I'm not winning a Super Bowl this year anyway. So I'd rather make sure he's secure, and then I go heavy defense going forward. But, like I said, both arguments are very valid. And Richie Rich, man, thank you so much, man, for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. What's going on, Boys for Life? Man, thanks for popping in, man. Every once in a while when I have free time, Boys for Life, I check out your videos. I don't comment all the time, but I check out your videos. You're entertaining. I enjoy it. And Richie Rich with the $5 donation, he says, Ray Finkel could start on our defense right now. Yeah. Ray Finkel. The Laces Were In. Ray Finkel. What a great movie. Ace Ventura. One of my all-time favorite movies. It's probably my top 20 movies ever. Movie's great. Thank you so much for the love, man. I really appreciate it. What's going on, It's Cole? Man, how you been, buddy? Huge Jets fan. Long-time subscriber of mine. Thanks for popping in. Trade down, take Simmons, get best available tackle in the second, and maybe a center at 99. Yeah, I mean, okay, so one tackle prospect that a lot of people have brought up to me that I do like when I did research on him is Pert out of UConn. Now, he's a project. Anybody you're getting in the third or fourth round is going to be a project for the most part. I don't think he would start right away. I think he'd be a guy that would come in and hopefully improve over the course of the year and maybe take over that right tackle spot mid-season. He's a guy I got my eye on if we wait till round 3 or 4 for the tackle. He's big. He's got a lot of the physical tools you could want in alignment. He's got to bulk up a little bit, got to get a little bit stronger. But there's a guy I got my eye on. In terms of third-round centers, yeah, Beedish is there, which I don't think he's going to be. That's great. All the mocks have him dropping to the third. I'm not banking on that. Hennessy is well in the third if you go with the tackle in the second. Those are some of the guys I got my eyes on. And if they go Simmons, I think that's the route they'll probably more than likely take. I think there's a very strong possibility they go. I think between rounds 2 and 4, you're looking at a center and a tackle. I don't know what rounds they would do it, but I think that's what you're looking at if you take Simmons in the first. I love Caleb. Joe, I love Caleb Vaughn. Love him. He's not getting to the second round. You could dream. You could dream, man. He ain't getting to the second round, and we're not taking him at 4. Joe Judge, Coach of the Year next year. Eesh. I ain't putting that kind of pressure on him, Eric. Let's just improve our team. Let's improve the culture. Let's improve the offensive line. Let's get this defense back to Giants football. Let's start getting it on the right path. I'm not putting that kind of pressure on him. But I love Joe Judge. Love him. Chris, do you see Wills replacing Solder next season if we draft him? No. I think if we draft Wills, I think you're going to see, you're still going to see Solder in the starting lineup. Solder, as much as we hate him, he's overpaid. He's not very good. He's still the most experienced tackle on our roster. You still have an inexperienced quarterback. Solder, I think, is going to be the left tackle. Not to mention that Wills has played right tackle in college, throughout his career. Even though he's the blindside protector for Tua. So no, even if the plan was to move Wills to the left tackle, I think Solder would start at the right. I think Solder's going to start next year. The year after, yes, I think Solder's gone, and I think they would at least entertain the thought of moving Wills over to the left side if they hadn't done so already. Yes, but this year, no, I think Solder's in the starting lineup pretty much no matter what. What's going on, Alvaro? Thanks for popping in the stream. What's going on, Jeffrey Young? Thanks for being here, man. Solder is going to play left tackle this year. Yeah, I think he's going to play left tackle this year. Because the other thing I say during these live streams a lot, you also got to think about the other linemen. As bad as Solder is, Will Hernandez is used to playing next to Solder. You don't want to disrupt what they're accustomed to, right? You don't have too much change on that offensive line. We know it as Giants fans. You go back and look at that offensive line that was great. They didn't have any great superstars, but they played very well together as a unit. They got familiar with each other. They ended up playing better because of it. So Hernandez has played next to Solder his first 2 years in the league. By shifting him over to the right side, you're screwing that up. You're moving Wills to the left side where he's never played. There's too much change in that scenario. Too much change. Yeah, experience over Rooks, the Sheik said. Yeah, exactly. Is Love going to play free safety? As of now, yes. 100% Love's going to play free safety. Depending on what we do in the draft. If we take a safety in the second round, maybe not. If we take Winfield, for example, maybe Winfield beats him out, maybe move Love over to the slot corner. But regardless, Love's going to have a role on this team. He's going to get an opportunity to play, whether it's, the slot corner, nickelback, free safety. He's going to play. But yeah, I could see him getting replaced if they draft a safety early in the second round at that position. Let's see what we got here. Sean O'Hara was awesome. Stupid video. Sean O'Hara was a beast, man. I really want Love to be moved to the slot. He might. I mean, that was when he first was drafted. That was the position that we thought he was going to play, and then obviously things happened, and he got an opportunity to play free safety. But that was the book on him coming out. He could play both free safety. He could play some slot. That's what people thought about him, and he got his shot at free safety. So it's certainly possible the long-term plan is to move him to the slot. We're going to have to wait and see how it plays out, who they bring in on the roster. What do I think of Miami? What's going on, Raymond? Man, thanks for popping in the stream. What do I think of Miami? Last year, Miami was the biggest surprise in the NFL last year. As crazy as that sounds, they only won 5 games. I had Miami pegged for 1 or 2 wins. And I think that's encouraging to see the job that Flores did over there. Now, I don't watch them week in and week out, but nobody thought that team was winning 5 games. Obviously, he learned from Belichick. Judge, very similar, both very young, both getting a job with limited experience. I think Miami's headed in the right direction. I don't agree with what they did. I don't think it was the time to spend the way they did. I don't think that team's ready yet. But I get the thinking. If you're bringing a rookie quarterback, you want to try to have a good foundation around him. They spent a boatload on free agency. But yeah, I think Miami will be competitive this year. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs, but they won't be a pushover. Rookie quarterback, you can't expect them to make the playoffs, but I could see them winning 7 games. I think they will not be a joke, Miami. So we got it. Do you think Simmons is the strongest prospect after the words of Judge? Do I think that Simmons? I don't. Listen, man. Trying to guess who the Giants are going to draft or anybody's going to draft outside of the obvious teams like the Bengals and the Redskins, in my opinion, and probably the Lions. It's tough, man. It's a guessing game. My guess is as good as yours. But what I will say, and who knows, it could be smoke screens. You got to remember, this is a completely new regime. This is not the way it was last year. You don't know what Joe Judge might be bringing in the Bill Belichick philosophy. Bill Belichick didn't talk. You didn't know what Bill Belichick was going to do on a week-in, week-out basis. So, who knows? He might be saying what he wants you to hear. But yes, based off what Joe Judge said today, if you ask me and you put me on a lie detector, what player did it sound like he was hinting at more so than any other? I would tell you Isaiah Simmons. He talked about versatility. He talked about BPA. But I could point to quotes in the past that Gettleman said that, you could spin it any way you want. Gettleman 2 days ago said that he thinks Blake Martinez could get back to being the Blake Martinez of old. Blake Martinez 2 years ago was a good coverage linebacker. The argument to take a linebacker, even though we're pretty filled at that position after free agency, is because we don't have a good coverage linebacker. So I could say, if I wanted to, well, he just said he thinks Blake Martinez is going to get back to being a good coverage linebacker. He's obviously not going to take Isaiah Simmons. So you could spin it any way you want. But if I'm being completely honest, based off what he said today, yeah, I think he was talking about Isaiah Simmons. I may change my mind in 2 days. And Zeke, man, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. He says, what do you think about Dave Gettleman's team-building approach and his view on positional value? I like what Dave Gettleman, in terms of, Dave Gettleman, he's cleaned up the culture. That's one thing I will say, and I know people laugh at that sometimes, but we don't have any me guys on this team right now. Now, granted, a lot of them are rookies and second and third-year players, But we have a team right now, and I think Joe Judge is only going to further amplify that. So in terms of that, I think he's cleaned that up. In terms of positional value, I mean, Gettleman has proven in the past he's not going to draft, at least early on in the draft, if he's enamored with a prospect, he's not going to draft off positional value. Now, when it came to the quarter, you know what, it's funny, because in one draft he didn't, in the other draft he did. In 2018, probably because he wasn't in love with any quarterback and he was in love with Saquon Barkley, he drafted best available player. He didn't draft for positional value. If he was going to draft for positional value in 2018, he would have either taken a quarterback or he would have taken a pass rusher. Both are more important than a running back. Didn't do it. Last year, he even self-admittedly said he hated that he had to pass up on Josh Allen. So last year, he took the quarterback over the positional value. I'm sorry. He drafted for positional value, I should say, last year, but didn't take the best player available. Josh Allen was the best player available. So he's done one, he's done the other. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Joe Judge basically said that he wants to draft players that fit his scheme. So he's not going to draft based on, prior history and what's thought to be the more important position early in drafts. But thanks for the love, man. I really appreciate it, man. I love Okuda. Okuda's great. Yuri, I love that. I've talked about Darrell Taylor extensively. I don't think he's going to be there in the third round. It was kind of wishful thinking in my 7-round mock. Most mocks I see him, he's going like 65 to 75 range. Maybe we could trade up and get him. Maybe he falls. But I think Darrell Taylor is a really good fit for the Giants. I think it's the type of player that we would want. Familiarity, versatile, strong. I do like him. I would love him at 99. I don't think he's going to get there, though, but I do like him. He's one of the guys that got circled. Okwara's got a lot of upside, absolutely. What's up, Cushmaster, with the eggplant emojis? Bourne or Okwara at 36. I would go Bourne. The failed test or whatever yesterday, I didn't even make a video on that because when I did some research, basically they said, at least from what I gathered, and who knows, it could be nonsense, but it was that he basically drank a lot of water or something to try to gain weight or whatever it was for the combine, and who knows. But they basically said they don't think it's going to hurt his draft stock. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But I think Bourne is more of a sure thing. I do like Okwara, though. I do like Okwara. I think Okwara has big-time upside, but I would lean Bourne. I think he's a safer pick. I think the Giants are going to like him. And I definitely, he could be a target at 36 if he gets there. Oh, man, Jersey Joey, man, thank you so much, man, for the love, man. I really appreciate that, man. $10. Oh, God, I love Tuska. Joe Velasquez, I love Tuska. Are you kidding me? Love him. Would love him. But Jersey Joey, man, thanks so much for the love, man. I really appreciate it, man. Kudos on the 23K, my man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I just hit 23K, I think, 2 days ago. So thank you guys for that. I meant to say that in my video today. I'll say it tomorrow. Yeah, thank you guys. I try to say that every 1,000 I hit. So thank you guys for helping me hit that. I really appreciate it. And he says 4, 36, and 99 that no one wants or is expecting right now since we never guess right with Getz. Becton, Brown, stay safe. Okay, yeah, no, somebody asked me to do this yesterday on my mock draft live stream. They said, what's the worst case the scenario that's like somewhat realistic? And I am standing by that I don't view Derek Brown as a realistic possibility at 4. So for me personally, the worst case scenario at 4, 36, and 99, 4, Becton. I do not love Becton, but I do think it's a possibility we could draft him at 4. To me, that would be the pick in terms of realistic that I would be most upset with. Then you go to 36. For me, I'm not a wide receiver guy in a deep wide receiver class. So taking T. Higgins, even though I think he's a very good wide receiver, and I do think he fits what the Giants need at that position, I just think it's too early. I think you get value at that position in the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th round. So to me, Becton, wide receiver, we'll just say T. Higgins at 36. And then at 99, I don't know, ignoring the center. Taking a project on defense and ignoring the center for another round. Whoever it may be, Okwara, because at that point I think you would need to, well, you got your tackle. But yeah, I would say my answer to round 3 is just ignoring the center for another round. But that would be my worst case scenario. on draft night. Becton, Higgins, ignoring the center round 3. Let's see what we got here. Becton is not like Eric Flowers. Becton moves quick. No, he's definitely. I'm not saying he's like Eric Flowers. I know some people say that. But I just think he's too much of a problem for me. And they definitely could draft him. But for me, I just think Becton's too much of a risk to take at number 4. Just my opinion. STFU, Chris, the Giants don't need a quarterback. Did I say once? I don't know if Dixon, by the way, I love the name, but I don't know if Dixon Sider's been listening to the stream at all. Does he think that Mekhi Becton is a quarterback? Does he think that T. Higgins is a quarterback? I have not mentioned quarterback once this entire stream. As a matter of fact, if the Giants drafted a quarterback, I would flip out. I don't know where he got quarterback from, but okay. Let's see what we got here. If the Giants need a quarterback, which quarterback would you pick? The Giants don't need a quarterback. Giants don't need a quarterback. But let's just say, in the hypothetical scenario that they didn't draft a quarterback last year, which quarterback do I like the most? I wouldn't take Tua because of his injury history. I would take Herbert. And I think Herbert is kind of similar to Daniel Jones. I say that a lot. I think they're pretty comparable. Oh, another Chris. Okay. Okay. If the Giants, I just answered that. Let's see what we got here. Kenneth Murray or Caleb Chason? I prefer Caleb Chason, but I definitely get the liking to Kenneth Murray. I prefer Caleb Chason. I think Caleb Chason fits our defense very well. I think he's a very good fit. I prefer him. And like I said, I think it's a more important position. So I prefer Chason, but Kenneth Murray's a very good prospect as well. I'd be happy with either one. Jordan Love is this year's Daniel Jones. Jordan Love to me is the biggest boom or bust prospect in this year's class. I think he can be really good, or I think he'd be a complete bust. He doesn't really remind me of Daniel Jones. I think Herbert reminds me more of Daniel Jones. Herbert, I think, has a little bit stronger of an arm, but I think they're very similar. They're both basically the same height. They're both very intelligent. They're both very mobile. They both can make tight window throws. The weaknesses, they try to fit the ball into tight windows sometimes more than they should. I think Herbert and Daniel Jones are very similar. I don't really see the comparison with Jordan Love. Tommy T says, why do people see Jones as a franchise quarterback and not Minshew when he had better stats? It's a good question. To be completely fair with you, I don't watch Minshew. I don't watch Jaguar games. But, I mean, the obvious answer is Minshew was, a 3rd or 4th round pick, and Jones was a 6th overall. That's the obvious answer. Why people might still think that the Jaguars are not completely sold on Minshew. But I don't watch Minshew. I don't watch him week in and week out. I don't know if those stats are padded. I don't, who knows. But I think that's the reasoning, because one was thought to be last year when he was a 1st round pick, the other one wasn't. I think people are still reluctant to buy into a guy that was a 4th round pick after 1 year. And Manny, man, thanks so much for the $2 donation, man. I really appreciate it. I love what Miami did. Spent a ton before the new cap. That's a fair thing to point out. That's a fair thing to point out. I even said that before free agency started. With the cap going up by 15%, could have made sense to spend a lot this year, knowing that you're kind of getting a discount. And like I said, they know they're drafting a quarterback. They might be trying to set him up with as good of a team as they possibly can before the year starts. So I get the line of thinking. I do. I don't think teams are built through free agency, though. But if there was a year to do it, you could argue it was this one. Minshew is the Tiger King. Can you read my comment, NFL DNA? I don't know if that's the one you wanted me to read, but I just read it. I'm trying to scroll up to see if there was another one. I don't see it. Yeah, just type it again if you want me to read a different one. Let's see what we got here. Chin going round 2. I could see Chin going round 2. Schefter said that Becton was the Quentin Nelson of this year's draft. Thoughts, please. A lot of these analysts like Becton. Here's what I'll say about Becton. When I heard Joe Judge's quote today, the first player I thought of outside of Isaiah Simmons, but when I heard the other quote when he was talking about we're not drafting players. I might be paraphrasing a bit, but he basically said we're not drafting players based off the talent that they showed in college. We're drafting players based off of what we think their potential could be with our coaching staff. The first player I thought of when I read that was Becton, because I think Becton's the type of prospect people could fall in love with because of his physical attributes. You see how long his arms are. You see how strong the guy is when he's throwing guys to the ground. He's pushing trucks up hills. And just his physical, he's imposing. The guy's huge. So that was the first player I thought of. Joe Judge might say to himself, we could get the most out of this kid, and we're going to take a shot. I won't rule it out. He's definitely got a lot of upside, no doubt about it. He's got a lot of things he's got to work on, but he's got a lot of upside. Hakeem, man, thank you so much, man, for the $2 donation. I really appreciate it. He says, will Joe Burrow be more successful than Daniel Jones? I'm going to give you, Hakeem, I'm going to give you the same exact answer that I give when people ask me about any young quarterback in Daniel Jones. If I'm being honest, all right, if we're just talking from a skill standpoint, if I'm being completely fair, in my opinion, Joe Burrow's a better prospect. And I don't watch a lot of college football, but when I watch Joe Burrow play, that guy could play. When I was doing the film breakdown of Isaiah Simmons, Joe Burrow's a stud. But I don't know if he's going to have more success in the NFL. My answer to that is, who's going to have the better support system? Because I'm of the belief of 75 to 80% of a quarterback's success, unless they're Patrick Mahomes, is the team around them. Who's going to have the better offensive line? Who's going to have the better head coach? Who's going to have the better wide receivers? Who's going to have the better defense? And if you ask me that right now, who's going to have the better support system, historically speaking, I'm going to tell you the New York Giants. The Cincinnati Bengals have been a dumpster fire for years. So in terms of just a skill standpoint, if they were both in the same situation, I'm going Burrow. But because where Burrow's playing, I would probably lean Jones. I think the Giants are going to set Jones up better if I had to guess. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, no, Burrow's great. Burrow's great. What if Mayfield went to the Bills? Big Daddy, it's funny you say that. I was a big Mayfield guy in draft night. That was before I got on YouTube. I was a big Mayfield. I now hate Mayfield after what he said about the New York Giants, and he's over the top, blah, 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 blah. I'm not a big Mayfield guy now, but I was a big Mayfield fan. I wish I was on YouTube because I would have looked like a genius. I was saying 2 months before the draft that I think Mayfield's going to go number 1 to the Browns, and he did. I like Mayfield. I thought on draft night, though, that Josh Allen was actually a perfect fit for the Buffalo Bills. Now, I'm not saying, who knows what he's going to turn into, but it made a lot of sense to me because Buffalo is this cold, windy place, right? And that's why I don't go too much with stats with quarterbacks because it's not fair. When you compare a quarterback who plays in Buffalo to a quarterback that plays in a dome in Indianapolis, it's not fair to compare their stats. But I thought Josh Allen was a very good fit for that team because of his arm strength. Now, whether or not it's going to work out, I don't know. I know he doesn't have the best completion percentage. I likened him to Cam Newton. When I was watching the highlights when he was coming out, he's big, he could move, he's very athletic, he's got a strong arm, lacks in accuracy. He reminds me a lot of Cam Newton. Now, Cam Newton's better. Cam Newton won an MVP. But I do think Josh Allen actually was a really good fit for Buffalo, and I think you can definitely make an argument that he was a better fit than Baker Mayfield would have been. Let's see what we got here. No, it's not warm in Cleveland. It's not warm in Cleveland. But Buffalo is Buffalo. Buffalo is Buffalo. Upstate New York's a little bit different than Cleveland, Bad Dog. Upstate New York's a little bit different than Cleveland. I feel like if Josh Allen didn't force things, he would have a lot of. I think I said it last year. I said it last year. When I think it was probably around like week 12 or 13. People were asking me who's going to be the breakout quarterback next year. I said Josh Allen. I'm a fan of Josh Allen, but Josh, he's got to work on a lot of things. He's got to work on his accuracy. He's got all the tools, but he's got to put it together. He's got all the tools, but he's got to put it together. And he was a project coming out. He's a tough one to pin because I still think he could be really good, but he could also be a complete flop. Show my doggy on stream. My dog's upstairs. Let's see what we got here. I answer questions here, Joe. People ask questions, I'm going to answer them. Oh, man. Please, let's see what we got here. Where do you see Cam Newton and Jameis Winston going? Do you think it's possible Andy Dalton gets traded somewhere to, like, New England? I think... I heard rumors about Andy Dalton to New England, like, 2 months ago. And who knows? We'll have to wait and see if that plays out. I could see it, but at this point, I don't think it's going to happen. I think they're going to roll with what they got. As far as Newton and Jameis Winston, I don't know, man. And it's getting. We're a week away from the draft, so I guess we'll probably get our answer shortly. I've always said that I thought Jameis Winston would be a really good fit with Pittsburgh, backing up Roethlisberger for a year, learning the ropes and taking over. Who knows if that'll happen? I think that'd be a good fit. As far as Cam goes, I have no idea. I have no idea where he's going to end up. New England's obviously a potential spot, but I don't know. I said the Jaguars maybe if they don't draft a quarterback is possible, but they have Minshew. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough to figure that out. Let's see what we got here. Jason Peters? What about Jason Peters? He's old. A lot of people have talked about him coming over to the Giants. I don't see it happening. I don't think it's going to happen. Who's your favorite second-round tackle? My favorite second-round tackle? The tackle that I think has the most upside is Lucas Niang, but he's got an injury history. I'm not banking on Josh Jones getting there. So get that thought out of your head. Will he be there? Maybe, but not likely. So of the realistic players, I think Lucas Niang has the highest upside. I love the kid out of Georgia. I always forget his name. He's huge. He's like 350 pounds. I'd probably go with him. I don't know why I can't remember his name off the top of my head. But I think I would go with the guy out of Georgia, not Andrew Thomas, the other one. That's probably where I'm leaning if we're going to go with a tackle in the second round. Probably him. But yeah, Isaiah Wilson. There you go. 350 pounds, known as a run blocker. I think I would lean Isaiah Wilson if I had to pick a tackle in the second round. Seems to be the type of tackle that Dave Gettleman would want, too. He's big. Can you speak without your New York accent? That's my voice. I can't just flip a switch, I can't flip a switch, guys. Hey, what do you think if the NFL buys out the XFL and makes it a secondary league, kind of like soccer in England, where street teams get people have brought that idea up to me before, Mickey. And I think it's interesting. Yeah, it'll never happen, but I think it's interesting because I know that's what the soccer leagues do. Where if I think it's the top 3 teams in what equates to be the minor leagues get to move up and play in the main league, and the bottom 3 move down to the bottom league. I think it's interesting. It'll never happen though. But I do think that's interesting. I didn't know about that until a couple of years ago when people told me about that. I miss Chris and bro. What's up, Scott? Thanks for popping in the stream, man. A lot of people don't like Isaiah Wilson. Yeah, a lot of people don't. Bad dog. That's why he's a second-round prospect. A lot of people. I could find a lot of people that don't like Austin Jackson. I could find a lot of people that don't like Lucas Niang. I could find a lot of people that don't like Ezra Cleveland. That's why they're second-round prospect. I'll tell you the negatives on Ezra Cleveland. People say he's not big enough. People say he's not strong enough. They say he's got flexibility, but he's a project. Who else? Lucas Niang has injury problems. Austin Jackson is falling down draft charts. So, I don't know. They're all projects. That's why I'm so adamant about getting more of the sure thing in the first round. But I personally think Wilson of the group, if I had to pick one, is the safest. But a lot of people say he's got to work on his footwork. So fun. Thank you so much, man, for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that, man. He says, what up? Should the Giants look for a new GM if the first quarter of the season gets bad? I I am of the I am of the belief that that no, what you're saying in the first what? New GM in the first? No, they're not going to fire the GM in season. No, because the GM makes. I mean, I guess you could before the trade deadline, but it's not going to happen. The Giants are not going to do that. They gave Gettleman a chance to try to right the ship, and they're working collaboratively. Right now, it seems like there's harmony here. Let's let it play out. That's one thing I say, man. I'm reading all these articles, and Gettleman may very well be fired at the end of the year. It's New York. People want instant results. He may be fired. I try to stick up for him when I can because I think he gets a lot of unnecessary hate that he doesn't necessarily deserve. But he might be fired. But let's wait till the end of the year. Let's see how the team plays before we start talking about canning the guy. Do I get the logic that people had of firing him when we fired Pat Shurmur? Yeah. You want to start fresh. You want to start with a new GM. You want to start with they came in together. You want them to leave together. Giants elected not to do that, much like they did with Jerry Reese. They left Jerry Reese on when they got rid of Coughlin. So I definitely got people's point of view when they wanted to start from scratch. But Gettleman's here now. You got to give him a chance. You got to let this team play out. You got to see how he does in the draft. You got to see how Martinez plays, Bradbury plays, his free agent acquisitions. You got to see how Jones plays year 2. That's going to seal his fate. If Jones does not play well this year, I think Gettleman's gone. If Jones plays well, Gettleman's probably going to stay. Waterfly, have a great night, man. Have a great night, buddy. Let's see what we got here. If the Giants fire Gettleman, we should get GM from the pit. Yeah, they could do that. They could promote from within. We'll see. Right now I'm not thinking about it. I'm going into the year hoping that Getty does a good job with the draft. This team's ready to go. I'm not thinking about it right now. I get people want to move on from. I get it. The news isn't said yet. Glazer just said that the big news is to break tonight at 11. Yeah, somebody was talking about that it's a trade. Seattle is getting the wide receiver. God, it's escaped me right now. Robinson. Allen Robinson. That's supposedly. We'll see if that's what it is. Yo, Tana, bring Reese back for GM. No. Do you remember? Saeed, I don't know if you're a new Giant fan or not. Do you remember how bad Jerry Reese was? Jerry Reese makes Dave Gettleman look like a genius, the way that he operated the last seven years of his tenure here. Jerry Reese was not a good GM, the second half of his career. No. I like Jerry Reese, nice guy. But no. No. Let's see what we got here. Why is Kevin Abrams still here? Kevin Abrams might still be here because he might be the GM in waiting. They might be promoting from within for him. I know he's more of he's supposed to be the financial guy. I could see, this is what I could see. This is what I could see. I'm not saying it's going to happen. If they moved on from Gettleman, I could see them promoting Abrams and basically Joe Judge being the guy that makes all the player personnel decisions. I could see that happening. And Abrams is kind of just the cap guy. I could see that. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I could see that. Tyler Haynes, thank you so much for the $2 donation. He says, our GM, head coach, and quarterback are the definition of underdogs. Couldn't have said it better myself. Yes. Yes. Dave Gettleman, I think Dave Gettleman is hated by half the fan base, and I think he's really liked by the other half. I think there's a lot of Dave Gettleman fans, and I think there's a lot of people who do not like him. There's very few people in the middle. Daniel Jones, yeah, he's the ultimate underdog. The whole fan base, well, not the whole, but a lot of the fan base, myself included on draft night, were not happy that he was a New York Giant. More so to do with the fact that we didn't take Josh Allen. But, yes, he's the ultimate underdog story as well. That's a great point you bring up. That's a great point you bring up. And Richie Rich, thank you so much, man, for the $2 donation. I really appreciate it. No staff changes for 2 to 3 years. Just can't. Richie Rich, you're preaching to the choir. I do not like change. I know New Yorkers like change because they want instant results. I do not like change. I've watched my second or third favorite team, the New York Knicks, have change after change after change after change, and it gets them nowhere. Nowhere. That team has gone nowhere in 20 years, 25 years, whatever it is. They've brought in some of the best minds in the history of basketball. Mike D'Antoni did great before he got there, did great after he left. Lenny Wilkens had the most wins in NBA history for a head coach. Couldn't do anything with the New York Knicks. Phil Jackson couldn't do anything. I know it was a different role. Isaiah Thomas couldn't do anything. Change is not good. I know people want change, and I get it. Pat Shermer was not a good head coach. But it's not good just to make change after change after change. It becomes a very undesirable location, and it's not good. It's not good. I'm with you. I'm not rooting for Dave Gettleman to be fired. It's not good for the New York Giants if we have to then bring in another GM. It's not good. I'm with you. I don't want change for 2 or 3 more years. Thank you so much for the love, though. Cushmaster just brought the Cush. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much for the $1 donation. I really appreciate that. Dolan's a jackass. Dolan's a jackass. D'Antoni had one good half year. Yeah, they were okay. They were fun, Bad Dog. That Knicks team was fun. Obviously Woodson had the success where we were going to the playoffs. But yes, the first half of the year before we traded for Melo, that was a very fun team. And then, with Jeremy Lin and Linsanity and whatever else, that was probably the most fun team, though, that first year before we got Melo. When you had Raymond Felton, then you had Amari Stoudemire dropping 30 every night, Wilson Chandler, Danilo Gallinari. When you had all those players in sync, it was a fun basketball team to watch. Let's see what we got here. Dexter Lawrence is the... Yes, he is. Yes, he is the Dancing Bear. How do you think we will utilize Ignas Brazdeikis? I don't know. They didn't play him at all this year. Hopefully the Knicks play him. Who do you think will take a production leap on defense next year? Yeah, a lot of people ask me that question a lot. Big. A lot of people ask me that question a lot. My answer to you there is the guys that I feel are most versatile, because those are the guys that I think are going to fit this scheme the best. Julian Love, very versatile. Lorenzo Carter, I could see him being used in a variety of ways. Peppers, I think Peppers could have a big jump. O'Shane Zimenez, those are some of the names. DeAndre Baker, he's not so much for versatility, but I think DeAndre Baker is going to be used more properly in the new scheme. And Bad Dog and me are in complete agreement on this. If there was one player I had to pick that I think takes the biggest jump, that doesn't mean he's the best, because I still think Dexter Lawrence is a better player. I still think Carter could be a better player next year, but DeAndre Baker was a non-factor for probably 2/3 of the games last year. I think DeAndre Baker will be more consistent. He'll prove to be at least an NFL quality cornerback this year. I think Baker takes the biggest jump of anybody, for the simple reason that I think he's going to be used more properly to what his strengths are. I think Judge will do a better job with that. And Gary J, man, thanks so much for the love, man. I really appreciate that $5 donation. He says, we trade our 4th overall pick, Evan Ingram, and a 2021 third-round pick to the Jags for their 9th overall pick, 20th overall pick, and their 2nd-round pick. All right, let me break down this trade. Whenever I read these, I got to read them a couple of times. We trade the 4th pick, Evan Ingram, and a 2021 third-round pick. Okay, first thing I'm going to say to that, Evan Ingram right now, who knows how much trade value the guy's got. He's in a walking boot, but let me read the rest of the trade. To the Jags for the 9th, 20th, and their 2nd. That's possible, because I have said that I don't think it's going to happen, but if you're asking me, does it match up? Probably. Even though we're picking at 9, well, it's a future third, so it would be earlier than 99. Because I think 9 and 20 is comparable to 1 when you look at the point chart. I don't think it'll happen, but it's not the craziest trade I've ever heard. It's not a horrible trade offer. But here's the thing. This is why it'll never happen. The Jacksonville Jaguars are not giving up their first 3 picks for 1 pick. Because if they did that, and I don't know their draft board, but I'm assuming they don't have another pick until the 3rd round after that, they'd be picking 4th. They'd get their quarterback. And keep in mind, this is a rebuilding team. They would get their quarterback more than likely if they're jumping to 4th or Simmons or whatever. Then they wouldn't be picking until like 80 or 70, 75, whatever it is. So I don't see them not. Maybe it's a future 2nd. I don't think they're giving up an additional pick on top of the 9 and 20 in this year's draft. But thanks so much for the love, man. I really appreciate it. And Danny, thank you so much, man, for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. He says, love your content and outlook on the Giants. Who is your potential steal of the draft? You like Hudson out of Michigan. Look him up. I will definitely look him up, Danny, man. Thank you so much for the love. I mean, I say it all the time, and the guy that I love in the late rounds, I mean, I go over a couple guys, but Tuska's my guy. But the thing is, Tuska's on a lot of teams' radar. I don't even think he's really known as a sleeper at this point in time, and I don't think he's going to go as far as some people may think. I could even see him going in the 4th round. There's a couple of, I mean, it depends on the positions for me. I've said I like Hodgins, the guy out of Oregon State. I think he's a 5th round wide receiver prospect. There's a bunch of guys. If you look at my 7th round mock draft, I'm trying to think of, I can't remember the guy's name. The guy I had on today from G-Men HQ, I think he brought up a really good pass rushing prospect that's, I think, projected to be around a 5th round pick. I think he's out of Tulane. I can't remember the guy's name off the top of my head, but he sounds very intriguing. I'm trying to think of other, I mean, I like Beadish. He's more of a 2nd or 3rd round guy. But those are some of the guys' names I like off the top of my head. But, yeah, Gandy Golden's popular. Those are some of the guys. But thanks so much for the love, man. I really appreciate it. I love A.J. Dillon, Joe. I love A.J. Dillon. We're not going to get him, in my opinion, but I love him. I don't think the Giants could afford the luxury of taking a running back until the 6th round, and I think Dillon's going to be gone by the 6th round. But I love him. We have too many needs. We just have too many needs. Chris, I'm going to be on Bad Dogs. He's in the chat right now, by the way. We're going to be live on Bad Dogs right there with the little blue doggy there. We're going to be live on Bad Dogs channel on the first day, and then days 2 and 3, we're both going to come on this channel. So it'll be a lot of fun. We'll answer the questions from the chat. We'll hang out, and we're going to be live literally for 15 hours or so. Over a 3-day span together. So, Bad Dog and me are kind of going to be in like a YouTube marriage. You know, we might want to divorce after the stream. But, so we're gonna be live for all of it. And then, of course, I'm going to have my draft recap videos for each individual prospect. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to it. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, we're probably going to get a YouTube divorce. I mean, that's a long time together, Bad Dog. If the Giants draft Chase Young by luck, then what players are we going to draft in the other rounds? I mean, if we take Chase Young, I think most Giant fans will be ecstatic. And after that, I mean, I think you go same as if you take Simmons. I think you're taking a tackle or a center in the 2nd round. I think you have to go offensive line. If we go defense in the 1st, I expect to go offensive line in the 2nd. Whether it's the tackle, whether it's the center, whichever player they have rated higher on their board, and they may even double up. They may go 2nd and 3rd. Being that the 3rd and the 4th are so close together, though, 3rd you're picking at 99, 4th you're picking at 110. If there's a player they really like, say Darrell Taylor fell like in my mock, which I don't think is going to happen, and they really liked him, they could elect to go with the edge rusher in the 3rd and try to take the tackle in the 4th or the center in the 4th. I could see that. But I expect, if you take a defensive player in the 1st, I expect a tackle and a center to be rounds 2 and 3 or rounds 2 and 4. Favorite tailgate food? Mine is brisket and roasted peppers. I love brisket. I would go with sausage and peppers, though. Sausage and peppers. I mean, steak's great, too. So I go sausage and peppers. See you, Tanya. It's 3:30 here in the UK. You're not allowed to leave, Sammy Conway. I don't care if it's 3:30 a.m. in the UK. You can't leave. No, I'm kidding, man. Have a good night, man. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you're staying safe out there. Thank you for being a great subscriber. Let's see what we got here. Bengals are taking Joe Burrow. What if the Bengals take Chase Young? What trades will happen? I'll tell you what. If the Bengals, they won't. They're taking Joe Burrow. But, matter of fact, I read an article today that said, I forgot what it was. Like, basically, each team, I guess, has a certain amount of time they could spend on interviewing prospects or something like that. And maybe I misread it, but I'm pretty sure what I read was that the Bengals have spent all their video time with Joe Burrow, going over the offense and things like that. He's going to the Bengals. But if the Bengals hypothetically took Chase Young, the Redskins, I think, would just take Joe Burrow. I know they drafted Haskins last year, but Joe Burrow's that good of a prospect. I think that the Redskins would take Joe Burrow. Let's see what we got here. Mr. Irrelevant will be a Pro Bowl. From your lips to God's ears, Joseph Cupid. I sure hope so. Let's see what we got here. Antonio Gibson seems like a Joe Judge guy. Yeah. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. Go on Isaiah Simmons' Instagram and watch the hype video where the reporter asks him what his position is, and he answers defense. Yeah, I mean, that's what he said at the combine when he was interviewed. They said what position he plays. He said defense, and that's what his position is. He doesn't have a defined position. That's why that's the biggest attraction to Isaiah Simmons. You can line him up anywhere on the field. And I think that's the future of the NFL when it comes to I say it all the time. And yeah, some people would say you're not going to find a guy that's 6'4" with 4.39 speed. Maybe not, but the future of the NFL, it's a copycat league. As the offense gets more athletic, whether it's at the quarterback position, the whatever, the defense has to get more athletic. So I think you're going to see more and more prospects like Isaiah Simmons that could play a variety of positions that could take away the opposing offense's strength. You need players that could keep up with guys like Lamar Jackson. They could take off and run with it on an RPO. And guys like Evan Ingram. You know, guys like Evan Ingram didn't exist 15 years ago. They could play tight end. They could run a 4-4. So it's a copycat league. Yes, the Giants are going to, yes, Robert Hunt, yes. Chris, will you get a Derrick Brown? No. First off, we're not drafting Derrick Brown. Take that back. Take that back. What are your odds that Gettleman trades down in the first round? It depends on if Detroit. It depends on if Detroit trades down in the first round. If Detroit trades down in the first round, I would say it's like 15-20%. If Detroit does not trade down, I would up it to like 40-45%, close to 50%. But if Detroit stands pat, I think it's a much higher probability we trade down. And Dionzio, man, thanks so much for the love, man. He says, what do you think about Jonathan Greenyard in the third or the fourth? Yeah, Lloyd, one of my best subscribers, had him on the channel last week, was talking about Jonathan Greenyard. I looked at some of his film. Impressive prospect. And that's about where he would go. That's a guy I'm interested in for sure. Would help on the defensive side of the football. Yeah, he's definitely an interesting guy. Probably round 4. I'd probably want to address center if we hadn't taken it in round 2. But yes, I do like him. Answer please. I see answer please, answer please, answer please, answer please, answer please, answer please, answer please. This guy literally just wrote answer please 7 times in a row, and I'm trying to scroll up to see his question, and he doesn't have one. There's 370 people in here throughout the majority of the night. I can't read every question at the same time. So I got to your question. I guess your question was answer please. Do you hear what Jay Glazer said? Yeah, that there was, well, I heard that there was some kind of rumor that was going to be leaked today. That's what I heard. Tana, answer please. Yeah, answer please. Bando going to drink 5 bottles after, no, I think we're both going to drink 5 bottles if he's drafted. No, I'm not. I don't try to be rude, Harrison Jolly. I don't answer, please. You, Kid Blue, and Bad Dog Sports should do a live chat. We're doing it on Friday. On Friday, Kid Blue's going to be on. OGR is going to be on. Obviously, Bad Dog and myself. The Hub and Rover Sports. I'm trying to get on. There's going to be 6 of us. It's going to be like a group roundtable. It's going to be on the channel. So we're going to talk about the draft. Answer, please. It is ice cold coffee. Let's see what we got here. I don't mean to be rude, but answer my flippant question, please. Jedi's funny. What jersey are you wearing on draft day? I'd probably go with Jones. I mean, it's fitting, right? Last year we flipped out on Jones. I think Bad Dog and me should both wear our Jones jerseys on draft night. At least the first round. Oh, Richie Rich, thank you so much for the $2 donation. I really appreciate that. He says, Derrick Brown is like eating out of garbage. Yeah, I don't want Derrick Brown. Keep him away from the New York Giants. I'm going to be on Fish Channels tomorrow. If we get 7 people on, Fisk is more than welcome to come on. I don't know. I don't know how that works. I'll look into it. But yeah, Fisk is free. He's more than welcome to come on. I'm going to be on his channel tomorrow, though. So we're basically going to talk about it tomorrow on his channel. So, what do you think of... Matthew, I don't know enough about. I know him, but I don't know enough about him. I know that's around where he's going. I haven't really looked into him too much though. Chris, go down to 6. We get there 37. We trade 36, 37. Yeah, that's the line of thinking, and that's the perfect world scenario. You know, that's what Fireside Giants, I think, was the first channel that I saw. I think Alex came up with that idea, where we get the Chargers 36 and 37. We move down to 6. You take Isaiah Simmons, you pair 36, 37, get to 17 or 18, you get your tackle, and everybody's happy. That's a dream scenario. I'll be thrilled on draft night. But for that to happen, you need 2 trade partners. You need to find a trade partner with the Chargers, and then you need to find another team that's willing to take the 36 and 37 and move out of, say, the top 20. And that's even if a tackle that you like falls to there. It's wishful thinking. It's possible. But even if you got to stamp at 36 and 37, if you take Simmons, it's still nice. You're still gonna get a center there and probably a defensive player or a center and an offensive tackle. Or an offensive tackle and a defensive player. But you're going to fill 2 holes in the top 37 picks. So it would be nice to get that extra pick. It would kind of take away the loss that we had for the Leonard Williams trade. So we're not taking. I don't think we're taking Okudah. I'll never rule anything out, but I don't think we're taking Okudah. I don't think he's going to be there. First, well, I shouldn't say that. If the Lions trade down, he'll be there. If the Lions stamp out, I don't think he'll be there. For edge and 4-3 defensive end prospects, if you don't break a 7-second 3-cone, you probably have a long way to be a good rusher. Yeah, Big Daddy, that's what I talked about today with Dave from HQ, G-Man HQ, is that's what people liked about Tusky. He had I think it was a sub 6'9" on the 3-cone drill. And people say that's the best test to measure how good a edge rusher will be at the pro level. So that's why he's moving up. I bet the 49ers would do what, Krishina? T. Higgins at 4? No. No wide receivers at 4. How do you like Isaiah Wilson? I like Isaiah Wilson. I mean, I don't like him as much as the guys that are going to go in the first round. But I like him. You know, I like some of the things I've read about him. I like some of the football. But he needs to work on his footwork. That's the one thing you hear. He's a project. But he's big, and he is the type of offensive lineman that I could see Dave Gettleman liking. In your opinion, who is the worst free agent acquisition? Talking big splash free agent by any team during free. Ooh. Okay, it's a player I liked, TD. I liked him. I don't think I mentioned him in, I think, one video. But he was a guy that I thought you could have gotten on a bargain because of his age. Chicago Bears overpaid for Robert Quinn. That guy's like 31 or 30. They gave him I think it was a 5-year deal. $14, $15 million a year, whatever it was. He was great with the Cowboys last year. I think he had 11.5 sacks. But a guy that's going to be 30, 31 to give him a 5-year contract, that's crazy to me. I thought that was the worst contract in terms of length of contract. A defensive end that old. Robert Quinn. Let's see what we got here. Well, Brandon Cooks wasn't a free agent. Brandon Cooks was a trade. Yeah, I don't remember the Jimmy Graham deal. I'm sure it was bad. Chris, the guy who said Derek Brown and 3 others who were linked to the Giants was Pat Leonard. He's insane for that, though. Okay, it was Pat Leonard. Okay. Yeah, I forgot. It was Leonard. Leonard works for the Daily News, I think. Yeah, I think I said, what's his name? I said Rannon, so it was Leonard. Leonard is crazy, isn't he? Sometimes he says some off-the-wall things. Let's see what we got here. How do you feel about Winfield as a second-round prospect? I like Winfield. OGR put me on to Winfield. It's not where I would go. You know, I've kind of opened up to the possibility of taking a safety at 36. It's not what I would do. Safety's out of my vocabulary if we take Isaiah Simmons. But if we take a tackle, I'm open to it. And I like Winfield. I think he's the type of safety we could use. He's a center fielder. But it's not what I would do, but I wouldn't be upset if we address the offensive line with the first pick. If we don't address offensive line with the first pick, unless somebody ridiculous falls, I don't want to do anything but take a tackle or center in the second round. What if Xavier McKinney falls to 36? I still got to take a tackle or center. If you gotta help out Jones a little bit. Got to help out Jones a little bit, guys. But who knows? If we take a tackle in the first round, I'm open to McKinney. Yeah, absolutely. Mizrahi, yeah, Mizrahi's the man. Glad to see him in here. That GM took Trubisky. Oh God, Trubisky. Now I get why they took Trubisky. Trubisky's got ties to Nagy. And I actually, as crazy as this sounds, we'll see. Well, I mean, Foles rather. Foles has ties to Nagy. I'm thinking the new quarterback they brought in. I actually think the Bears, even though I did not like their offseason signings, and we'll wait till after the draft to make sure we got a season. But the Bears may be one of my sleepers this year. As crazy as it sounds, I was down on them last year. I still think they have a very good defense, and I actually, as much as I don't like Foles, I actually think he could be a really good fit with Nagy. We'll see how it plays out. But I don't hate the Bears, but I don't like the moves that they made. I hope we sack Mayfield 100 times, and we got time. I hope Simmons is as good as everyone has said. He better be. He better be as good. Listen, if we're going to take Simmons, whether it's the tackle or Simmons, like I said at the beginning of the stream, they better be a Pro Bowler. You better get a Pro Bowl talent at number 4. Let's see what we got. Foles totally taking that job. Oh, yeah, Foles taking that job. Foles already took that job. Gettleman is a bad drafter. Everyone should know that. He just makes questionable moves. Yeah, he's definitely a good drafter, Simon. I don't know where this is coming from. People that are hinting that he's a bad drafter. He's a good drafter. He's drafted well throughout his entire career, not just with the Giants. Seth, man, thanks so much for the $2 donation. I really appreciate that. What do you think about the Utah quarterback Tyler Huntley? To be completely honest with you, I've heard the name. I have not done a lot of research. I've looked at the top quarterback prospects. My team's not in the market for a quarterback. I've heard the name. I don't know enough about him to give you a really good answer, to be completely honest. I wish I could. I do like I like all 4 of the top quarterback prospects in this draft. I think some are obviously more risky than the others. I don't know enough about Huntley. I know I've heard about him. I've heard people talk about him. I don't know enough about him because we're not in the market for a quarterback. Chris, how do you feel about the Odell rumor to the Vikings for a 2nd and a 5th? Makes our Odell trade look a lot better. Yeah, if it happens. I mean, I said that at the beginning of the year last year. After the trade, I said we won the trade, and that would just put it over the top. I said there's no way that the Cleveland Browns, if they decide to trade him, would ever get near what the Giants got. Just wouldn't, and they won't. Because now it's the second time you're trading a player, and Giants won that trade. I know some people love Odell Beckham, and they think that Beckham would have done great for Jones, and maybe he would have, maybe he wouldn't have. But Gettleman was not getting much more than what he did for Odell Beckham. He just wasn't. The guy was already getting paid a ton of money. He plays the wide receiver position, which is not one of the most important positions in the sport. He was not known as he's a guy that attracts negative headlines. And those players don't get as much. Look at DeAndre Hopkins. DeAndre Hopkins was not near the distraction for the Houston Texans that Odell Beckham was for the New York Giants. He got a 2nd-round pick. Antonio Brown got nothing. So I think the Giants got what they could for Odell Beckham. I think they won that trade. To think that there were people that were not only unhappy with the Odell trade, but furious because they thought we got rid. Yeah. Well, I mean, that happens. When you trade a player that polarizing and that popular, there's going to be some people that hate it no matter what. And they'll always say, you're going to have Giant fans no matter what. Odell Beckham could be bad for the rest of his career. You'll have a portion of Giant fans that loved him so much that will say we lost that trade no matter what. They'll say we should have gotten more. Like Kenny Joseph. There's one of them. There's one of them. Kenny Joseph. Hitbit, what's going on? Now you popping into the stream. Let's see what we got here. Who would be a good candidate to replace Gettleman in the next year? The guy from the Patriots. That's the name you hear all the time. The guy from the Patriots. What's going on, Gordon Gecko? Stand up. He says, yeah, we won, and we won by a large margin. We definitely did. Let's see what we got here. Did Entertainer love Odell? No, Entertainer did not love Odell. Did not love Odell. Are you going to be pissed if we get Judy or Brown? I will. Yeah, unless we trade down to 12. That's the only way I'm okay with getting Judy, if we get him at 12. I don't want to take a wide receiver or a D tackle. I don't want Brown regardless, but if we take either one of those guys at 12, I can't scream. But anywhere before that, yes, I'd be upset. I am not drunk, but I appreciate you for popping in. Jalen Hurts to the Pats. Maybe. I mean, I think he's going to go in the 3rd or the 4th round. They could use a quarterback. Maybe they try to get value out of the position. They've done that before. You look at all the quarterbacks the Pats drafted, right? I don't remember where Garoppolo was drafted, but I don't think he was a first-round pick. Obviously, Castle was not a first-round pick. Brady was not a first-round pick. The guy they got now was not a first-round pick. So, yeah, I mean, they could definitely look to try to get a quarterback in the 3rd or 4th round, and that could be the guy. Richie Rich, man, thank you so much, man, for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. He says, who emerges as the Pats' GOAT after this season? Belichick versus Brady. Garoppolo was 2nd round. There you go. I honestly, and thank you for the love. I honestly don't think it's fair to compare at this point. I've always been a Belichick guy. You know, naturally, I'm a Giant fan. Belichick came from the Giants. I think he had a lot more to do with the success of the New England Patriots than Tom Brady did. Now, Tom Brady, I can't take anything away from him. He's got 6 Super Bowl rings. He's a great clutch quarterback. He's a great quarterback. But I was always of the belief that Belichick had more to do with it. But now, I mean, it's kind of hard to judge because the Patriots lost so many pieces. Brady's going to a team with a good offense. He's got a great offensive mind. We'll see if they could run the football. Had Brady done it when he was 35, 36, I think we would have gotten the real answer. Unfortunately, I don't think we ever will, and we'll never know who was more important. They needed each other, though. That's one thing you could definitely agree on. A coach always needs a quarterback, and a quarterback always needs a coach. But I think here's my theory with Belichick and Brady. People that say Brady was more important or as important will tell you, to what I say to those people are, they'll ignore every other position on the roster. They'll say, Belichick makes every other position better. He makes the offensive line better. He makes the wide receivers better. He makes the running backs better. Danny Woodhead couldn't even make the Jets practice squad. The guy was almost a Pro Bowler for the Patriots. You look at all those wide receivers. They couldn't hack it anywhere else, other than Randy Moss, of course. Wes Welker was an okay receiver with the Dolphins. He comes to the Patriots. He's a superstar. Look at all the defensive players that went there that got so much better. But for some reason with the quarterback, they won't agree that Belichick makes Brady better. But we're never going to get the answer to that, man. They're both great. Brady's going to go down as the greatest quarterback ever. He's got 6 Super Bowl rings. Belichick's going to go down as the greatest coach ever. And Ramdre, thank you so much, man, for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. He says, if we don't go tackle this year, who are the studs next year? Any idea? Yeah, I can't pronounce the guy's name, but there's a tackle prospect next year. First off, I'm going to do a video on that. I looked at next year's mock draft. I'm going to do it after this draft, maybe even before. I might make a video like, will next year's potential picks influence, or, could the Giants be looking at, I don't know. But I'll probably do it after, looking at the prospects. But if you look at the mock draft next year on several sites, there's like 4 tackle prospects in the first 12 picks, 15 picks. There's a lot of good wide receiver prospects. It is a loaded class at the wide receiver and tackle position next year. And it's possible the Giants may be looking at that and saying we could wait a year on the tackle. But yeah, there's one that's going number 2 overall. Thank you so much for the love, man. I really appreciate that. Sewell. And Lefty, man, thanks so much, man, for the $2 donation. I really appreciate that. He says, Derek Tuska is a beast. He says, Giants in the 6th. I love Derek Tuska. He's one of my favorite players in this year's draft. I personally think he's probably going to go in the 5th. He might even go in the 4th. He's getting a lot of hype right now. But yeah, if the Giants get him in the 6th, you jump on that. All right. I'm actually going to get some sleep for a change. Have a great night, everyone. Bad Dog, thanks for popping in the stream. And yeah, I mean, You guys know. We work together all the time. But if you've not done so, go on over there and subscribe. And, yeah, I'm going to be on his channel day one of the night one of the draft. So go on over there and subscribe, and he'll be over here for night 2 and 3. Harrison with the $5 donation. He says, yo, bro, when I said don't be rude, I meant the spammer, not you, my man. Keep up the amazing videos. I didn't think you meant me. Harrison, y'all, you're a great subscriber of mine. I appreciate that, though. Thank you so much for the love, man. Yeah, you get those. When that's the one thing that sucks about going live. But, I love going live. I get to talk to you guys, hang out with you guys, get to know you guys better. You get to see me in another light than me just doing this. What is going on, football fans? Back at it with another New York Giants video. And in today's video, we're going to talk about why Nate Solder sucks. But no, I actually get to talk to you guys and hang out with you guys and talk Giants football. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, you're always going to get trolls. You're going to get people that come in and try to bother you and all that stuff. Moose, I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. Would you be mad if we went Simmons and every other pick went O-line? No, I would never be upset if we. I love the O-line. I love the O-line. So, but we're not. That's not going to happen realistically. Stand up. This man never stops. We love you. Keep up the awesome content. Also, I really want Wills first and Epinesa in the second. Thoughts? I think Epinesa is going to fall. I do. I think Epinesa is going to. He might fall to the Giants at 36. Now, will the Giants take him? I don't know. He's probably not the most versatile player. So we'll see. The guy ran like a 5.04, 5.05 40. He's kind of married to the 4-3 system. I don't know how the Giants will view him. But he's a good football player, that's for sure. So he could very well be there. And I like Wills too. Make a video about why Nate Solder sucks, please. Thoughts on Matt Hennessy? I like Matt Hennessy. I do. And I also like that he wants to be a Giant. The guy's come out and said he wants to be a Giant. He's from New Jersey, played for Temple. Probably the 4th or 5th best center prospect in this year's draft. Bit of a project, but I do like him. A little undersized, I think, if I remember correctly. But I do like Hennessy. Yeah, I'd be very happy if we got him at 99. Do you memorize the intro? Yeah. The intro, I say the intro in my sleep. I could do the same exact intro for you guys 200 times in a row. And I could do the outro too. If you liked what you watched, please subscribe. Drop a comment. Maybe give me a little thumbs up. Cheers. Where do you think Fromm will be drafted and which team will get him? Possibly the Patriots. We were talking about, the Patriots could definitely be a team that could take a quarterback in like the 3rd round area. That's where I think he's going to go. Maybe the Raiders. Maybe I'm trying to think of teams that, maybe the Steelers. Maybe the Saints. There's a couple of teams. Chris, do you like the new Brown? I didn't get a great look. I mean, I saw the new Browns. It basically looks like the old ones. It looks like the same uniform to me. I don't think I saw the Falcons yet. He's 6'4" and over 300. Okay. Yeah, well, Cushenberry's what, 3'11"? Big Daddy? I think he's 6'3", 3'11". I thought I remember reading that Hennessy was a little undersized in terms of weight, maybe. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I could be wrong on that. Breakout players next year on the Giants? I mean, on the defense, it's like I said earlier, it's the versatile players for me. I think DeAndre Baker. I think Lorenzo Carter. I think Julian Love. I think those are definitely candidates, and Peppers. I think all those guys are candidates to break out. And on the offensive end, I mean, I hate to say it because I said it last year and I was wrong. I think Will Hernandez. I think Will Hernandez could break out. I still think he's one of my favorite players on this football team. He's a dog. I'm looking for him to take a big jump this year. So I'll say Will Hernandez again on the offensive end. X-Man as well. I like X-Man. Slayton as well. But Slayton kind of broke out last year. How loaded is the tackle class is loaded. I mean, at least according to the mock draft. I haven't done a ton of research, but there's like 4 tackles going in the first like 12 picks, 15 picks. And the wide receivers are loaded too. I can see us taking Gross. Yes, I completely agree with you, Tom Gotcha. I did talk to OGR about Gross Matos. He's a huge Penn State fan. He thinks he's a 4-3 guy as well, kind of like Epinesa. He's definitely not as big as Epinesa, and he's definitely more athletic. So he was saying that might be the reason why he doesn't end up with the Giants. But, yeah, it only makes sense, right? The connection to our D-line coach, and it's a need. So, yeah, I agree. I think Gross Matos could be the pick at 36 if he's there, for sure. Conley, yeah, I would say Conley, but the thing I worry about with Conley is the injury. I gotta see. I know that they said he'll be back. First off, I don't know if he's gonna have a role. If we take Isaiah Simmons, Conley's not gonna be on the field that much. You know, you're paying Blake Martinez $10 million a year. I know you can move Simmons around, but got to see what we do. Yeah, if we take Isaiah Simmons, I don't think you're going to see Conley on the field enough to break out. Did Belichick cheat with the Giants too? Well, he was never the head coach with the Giants, but who knows? Maybe he had craft films. Who knows? Yeah, yeah, especially with our free. Exactly. Let's see what we got here. DeAndre Baker, the next Corey Webster. I hope so. Corey Webster was underrated as a Giant. Corey Webster was probably the best, other than Janoris Jenkins for that 1 year, the best corner probably since Jason Sehorn. I mean, that's not saying much. You know, Jason Sehorn, was very good for the Giants. But the Giants have not had great corners since I've been watching the football team. They have not been built on their cornerbacks. But, yeah, I hope he's as good as Corey Webster. Corey Webster was underrated. He was very good for, a 3 or 4 year stretch. Do you think we can move Carter inside even though we just re-signed Matt? The only way Carter moves on in the inside is if we don't take Simmons. If we take Simmons, I don't think that happens. Carter's an interesting guy, man. You could move him around all over the field. They played him up at the line. They even played him some in the interior line last year. You could really move him around. I think I think Joe Judge is going to have a field day with Lorenzo Carter. I really do. I really do. Let's see what we got here. Bring back Ring My Bell. Will you ring my bell? Ring my bell. What do you think about Bradbury? I like Bradbury. I like the pickup. The Giants needed a veteran corner. You got a connection there with Joe Judge. I like Bradbury. I think it was a necessary signing. I think it gives us more freedom in the draft. And sports expert, man, thank you so much, man, for the $2 donation. He says, would you trade back in the first to take an edge? Yes. J. Levant and Chase on. Yes. Yes. If we get 9 and 20 and get Chase on at 20, absolutely. 100%. Yes. Thank you very much, man. And Gordon Gecko with the $5 donation. Thank you. Gordon Gecko's a great subscriber of mine. I really appreciate it. He says, I'm hearing to get you on the Simmons page. He might add a right tackle to the repertoire. I think we will trade back for cheap and get Wills. I could see it. I could see it. Listen, man, at the end of the day, either way, I'm going to be happy. You're going to see me excited and happy on draft night if we go either direction. Just do not go tackle. Do not go wide receiver. And you're going to see me excited if we trade down. I'm going to be ultra excited if we trade down because then that makes it fun. We get the extra pick. Now we have the ability to trade back up. It just makes it more fun and exciting. We're getting another prospect. I really hope we trade down, Gordon. I really do. I would love that. I appreciate that, LeBron, man. Thank you very much. Yeah, if you haven't done so, please hit that thumbs up, subscribe, ring the bell. If you could pick O-line tandem of Wills and Ruiz in the first 2 rounds, or Simmons and Bourne, or Gross, so pass rusher and Simmons, what would I pick? I would go with the offensive line. But that's me. That's me. I don't think we can afford to ignore the offensive line until round 3. So in that second scenario, that's what you're doing. I would get what I felt was the best tackle and the best center in this year's draft. And obviously the defense is going to struggle, but they're going to struggle anyway. Isaiah Simmons ain't going to flip this defense by himself. But I'm starting to lean that they might go Simmons. If they go Simmons, I definitely want an offensive lineman in the second round. What do I work at? I'm a YouTuber, Bradley. No, I also have another job as well. I used to be a cable technician for 8 years, though. With Tua failing a couple of teams' physicals, in your opinion, are you worried about the durability in the NFL? Yes. Yes. Said that earlier. I wouldn't invest a top 5 pick in Tua. I personally think a team that does is crazy. especially because you couldn't see him at his pro day. I think you're crazy. But that doesn't mean it won't happen. I thought that the Cardinals were crazy for taking Kyler Murray last year. They just traded up for Rosen the year before. I've seen crazy things happen. Okay? So, doesn't mean it's not going to happen. But yes, I do not think, I would not invest a top 5 pick in Tua. It's too big of a gamble. Too big of a gamble. Simmons to New York or Wills to New York? Simmons to New York or Wills to New York? Yeah, I think that's... and Wirfs. I'm still putting Wirfs in the discussion. And Becton. I think Wirfs, Becton, or Wills are still possible, especially if we trade down, depending where we go. And obviously Simmons is in the equation. Becton or Okudah at 9 if Okudah falls. I would take Okudah. Even though it's not a desperate need, I think Okudah is that good of a corner. At 9, it would be hard for me to pass up on Okudah. It's not. I don't think it'll happen. I don't think Okudah's getting the 9. I think I would go Okudah. As crazy as that may sound, I'm not a huge Becton guy. Like if the other 3 OTs are gone, which wouldn't happen, I would take any one of the other 3 OTs over him though. Remember with me when we take back Cecil, I'm not ruling that out. I said that earlier. I think Becton's in play. I think we could take Becton. Especially after what Joe Judge said today. I definitely think it's possible. Richie Rich, man, thank you so much, man, for the $10 donation, man. I really appreciate it, man. Heard a vicious rumor you were stalking Isaiah Simmons' Facebook and validity. Love you, man. I'm out. Keep up the G-Men content, and you have a subscriber for life. Richie Rich, man, I really appreciate that, man. Thank you very much, and hopefully we both live another 100 years together. And you're subscribed to my YouTube channel for another 100 years. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much for the love, man, and be safe, and thank you for the donation, man. And donations, I should say. You donated a couple times. Thank you very much. B. Holmes says, yo, what's up, Chris? What's going on, B. Holmes? Thanks for popping in the stream, man. What's up, Landon? Thoughts on Grant Haley? Grant Haley, to me, really good tackler. Very good open field tackler. Guy can't cover. Can't cover, man. I don't know. I don't know what Jay Glazer's big news. Oh, here we go. This was the big news, I guess. The Rams center. I just saw it flash across my my phone. That's what we were going crazy about. The Rams center tested positive for the virus. So no trades. Do you believe C.J. Henderson is one... What's going on, DJ Swoop? Thanks for popping in. Do you believe C.J. Henderson is one of the best secondary players in the draft? Yeah. I everything you hear about... C.J. Henderson, some of the things I've read about C.J. Henderson, I had him going to the Cowboys, and he still might. He might go earlier, though. He's got all the physical tools. They say he's not as technically sound as Okudah. Okudah's a freak. The guy didn't commit a penalty. But yeah, Henderson is a guy, to me, from what I read anyway, I'm not a professional expert, but from what I read, he sounds like the type of guy that could be a very good corner in the NFL. But he could also be a bit of a project that doesn't work out. But sounds to be, yeah, most people would say he's the second best corner in this year's draft. It can't be. He said it was good news. Okay, it was good news, so I guess it's something else. Thoughts on Chase Blackburn as a player for the job? I mean, Chase Blackburn was great. I mean, he was a great locker room guy. He was great, Chase Blackburn. Chris, do you think, of course, made a huge play in the Super Bowl. Chris, do you think we should take into account that it would take quite a bit of time for the coaching staff to figure out how they want to implement Isaiah Simmons? Time the Giants don't have. It's a really good point you bring up. But here's what I'll say about that, Big Blue. And you and me both, I think we're both tackle guys. I think Joe Judge has a plan. I think he's very well thought out. I think this entire process has shown you that. I don't think he's a guy that, makes decisions, on a whim. I think everything is calculated, whether it was his coaching staff, whether it was the free agents. This was planned months in advance had he gotten a job. And I do think that he would have a plan in place for Isaiah Simmons that he would think that he could follow through on in the first year. I'm not too worried about that. I'm not. You're acting like Simmons is the Da Vinci Code. Nick Young. Yeah, the virus news is true, yeah. Chris, do you believe Askew Henry is the answer for slot? If not, I liked what I read about Askew Henry. I remember when I made the video on him. That's the XFL player that we brought in. I mean, I think he's a guy that's competing for a roster spot. I'm not going to expect him to get the job out of the gate, but definitely positive things were said about him. I don't know if I think we still need to bring in a player in the draft to at least compete at that position. But who knows? Maybe he does win the spot. You never know. But he seems like a promising prospect. Was I surprised how tall? No, because he told me ahead of time. But when I met Kid Blue, you really see how tall 5 feet tall is. And it's not very tall. It's not very tall. Do you think Tua, Burrow, Herbert goes top 3? All 3 of them? No. No. Definitely not. Well, I'll never say definitely not, but I doubt it. What's up, Kevin? Thanks for popping in the stream, man. BW Weber, Curtis Riley. Oh, man. I don't know. Neither one of them is great. Curtis Riley was pretty good in his rookie year. Yes, we're streaming all 3 days, LeBron. Who do you think had the better reaction to the Daniel Jones? You or Bad Dog? I don't know. I would. You know what? I'm going to be biased, and I'm going to say me, because I think with me it was more unexpected. I think with Bad Dog, people expected the reaction that he gave. So just for that reason, I'll say me. But I will not. I'll never do that again. I'll never do that again. I felt that was my honest reaction because I was in shock, but I felt I embarrassed the Giants fan base a little bit when I did that. I try not to do that again. I'll try not to do that again. Yeah, I did spit a little bit in that video. Would you rather get a tackle and then edge or Simmons and then a tackle? Would you rather get a tackle and then edge or Simmons and then a tackle? Depends on who the tackle is. Depends on who the edge is. I don't. It's close, man. It really depends on who that second round prospect is. Please, Chris, just one more time. No. Did you cry at night? No, I didn't cry. I was not happy, obviously. I did not cry. So if we take Derek Brown, you won't do that again. I'll try not to, Tom. I can't guarantee that. If we take Derek Brown, I can't guarantee that. I can't guarantee that. I can't guarantee that. I got emotions, man. I'll try to control myself, though. I'll say that. I'll try to control myself. I don't think we're taking Derek Brown. I really don't. Ruiz or Winfield? Ruiz. Ruiz. Not even close. For me, Ruiz is a much bigger need, and I think he's arguably the better prospect. Definitely Ruiz. If Ruiz is there in round 2, I'm almost taking him almost no matter what. I don't think he's going to be there. If we take Jerry, I might go crazy if we take a receiver. If we draft a tackle, are you going to Goodell's bait? If we draft a tackle, I'll be pretty. I think you'll see somebody that's as excited as could be if we take a tackle, depending on who the tackle is. It's hard to get excited over a tackle, but I'll be happy that we're finally really trying to address the offensive line. I know we've tried in the past; it's failed. But like I said, I'll be definitely excited for Simmons as well. I did see what Bourne did, but I also read that a lot of people don't think it's going to hurt his draft stock. We'll see, you know. Chris, good night, brother. Thank you for everything. Thank you, man. Thank you for watching all my videos. Thank you for being a great subscriber, Card Coach. I see you. I always see you commenting. Always see you in the live streams. I appreciate that. And I'm assuming you're probably a poker player. I got to check out your channel if that is a channel. I'm a poker player myself, so I'd love to check that out. What's going on, Goose? Thanks for popping in the stream, man. And there's a guy with a channel. Go check him out if you got a chance. We need linebackers. Mayo ain't going to cut. I don't think Mayo's going to start. Right now, I think it would be Conley, if he's healthy, that would start next to Martinez. But we definitely need linebackers. Absolutely. I like Lamar Jackson. Michael. I like him. He's a slot corner. Projected to be a slot corner anyway, I think. So, yeah, I like him as a late-round prospect. 5th round, somewhere in there. Yeah, 5th, 6th round, wherever he's projected to go. I think slot corner is definitely a spot that the Giants could try to address in the later rounds, for sure. Good night, Chris, and keep up the great video. I appreciate that, Matthew, man. Thank you for tuning in the stream. Thank you for being a great subscriber. Thank you for being here. Yeah, we'll go a little long. What time did I start? 8:40? You guys know I always go a little later than what I think, so I'll probably hang out for at least another half hour. So thank you to everybody for being here. I appreciate it. Hope everybody's having a great night. Hope everybody's being safe out there as we get ready for the NFL draft. And I'm going to continue to do these after the draft because I know there's going to be no sports on. We'll recap the draft. We'll talk about the Giants. We'll talk about next year's roster, whatever it may be. And we'll try to keep each other sane. I'll try to keep each other sane. Biggest Reese bust. Eric Flowers. Eric Flowers. It's got to be. It's got to be. I think football stadiums will be empty. I agree. I think football stadiums are going to be. I can't imagine 80,000 people going to a stadium with this going on right now in September. I just can't. I agree. That doesn't mean they won't play, but I agree. At least to start, I'd be surprised. Record prediction. I'll give my record prediction after the draft. Wait till after the draft. I'll let you know. What's going on, Pumpkin? Thanks for popping in the stream. Chris, would you buy a Jedrick Wills or Isaiah Simmons jersey? Yes. Yes. 100%. I'll buy either one. You know what? I take that back. I think I'd be more reluctant, even though I want to take the tackle. I think I'd be more reluctant to take a tackle's jersey because I'd want to make sure they work out. We've had bad luck with that position, whether it was Eric Flowers, whatever. Simmons, I'll buy his jersey on the spot. Simmons is going to be a good player. At bare minimum, a good player. So I'll buy a Simmons jersey. Record prediction if the season started today, 6-10. Maybe 7-9. 6-10, 7-9. We play a very tough schedule. Very tough schedule. Cecil says Becton, number 71. He's already got his jersey ready. Cecil's ready to go. He's ready to go. Would you go crazy if Chase Young is at 4 and we pass him? I don't know if I would go crazy. I'd be surprised. I would, I'd be very surprised if we passed on him. I would not expect us to pass on him. He's not going to be. I really don't think he's going to be there. I know people, you know what, and maybe I'll look like a fool on draft night, and maybe he will be, but I'd be very surprised if he's there. What's going on, Big Bang? Thanks for popping in the stream. Is Diassi still? No, he's not. Diassi's gone. We brought in a new long snapper, Kreider, I think his name is. He was a Pro Bowler in 2018. But yeah, Diassi's gone. Toomer or Plax? I got to go Toomer. I mean, Toomer holds every record in New York Giants history at the wide receiver position. I got to go Toomer, man. Plax was probably better when he was at his best. But I got to go Amani Toomer. Amani Toomer, to me, is one of my favorite Giants ever. I love Amani Toomer. Guy was the constant professional. That guy was a team player. He was a leader. I loved Amani Toomer. I go Amani Toomer. Oh, Blake Martinez is going to start over Conley. Blake Martinez is making $10 million a year. They're not paying him that to be on the bench. Blake Martinez is going to start. Is this a deep draft? I mean, it depends on the position. It's a deep wide receiver draft. Pretty deep tackle draft, I suppose. It depends on the position. Are you opposed to drafting a tight end in the 6th or 7th? No, I'm not, actually, Chad. Not at all. Chad, great subscriber, my man. What's going on, buddy? No, not at all. I actually had Parkinson from Stanford going to the Giants in my first 7-round mock draft. No, I might even expect them to take a tight end in the later portion of this draft. In the 7th round if they keep all those picks. I'm not opposed to that. Not at all. Let's see what we got here. This draft is very solid for almost every position except, yeah, this is a very thin tight. Cole Kmet, if that's how you pronounce it right, is the highest ranked tight end. I think he's like projected to be a 3rd-round pick out of Notre Dame. So, we'll see. Sometimes teams will reach. But, yeah, this is a very thin tight end draft, which is ironic because last year you had 2 great tight end prospects going in the 1st round. But, yeah, this is a very thin tight end class. Do you believe that Jason Garrett will have a big impact on who we draft? I don't know. I think here's what I'll say. I think the offense that the Giants are planning to run, just like the defense they're planning to run, will have a big influence on who we draft. I'm not going to, Jason Garrett, here's the other reason. I don't say this enough when I talk about the offensive line. Here's the other reason why I think addressing the offensive line is paramount. You're switching from a West Coast offense where you get the ball out quick to an offense that is trying to throw the ball down the field. That's what Jason Garrett's offense calls for. If you're taking more shots down the field, those routes take time to develop. You can't hide that with a poor offensive line. Can't do it. So, for this system to work, you need a good offensive line. Now, some may argue that Colombo and the coaching could make it work, but Colombo had 3 All-Pro offensive linemen with the Dallas Cowboys. There's a reason that the Dallas Cowboys drafted the way they did. Why they took 3 first-round offensive linemen. Because the system that Garrett runs calls for a strong offensive line. So yes, I do think the Giants will address the offensive line early, not just in this year's draft, next year's draft, probably the draft after that. They need to get it right. Chris, would you rather Andrew Thomas or Tristan Wirfs? Ooh, probably Andrew Thomas. But I like Tristan Wirfs, but probably Andrew Thomas. Simmons is going 3. It's possible, Ryan. Driscoll, he's like a 5th-round prospect, 4th or 5th-round prospect. He could be good. Yeah, but he's developmental. Is entertainer? Yes, he is, Brandon Rogers. Thanks for popping in the stream. Chris, do you think it's possible Martinez and Bradbury turn out to be like Janoris Jenkins? Hopefully not. Hopefully not. That's all I can say. I think they'll be better. I hope. I mean, Jenkins was good, if we're being fair. The first year, he was very good. And then he kind of, I think, he got an injury, if I remember correctly, his 2nd year. But Jenkins was pretty good. Not Ogletree. Ogletree was very bad. Cruz or Plaxico? I got to go Cruz. In terms of the player I like more. But the thing is, Burris did it for like 3 or 4 years with the Giants. Cruz was really like a year and a half. Here's what I'll say. Burris had a lot to do with that Super Bowl, especially in that Packers game. But Cruz had more to do with the 2012 Super Bowl than Burris did with the 2008. Cruz was unbelievable that year. It was the greatest year ever by a Giants wide receiver. So, I don't know. It's very close. I think I'd go Burris just because he did it longer. And he was very important in Eli Manning's development early on in his career. So, even though he shot himself. But I think I'll go Burris. He did cost us a dynasty. What's going on, Jeffrey? Thanks for popping in the stream, man. He says, even with an upgraded offensive line, this quarterback doesn't speed up his throwing and pocket awareness. It won't matter the line. You might be right. I know you don't like him. You might be right. We'll see. I hope you're wrong, Jeffrey. I think you hope you're wrong. I hope that you hope that you're wrong. I hope you're a Giant fan. Gordon Gecko with the $5 donation. He says, do you think Solder could play like a Pro Bowler again? And Gates can be a solid at right tackle. What would you say are the chances of hitting on both? Do you think Solder could be a pro? I don't think he's a Pro Bowler again, no. I think he could be better, with an improved coaching staff, but no, I don't think Solder would be a Pro Bowler again. Part of it had to do with the coaching in New England, but part of it also had to do with that Solder was playing on a much better offensive line. Like I've said, many times, the offensive line has a lot to do with being a unit as well. When you have a strong unit. Not to mention, another thing that needs to be taken into account when you're focusing on offensive linemen, look at his quarterback. He had Tom Brady, okay? Tom Brady gets the ball out as fast as anyone, so he's not getting sacked. Tom Brady, so he probably hides a lot of the deficiencies of his offensive lineman. Tom Brady reads a defense as well as any quarterback. So that certainly helped Nate Solder. So, no, I don't think you're going to get a Pro Bowl performance out of Nate Solder. Could he play better? Yeah. He played really well, actually, the second half of 2018, and hopefully we get that this year. Am I banking on it? No. And can Gates be a solid right tackle? I'm going to say he could be, but I don't know yet. It's been way too. It's been a limited sample size. It's been 3 or 4 games. Could he be? Yeah. It's kind of like Julian Love. Could Julian Love be a good free safety? Yeah. Is he? I can't tell you that yet. And I'd like to know, but he could be, yeah. And Anthony Rivardo, man. Oh, man, Anthony Rivardo is the man, dude. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you very much from Fireside Giants. By the way, I want to get on that channel again. Or you guys come on my channel, whatever. I had a great time talking with you guys. And thank you for the love, man. $2 donation. He says, thoughts on Michael Pittman, wide receiver out of USC. Michael Pittman might be my favorite receiver in this year's draft. Might be. I'm not saying he's the best. Judy and Lamb are the best, but I think I really honestly think Pittman's being undervalued. I talked about that today with the guest I had on my channel. I'm a fan of Pittman, man. And he's tall. He's got great hands. He's got the necessary speed. He's not this unbelievable athlete, which is why I don't think that he's being, linked in with guys like Ruggs because he's not running a 4.27 40. But I like him, man. He's a really good wide receiver. I like him. I like him a lot, actually. I'm a big fan of Pittman. And Sincere, man, thanks so much for love, man. I really appreciate that. $2 donation. He says, what's going on, Stick Bowl Sports? Sincere Blue says, top 3 players on defense as of today. Great question. I'll go Dexter Lawrence. I'll go Bradbury. And I'll go Peppers. Yeah, I'll go. The other guys that you could argue there, you could argue Leonard Williams. You could argue. I'll go with those 3 though. I'll go. Yeah, I'll go Peppers. I'll go Bradbury. And I'll go Dexter Lawrence. Yeah. Thanks so much for the love, man. I really appreciate it. I'm glad Stick Bowl Sports came in, and if you haven't done so, go on over there, check him out. He's going to have content up very soon, I think, on his channel. I haven't checked to see if he has it yet. But thanks for popping in, man. And I see Mr. Hand Glider Man's in here. What's up, buddy? Chris, if you want a good sleeper receiver, you should check out Brian Edwards' tape. People have told me about him. That's the guy from South Carolina, right? People have told me about him. You're correct about that. Not going to lie, your singing was impressive like 25 minutes ago. Yeah, people get a kick out of it once in a while because I surprise people sometimes when I sing. After the season, Ryan Sullivan really thinks we're getting Yannick. But Ryan Sullivan's a good subscriber of mine too. He always comments on my videos. Glad to see you in here, buddy. You really think we're getting Yannick, huh? We'll see, man. We'll see. Joe Reed. Yeah, the guy I had on today, Ben, was talking about Joe Reed. Really interested in him. When I learned about him, versatile player, could play a little bit of the running back, could be a kick returner, could do a lot of things for a football team. So, absolutely. I'm interested in Joe Reed. But what do I think of Peoples-Jones? That's the wide receiver out of what is it, Michigan, I think? I don't know enough about him, to be honest with you. I haven't looked at enough tape on him. I know that he's projected to be a late third round pick, and some mocks have him going to the Giants at 99. I got to do a little more research on him though to give you a definitive answer, and I will before the draft. But yeah. But I know he's a third round prospect. Thoughts on Tomlinson? Tomlinson's one of my favorite players on the. He's one of my favorite players on the defense. From Dalvin, I love Dalvin Tomlinson. I just think he's expendable because we're so stacked at that position to begin with. And if you could get a third round pick for him, I would do it. I love Dalvin Tomlinson. He's one of my favorite players on the defense. I'm starting to really like the linebacker from Temple. You convinced me. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, I read the article on it, did some homework. Sounds like the type of player we could definitely be interested in, and the Giants have been linked to him now for a while. And the one thing I read about him that made me say I could definitely see Judge being interested. People think he's going to be a good special teams contributor. So look for him in the 5th or 6th round. Yes. I love Derek Tuska. Chris, what do you think of Evan Weaver, linebacker? If he's there, Simon, yeah. I mean, Weaver was being projected to be, you go back a month ago, 2nd round, even 1st round pick in some mock drafts. So we'll see. But yeah, 99, absolutely. Obviously, dependent on what we do in the first 2 rounds. But yes, definitely. Let's see what we got here. Entertainer, there you go. Mwah. There you go, MH. Thanks for popping in the stream. Do you think Corey Coleman can have a breakout year? Well, I mean, the only way Coleman's gonna have a breakout year is if we have injuries. I don't see Coleman. I don't think Coleman was brought back to have a role as a wide receiver. I think he was brought back potentially to be some depth, but also in the kick return game if they elect to use him in that capacity, because he was a really good kick returner for the Giants. When he was with the Giants 2 years ago, he was. I don't know this, but I would imagine he was one of the best kick returners in football over those last 8 games. Every game, the guy was flipping the field position. He was one of the biggest reasons why we won those 4 games. People forget that hidden yardage on the kick returns. He was great. But I don't think he's going to be. I don't think he's going to be a guy catching a lot of balls. He only had 71 yards with the Giants in 18. Let's see what we got. I think we need Simmons because we get killed by tight ends. Yeah, I mean that's what most people think. Am I eating pizza? No. No, I am not, Haiti. I have eaten pizza on stream before, but no, I'm not. I'm not. I know Antonio Gandy Golden. Believe me, I know Antonio Gandy Golden. My subscribers have been talking about Antonio Gandy Golden for 3 months. He seems to be the most him and Chase Claypool are the most talked about wide receivers in this year's class, at least from what I've noticed from my subscribers. Gandy Golden's tall, 6'4", high ceiling, Liberty, small school. Not the fastest, but you don't expect that when you got a guy that tall. I think he ran a 4.61. Interesting prospect. I think he had double-digit touchdowns each of the last 2 years, if I'm not mistaken. Could be a good red zone target. Nobody's reporting the big news at 11, Bradley. I think it was reported. It had something to do with coronavirus. You ever tried New Haven pizza? If so, why? I have had it, Ryan. I have had it, and it is very good. Hey, what is going on, Kyle, man? Thanks for popping in. Yeah, 1 week away, buddy. I'm jacked up, man. I'm pumped up. We'll see, David. We'll see. I have seen a mock to the Giants in a few. Oh, man. Stickball, man. Thanks so much for the love, man. You didn't have to do that, man. Thanks so much, man. I really appreciate that. But, yeah, and when you get your channel up and running, man, I always try to show love. Obviously, I always tell content creators because, I like to collab with whoever, man, as long as you know your sports and you want to talk. But the one thing I'll say, get some stuff up on your page first because I'd like it to benefit your channel. And if you collab with me and you don't have anything on your channel, it's not going to really help you. But you've always been really nice to me on Twitter and, on YouTube and everything else. So, yeah, man, absolutely. Whenever you start getting some content up on your page, more than welcome to come on the channel and talk Giants. Would love to have you on. He says, thanks for the love, bro. Landon Collins shut his mouth. What is the over-under? Saquon runs him over. NFL player just as yeah, I heard about that. I think it's a center from the Rams. Saquon's running him over. Saquon's running him over. Now, the over-under, how many times? Maybe 5. But Saquon's going to run him over. Saquon and him got some bad blood. They got into a little bit of a war of the words last year, if I remember correctly. So, Saquon's coming after him next year. I believe that, man. That'll definitely be a storyline. Tana, who is your pro comparison for Gandy Golden and Claypool? Claypool, ironically enough, you put up a video today. I'll definitely check it out, man. After the stream, I'll try to check it out, man. Believe it or not, Claypool, he kind of reminds me of Evan Ingram. And obviously, you hope he doesn't have the injuries, but a lot of people thought he was a tight end. Now he's trying to play the wide receiver position, but same height, same weight, same 40 time. Kind of reminds me of Evan Ingram. Yeah. Let's see what we got here. Landon Collins is one of the worst tacklers in the Landon Collins. Oh no, Landon. No, actually, I don't know if he's one of the worst. He's more Landon Collins. His weakness is coverage. Landon Collins, he's a hard hitter. I'll give him credit for that. His weakness is coverage. What's going on, Aiden? Thanks for popping in the stream, man. Yeah, let's stay away from Claypool then. Just kidding. Chris, look into Yasir Durant, late round left tackle. I've heard of him. I will look into him. I have heard of him. Oh, you said best. Okay, yeah, I missed. Okay, then I misread the statement there. I was gonna say Landon Collins was a good tackler. It was his coverage where Giants fans did not like him. Nothing crazy, just the first video introduction, who I am and stuff. I can't stand Collins. He just can't stop. Yeah, that was the thing, man. I never had any problems with Collins. Matter of fact, Bad Dog hated Collins. I never hated Collins. I didn't think he was worth what he got paid, so I wasn't upset when we let him go. We got the third round comp pick. But Collins is a good football player. I had never had any issues with him. Now that he's running his mouth, now I got issues with him. You know, but it is what it is. He's upset. The Giants let him go. I get it. He viewed himself as a franchise, a cornerstone player, and he thought he was going to be a part of the future of the organization. But at the end of the day, you know what? I wouldn't have even had issues with him as if he kept it to Gettleman. I get it. You're upset that we let you go. You thought maybe Gettleman should have but don't turn it to the players. Saquon Barkley did nothing to you. You know, he's going way overboard now. He's going way overboard. I like the idea of having a guy like Ingram lining up at the wide receiver running shot. Ryan, I don't think Evan Ingram's ever gonna play exclusively wide receiver. I could see the Giants getting a little more creative with him this year, though. I made a video on that. I definitely could see him playing a little bit in the H-back role. He's done it before. Line him a little bit up on the outside in certain packages. I do think they'll get a little more creative with Ingram. He's probably the most versatile player on our offense, and I think Joe Judge is going to like that. If he can stay healthy, of course. But, yeah, I think they're going to... I'm actually really intrigued to see some of the creative ways they get Ingram involved this year. I think it'll be interesting. I think that's going to be one of the more interesting parts of the offense this year. And the fact that the tight ends seem to thrive in the Jason Garrett offense. Do I miss OBJ? No. No. I don't. Do I miss his talent? Yes. But he was not a leader on this football team. I know. I don't. And some Giants fans loved him, and I get it. I respect all Giants fans. Just like, you know, that's what I always say, man. I always want to hear your opinion. I always respect your opinion as long as you respect mine. I was never a Beckham guy. Was I shocked a little bit when they traded him? Yeah. But I wasn't a Beckham guy. I just wasn't. I never thought he was going to be... I always worried in the back of my mind how a new quarterback was going to work with Odell Beckham. I always worried about that. You go back and look at my videos when I first started. Always worried about that. With the way he handled Eli Manning and things like that. And I think the Giants had the same worry. I think that's why they traded him. Gordon, man, thanks so much for the love, man. I really appreciate that, man. He says, no offense, my brother. I see the same on Coleman. If Judge is who he says he is, I see Coleman on the field. That being said, what time does Joel... Billy Joel? We'll see. I mean, I could definitely see... I definitely could see Coleman getting some time, and I could definitely see him being used as a versatile piece. Maybe. I don't think he's going to have, like, a prominent role in the offense, unless, like I said, if somebody gets hurt, yeah, which we all hope doesn't happen. But maybe they get creative, which, you know, he's definitely a guy that can take the top of a defense. And you asked for Joel. Yeah, I'll give you a little sample. Let's see. Sing us a song, you're the piano man. Sing us a song tonight. We're all in the mood for a melody. There you go, Gordon Gecko. There you go. Good question, Eli or Peyton? Peyton. Eli Manning's my favorite player ever. Peyton. 1,000% Peyton. Peyton, you could argue, is the best regular season quarterback who ever lived. Peyton. What's going on, Jarvis Juice, man? Jarvis Juice, one of my best, man. Thanks for popping in the stream, man. Will Lamb says cringe. What's up there, Andrew? Chris, would you rather Tyler Johnson or Isaiah Hodgins with pick 150? I'm a Hodgins guy. Probably Tyler Johnson, but I don't think Tyler Johnson's going to be there at 150. But I am a Hodgins fan. I like Hodgins. Let's see. Do you like Thaddeus Moss? I think people are overrating Thaddeus Moss because of his father's name. But yeah, I mean the tight end crop is young. I don't want to take a tight end though till round 6 or 7. I don't want to reach on a tight end. What's up, Jake Paul? Thanks for popping in the stream, man. Love you too, Jarvis, man. And Sabrina says, and you got us feeling alright. If we don't take Simmons, what about Troy Dye? I like Troy Dye. I had Troy Dye going to the Giants at 99 in my first 7-round mock draft. He's kind of like a poor man Simmons. He's 225, a little lighter, but he's known to be good in coverage. I like Troy Dye if we don't take Simmons in the 3rd or 4th round. Absolutely. Are more videos coming? Well, of course more videos are coming before the draft. Is the Pope Catholic? Yeah, more videos coming before the draft. We'll figure something out. There'll be something up. 100%, man. Landon Collins can't even cover a twin bed with a king-size sheet bed. Yeah, I watched that video today. That was pretty funny. Jeremy Chin is a poor man. Yeah, I like Jeremy Chin, too. Let's see what we got here. Thoughts on John Runyon late round? I like John Runyon. Another guy I had going in my 7-round mock draft to the Giants. I had John Runyon going to the Giants. It'd be ironic, being that he was a Packer. Yeah, I mean, his dad played for the Eagles, and he was a rival of ours. But yeah, why not? He's got the pedigree. He played tackle, but everybody thinks he's going to be a guard at the NFL level. But I have no problem adding some depth to that offensive line. We need it. Yeah, absolutely in the 7th round. Sign me up, man. You entering to win Eli's Super Bowl Corvette. I didn't even know that was a competition, Nick Young. But yeah, for sure. The thing is then I gotta pay for the insurance. I don't know. Am I Catholic? Yeah. I'm not really religious, but yes, I was raised Roman Catholic. Why are people asking me that? That's the 2 people ask me that at the same time. Yes. Am I the next American Idol? No. That's why I'm on YouTube. Otherwise, I'd be on Fox, trying to save that show. Do you see the Giants trading up in the middle first to get a top offensive tackle this year? Could get Simmons and their offensive tackle. Do you see the Giants trading up? Depends how far the tackles fall. Depends how far they fall. If they fall to 17 or 18 or 19, maybe. Not likely, though. Top 10 safeties ever. There's no way I'm going to be able to tell you that off the top of my head. I mean, Ronnie Lott's up there for sure. Ed Reed's up there for sure. John Lynch is great. There's a lot of great safeties. There's a lot. Steve Atwater was great. There's a lot. There's no way I'm going to be able to tell you the top 10 off the top of my head. But there's a lot of great ones. Troy Polamalu, When you started saying my insides were tingling. Simmons or Wills at 4? Man, I would... Simmons or Wills at 4? Oh, man, after hearing what I heard today out of Joe Judge's mouth, who I trust more than any secondary source, I'm leaning Simmons. But ask me that question in a week. In 2 days, it might change. But I think Wills-Wirfs, I think Wills-Wirfs, Becton, and Simmons are in play. I'm kind of ruling out Andrew Thomas. I could be wrong. I think Wills-Wirfs, Becton, and Simmons are in play. You better put me in the next mock draft. Tana Davidson. Who's your youngest viewer? I have no idea. I mean, My youngest viewer that he's not in here tonight, but Stealth Raven, he's pretty young. He's a really cute kid. He made a video about me, thanking me for everything I do. It was a great video. He's like 9 or 10, maybe 11. But I'm sure I got really young. I mean, it's YouTube. I'm sure there's a lot of young viewers. But I have no idea. I don't ask people when they come to my stream how old they are. Stealth Ravens. Sonor's not 8. Sonor's not 8. Charles 14. There you go. Creepy question, but okay. Tommy G says, yeah. I played linebacker and defensive end, and I'm versatile. You're David. You're in. You're in my next mock draft. You're 31. There you go. Now I know Jarvis's age, so thank you for asking the question. We're close in age. I got him by 3 years, but we're close in age. Let's see what we got here. If we do not get a tackle, I'm punching the air. You might be punching the air, Akeem. There you go. Mark's 39. That's what I like about my channel. We got all different ages. Christine is 5 years old. Probably, wow. That's impressive that you could even type. Well, I guess 5 you should be able to type. But that's impressive. 5-year-old hanging out in the stream, learning about the New York Giants, talking NFL draft. That's awesome. I'm 16, and I'll be watching the Giants since around 5. Love me some Big Blue. What's going on, Jaden? Thanks for popping in the stream, man. I appreciate that, man. I thought LeBron James was older than 20. Wow. Wow, you don't age, man. When did you start? The NBA at 2 years old? Big Daddy, 63. Lloyd, 60. Lloyd was on the channel. He was great. 21. Last Jedi. She could drink. We got a couple of 13-year-olds. 20. I mean, we got all over, man. 31 from Long Island. Stand up. What's going on, Tony B? 69. There you go. Simon 6. So we got all different ages in here. All different ages. Michael's 90. I'm 13. Yeah, I'm 13. Yeah. I'm 13. I got a fake ID and everything. Ryan says, I'm 30. Damn kids in here. What record do you think we have in 2020? Like I said, somebody asked me that earlier. 6 or 7 wins. 6 or 7 wins. So you were born in 95. I think that 95 or 96 was the last time they won. So you are 23, 24. You're 23, 24. Rumor Eagles will be trying to trade up for... yes, I read that. I mean, there's always rumors with the Eagles. You name a rumor, the Eagles are involved. You name a player, the Eagles are going to get them. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see how it plays out. But I could see it. I could see them trying to move up and get Ruggs or get Judy or Lamb or whatever it may be. Do you think Slayton has the potential to be... yes. Do I think it'll be this year? No. Well, maybe. But I can't... I'm not going to have those expectations going in. But yeah, I think he has the potential. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. Yeah, I think he has the potential. I think he's really good. Raphael, man, thank you so much, man, for the $2 donation. I really appreciate that. My fake got taken away. Mr. Hangglider, man, by the way. I always like to shout out my long-term subscriber. Mr. Hangglider, man. He's another guy. Got to be one of my first 50, 100 subscribers tops. And I don't forget. I remember Mr. Hangglider, man, wrote, I think he said something like, you're going to blow up on YouTube. Something like that. When I had like 80 subscribers. And I remember reading that comment and being excited. Like somebody actually thought that about me. So, always like to shout him out when he comes in, man. Raphael with the $2 donation. He says, thoughts on Beckham to the Vikings? We'll see. I mean, I'd be happy if it happened because that would mean that the Giants definitely won the trade. They're giving up a second and a fifth round pick to get Beckham. I think it'd be a good fit if he could work there with Kirk Cousins. And obviously it makes sense for the Vikings. You fill in a need. The Browns, I guess they get rid of a headache. I guess that's the line of thinking there, but they're not getting equal value. I appreciate that, David. How did I get started on YouTube, Jake C? I followed you from the comment section of the SNY Giant page. That's interesting. So somebody commented on one of my videos from the SNY Giant page. That's awesome. That's cool, man. It's crazy how some people find you. That's awesome. And how did I start on YouTube, Jake C? I just started for fun, man. And I think most successful channels that start on YouTube just start for fun. You know, I was looking for a hobby, something to do, something to keep my mind off things. And it kind of just morphed into something I took more seriously. But yeah, initially I just started for fun. I just wanted to come on YouTube and talk to people, make people laugh, and talk about the Giants or New York sports in general. So just started for fun. Give me your favorite quarterback. My favorite quarterback of all time is Eli Manning. He's my favorite player of all time. My favorite quarterback now? I mean, it's hard not to say Pat Mahomes if you're talking about like the new generation. I mean, he's so fun to watch. I've always liked Aaron Rodgers. I know a lot of people don't. I've always loved watching Aaron Rodgers play. I'd probably say Aaron Rodgers if we're not talking Giants. You know, obviously Daniel Jones, I'm a Giant fan, but if we're not talking Giants, in terms of just watching play, especially when he was in his prime, Aaron Rodgers. Let's see what we got here. Mahomes is the best. Yeah, he's Ryan. He's unbelievable. He's unbelievable, Mahomes. Where do you see the Giants in 5 years? I think they're going to be a really good football team. As long as they stay the course, I think they're going to be a really good football team. I think they're building this for sustained success. 5 years, they better be a good football team. Because I'm waiting patiently and letting this play out. And I'm not complaining about it. 5 years, I think they're going to be good. Can you give away the hat you have on? I'm going to do a giveaway at $25K. I do a... David actually won my giveaway, but I'm waiting until after this all subsides with the, with what's going on in the world right now. I'm going to give him his fitted hat, but that's for my member stream. But when I hit 25K, I got to figure out how I'm going to do it. Because when you do the trivia question and you have a lot of people in there, everybody complains because the order of the answers come in different orders. So I got to figure out a way to do it. I might just do a stream where... I don't know. I pick a name out. I don't know. I got to figure it out. But I'm gonna do a giveaway if I hit 25K. I'm gonna probably do a jersey giveaway. It's what I do when I hit 10K. I'll probably do another one. I'll do a jersey giveaway. And if I ever hit 100K, I'll probably do like tickets or something. Yeah, that'll be my next one. 25K. I'm gonna wear it on every stream. David says. What do you think of Winfield at 36? If we address the offensive line in the first, I'm open to it. I'm not open to a safety if we take Simmons because I think we need to address the offensive line. I just came back from watching your oldest video and you. Yeah, I know it's that. That's when I was on here for fun. Who's gonna be Mr. Irrelevant? I am gonna say, John Runyon. John Runyon. Why not? John Runyon. Tristan, you never have to apologize. Thanks for popping in the stream. Found you around this time last year, Chris. Yeah, Nick, I know. You've been here for a while, man. You've been here for a while. Great subscriber of mine. Do you think Joe Judge will be the head coach for longer than 2 years? He better. If Joe Judge is not the head coach for longer than 2 years, there's a big problem. There's a big problem. That would mean we went through 4 coaches in 6 years. Can't do that. I think Joe Judge has at least a 3-year leash. Minimum. And it should be 5. You got to let this play out. You brought in a young coach. You got to let it play out. Gettleman, I think, is on a short leash. But not Judge. What do I think about the Tiger King? I mean, it's definitely an entertaining show. I know they came out with a new episode. I think it's kind of like a recap. I haven't watched that one yet. I watched all of it. It's entertaining. It's something to watch, especially with all this going on. It was fun, It was definitely fun. Let's see what we got here. I see Dire Giants fans in the chat. Never have to apologize for being late. Dire Giants fan, one of my best subscribers, man. Always been. Dire Giants fan is the guy who gave me this jersey, by the way. The jersey I wear in half my videos was given to me by a subscriber. I had the pleasure of meeting Dire Giants fan at the Giants game. Great guy. Always been very supportive of my channel. Really nice guy. And yeah, man, he gave me the Daniel Jones jersey at the Giants game. I was blown away. So, yeah, man, thank you for being a great part of my channel. Let's see what we got here. Do you think that Judge can be a coach and a GM? Yes. I don't know if it's going to happen, but yes. You see that more and more often in the NFL. Oh, Gordon Gecko, man, thank you so much for the $2 donation. I really appreciate that. He says, if you had to pick a player to take a step back, who? Oh, I don't want to think negative, Gordon. I don't want to think negative. But if I had to pick a player that's going to take a step back, okay, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm not saying it's going to happen, and I don't think it's going to happen. But I'm thinking like high-profile players, because that would mean that they were pretty good last year. And it's because of the circumstances. And I don't think it'll be for the entirety of the year, but because of the new offense, because of what they're going through, he's got to learn everything all over again. At least for the first 3 or 4 games, if I had to pick a player, and I'm not being negative, I like him, Daniel Jones. I can see Daniel Jones struggling early on in the year. I hope that's not the case. I'm not saying it's going to be the case. But if you're telling me to pick a high-profile player I can see taking a step back, Daniel Jones. Oh, man. Oh, dire Giants fan, man. Thank you so... Jeez, man. You didn't have to do that. Thank you so much, man. $50 donation. Just showing my respect and appreciation to your hard work, Tanner. Regardless of offensive tackle or Simmons, let us not screw this up. Keep up the great work, man. Oh, man. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you very much, man. Wow, man, he's always been a great supporter of my channel. I really appreciate that. And I'm looking forward to if we ever get to go to a Giant game again. It might not be this year. Hopefully, I think they'll play, but people probably not be allowed to go to the games, or at least people probably be scared to go to the games. But I'm looking forward to getting to meet you again, man. I had a blast going to that Giant game with you, man. And David Kniezel just broke out the cannolis. Thank you so much, man. Somebody asked a question. Maybe I'm wrong. But thank you again, man. Not with this coaching staff, and Jones is used to changing offenses, if I am correct. Yeah, I'm just telling you if I had to pick a guy. I'm not even saying he's going to, but I was trying to give you a high profile. I don't think he's going to for the whole year. I think Jones is going to have a good year, but if we're talking initially, I could see him struggling coming out of the gate. I'm not saying it's going to happen. If I had to pick another player, I don't know. They could take a step back. Let's see. The thing is, it's hard to find a player to take a step back because there weren't a lot of good players on the football team last year. I don't think Barkley's taking a step back. If anything, he's going to be much better. I would like to think Slayton's not taking a step back. I think he fits this offense even better. Shepard didn't have a good year last year. Ingram got hurt last year. On the defense, I don't know, man. That's a tough question, man. I don't like to think negative. I really don't like to think negative. Golden Tate, maybe. Yeah, I think Dexter Lawrence is going to be better this year. Will Hernandez wasn't that good last year, though. He was disappointing for me. If he takes a step back from last year, we got big problems. Who's taking the biggest step forward? Yeah, somebody asked me that earlier, Alwyn. I think it'll be the guys you just said. I think those 3 guys for sure are definitely candidates on the defensive side of the ball. How'd you feel when we traded for Eli in 2004? Imagine if he actually wanted to go to San Diego and we got Rivers. That's probably the greatest trade in. I'm trying to think. It's got to be the greatest trade in New York Giants history, I would think. I'm not an old timer, but we got 2. He was the greatest quarterback in Giants history. He won 2 Super Bowls. He was the face of the franchise for 15 years. It's got to be the greatest trade in Giants history. Now, did the Chargers get talent? Yeah, Sean Merriman was great for the first 4 years or whatever before he got popped for steroids. Phillip Rivers was a franchise quarterback, but we won 2 Super Bowls. Eli Manning was the quarterback. He won 2 Super Bowl MVPs. He's part of the 2 most memorable moments in NFL history. It's got to be the greatest trade in New York Giants history. It's got to be. Send you a DM on it. I will check it after the stream, Andrew. Thank you very much. Hey, Chris, can you do a mock draft right now, please? No, but I will do one more of those streams before the draft. I'm going to do it again on Monday. And we'll do a little something different this time, just for fun. The first, 3, I'll do the Giants, and then I'll mix in some teams. I'll have you guys pick out teams you want me to do, and then obviously we'll analyze how the computer drafted for the Giants. But it's just something different to do. It's something fun. I'll have you guys pick out some teams that I get to mock for, whether it's the Jets, the Eagles, whoever. So, should be fun. Oh, Uni, man, thank you so much, man, for the love, man. I really appreciate that, man. $2, $5 donation. He says, DJ, 30 touchdowns, over or under. What's going on, Matt? Thanks for popping in the stream. All right, I'm assuming we're talking strictly passing touchdowns. I am going to go, I think 30 is the number. I really do. I think he's going to be right around 30. I think it's going to be anywhere between 28 and 32. I'm going to be optimistic. I'm going to say over. I'm going to say slightly over. I'll go. Here's my line for Daniel Jones. I'll go 4,105 yards, 31 touchdowns, 13 interceptions, 5 fumbles. There's my line for Daniel Jones. 31 touchdowns, 13 interceptions, 4,100 yards. There's my line for Daniel Jones. Eat a Chicken Wing says 41 touchdowns. 41 that would be one of the greatest years ever. I mean, how many quarterbacks have thrown over 40 touchdowns? Maybe 10? 12? I don't know. That's asking a lot, man. It's asking a lot. Ryan says, yeah, so we're right around the same, 33 and 15. Chris, have a good night, brother. Thank you for entertaining me while I finished up work and then cooked. Rudy, man, thank you for all the love you always show my channel. Thank you for the pizza emojis. Now you're getting me hungry. I got to get rid of those. I got to get rid of all the food emojis. Now I got cannolis popping up. I got pizzas popping up. I'm getting hungry now during the stream. I'm going to gain weight. No, but Rudy, in all seriousness, man, thank you for being a great subscriber, man. I appreciate the love, man. Thank you very much. Sorry my donation from earlier was only 2. Sports, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? No, thank you for being here, man. I got right now, and now save a couple bucks to donate the bad. Yeah, man, thank you for being here, man. Thank you for being a great subscriber. 5,000 yards, 50 touchdowns, 0. Yeah, I like Big Daddy's projection. I think 55. I think he breaks. What did Peyton throw for? What's the record? Peyton threw 55. So I think, right? So 56. I think he'll break the record this year. Who is your favorite third potential pick? Again, it depends on what we do with the first 2, but I mean, all right, I'll give you a couple positions that I like and the players at each position. If he was ever there, the only way I'm taking a wide receiver at 99, me personally, it's got to be a guy who really drops. It's got to be a guy like Chase Claypool falls there, Pittman falls there, somebody who I think's ranked like 60 to 70. If somebody falls there, great. Center, I would love Biadish. I would love Hennessy. Tackle, I like the kid out of UConn. Pert, right? Matt Pert. I like him if we're going with a tackle there at 99. So those are some of the names that I'm looking at 99. Die, if we want to go linebacker, if we don't draft Isaiah Simmons. Yeah, those are some names. Let's see what we got here. 40 touchdowns. I've thrown 40 cannolis into my mouth before. I probably have. The baby cannolis. Not the full grown. There's a difference. Chris, what do you think of Colin Johnson? 6'6"? Yeah, I had him mocked. Simon, I had him mocked to us in my last 7-round mock draft in the 6th. I think he's being projected 5th, 6th round prospect. He's basically a 50-50 bowl receiver. From what I read, he's not the most athletically gifted, not the best route runner, but he's a guy that, uses his body well, could go up and, grab the ball, he's able to go up and grab the ball. Could be a good red zone target, and yeah, for a 6th-round pick, roll the dice, man. Why not? 6'6" receivers don't grow on trees, so yeah, I like him as a late-round flyer for sure. Breaking, Chris eats me. Yes, I've had a few cannolis in my day, no doubt about it. And there they are. Now David's gonna get me hungry. My God, David. My God, I don't even got warm coffee now to drink with my cannoli after the stream. You got it, Tony, man. Let's see what we got here. We should take an offensive tackle over Simmons so we can utilize Barkley while he's in his prime. What do you think? Dylan, man. Yeah, if you watch my channel, man, you're preaching to the choir. Yes. If it was up to me, even though I am completely on board with both situations, that's my biggest reasoning, is to protect Jones and to block for Barkley, the guy that we invested the second overall pick on. I think this is a team that wants to identify itself as a run-first team. It's a team that wants to control the clock, to help out the defense, and having an offensive lineman of the caliber of a guy like Wills or Thomas or Wirfs would help that. So that's my line of thinking, to help out your quarterback and to help out Saquon Barkley, the guys that you just made major investments in. So yeah, if they're going to draft one, that I think is the primary reason to do it. Yeah, for sure. You got beer today? No, but I'm gonna be drinking beer during the draft. At least the first day. I don't know about the second and third, but the first night I'll be drinking beer because I'm trying to watch my weight. I don't think I want to drink beer 3 days in a row, but the first night I'll be drinking beer. Oh man, Gordon Gecko, man, thank you so much, man, for the love, man. I really appreciate that, man. Chris, you need an assistant to get a fresh. I definitely need an assistant to get a fresh cup of coffee, Lloyd. Maybe I gotta stop just drinking the coffee and just drink water. I just like drinking coffee. Gordon Gecko with the $20 donation, man. Thank you so much, man. He says, Eli Manning, greatest Giants quarterback of all time with 2 Super Bowls. LT, greatest linebacker of all time. And greatest NFL defensive player of all time with 2 Super Bowls. Which player meant more to the greatness of their teams? Great question, Gordon. I didn't grow up in the LT era. I was born in 85. But it's got to be LT. As much as I love Eli, he's my favorite Giant ever. He's my favorite athlete ever. I love the way he conducted himself on and off the field. I say it all the time. I think he's a great role model. I think he's a good person. And I think he's a great football player that got the job done when it needed to be done. And he played the more important position. But at the end of the day, when you think Giants football, yeah, the younger generation thinks Eli Manning, but Giants fans think Lawrence Taylor. It goes beyond Giants fans. That's why it's got to be LT. When you think quarterbacks from a generic standpoint, you don't think Eli Manning. You think Joe Montana. You think Tom Brady. You think Peyton Manning. You think Aaron Rodgers, John Elway. When you think defense, I don't care who you're a fan of. I don't care if you're a fan of the Dolphins, the Browns. The first name that should pop in your head is Lawrence Taylor. So it's got to be LT, man. It's got to be LT. I mean, not to mention the team had never won a Super Bowl before he got there. They were going through horrible times in the 70s, early 80s, and he was the primary reason why that team got going. Obviously, Phil Simms had a lot to do with it as well, and some of the other players they brought in, Carl Banks, so on and so forth. But LT, man, you got to go LT. You still do vids with you still? Yeah, of course I do. Yeah, I work with Bad Dog every week. It's gonna be on the channel Friday. Let's see what we got here. You can't tell the NFL story without either. No, you cannot tell the NFL story without either. That's for damn sure. I'll be drinking milk while you drink your beer. There you go, eat a chicken wing. Chris, would you rather have Austin Jackson or Ezra Cleveland? Somehow Cleveland is ranked higher. I'd probably rather have Austin Jackson. But I don't think I'd probably rather have Jackson, but I don't think I want either one in the second round. I think I'd rather go with the center over those 2 prospects in the second round if we don't take a tackle in the first. Let's see what we got here. Is the one-to-look test going to affect players at all, such as Judy or Lamb? I don't think so. The position that in my opinion, that the one-to-look test really affects is more so than any other is the quarterback. Not the wide receiver. I'd be surprised. I don't think so. Nah. Aaron Rodgers or Eli? I got to go Aaron Rodgers, DJ. So I love Eli. Got to go Aaron Rodgers. I mean, I know Eli's got one more Super Bowl, but Aaron Rodgers, in my opinion, and everybody's entitled to their own, from a strict talent standpoint, for a guy that, that's played a career, Mahomes has only been in the league for 2-3 years, from a strict talent standpoint, since I've been watching the game, outside of maybe Dan Marino, who I saw at the end. I saw Dan Marino for a decent part, but I didn't see him at the beginning of his career. Aaron Rodgers is the greatest I've ever seen in terms of God-given ability. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers. Let's see what we got. Who are you taking in the second round, center or tackle? It depends on the players that are there. If Josh Jones is there, I'm taking the tackle. If he's not, and Ruiz is there, I'm taking the center. Let's see what we got here. If the Giants take Simmons, do you think trading back up into the back half of the first for a center is justified? I don't want to give up an arm and a leg. If it's a trade similar to what we did with DeAndre Baker last year, I think we gave up a fourth and a fifth, even though I would hate to do that. Because we don't have a pick. We don't pick until 99, so I really don't want to do that. Maybe, but I'm not looking to trade up. I as much as I would love to get Ruiz, we need our picks, man. Maybe if we could get away with giving up a sixth, and a future fourth or something like that. But we need our picks, man. I don't want to trade up. Afghanistan says, I agree with Tane on a lot of things, but the subject of Aaron Rodgers, I wouldn't go that far. Glad we disagree on something. Well, you're never going to agree on everything. Yeah, I'm not saying he's the best. I'm just talking from a strict talent standpoint. A lot of people would say Dan Marino. I didn't get to see Dan Marino start to finish. John Elway was very talented as well. Peyton Manning was more, up here, but he was great. Aaron Rodgers, to me, when I watched the guy play when he was in his prime, that guy could flick his wrist, not stepping into a throw, and the ball goes 60 yards. It's crazy to me. And he doesn't even have good mechanics. I'm not saying he's the best. I think he's a top 5-6 quarterback of all time, in my opinion. I'm not saying he's the best, though. Chris, what's going to happen to Clowney and Golden? Your guess is as good as mine. Neither one's going to be a Giant. I don't think. Golden, I guess, has a higher probability, but I don't think either one's going to happen. I don't know, man. I really don't know where. I mean, I would have said Seattle for Clowney, but it's been a while. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Let's see what we got here. What DBs could we pick in the later rounds of the draft? Pride's a guy I like. He's a third or fourth round prospect, projected to be a slot corner out of Notre Dame. He's interesting. Trying to think of other. Stone I like. Geno Stone, the safety. I had him going in my mock in the fifth. And there's a number of other guys. Those are the two guys that popped in my head when you asked the question. But there's a number of other guys. But Geno Stone, when I looked into him, he's a guy that I'm interested in. He was an early Mahomes in throwing ability, not as mobile. Yeah, he was actually pretty mobile too. Rodgers, I don't know about that actually. Rodgers actually, he might have been more mobile than Mahomes. Mahomes definitely has athletic. Rodgers though, I don't know. Rodgers to me reminds me of John Elway. I think they're very similar. They both can move in their prime, and they both had a killer arm. I think John Elway and Rodgers are incredibly similar. Mahomes is similar to Rodgers though. I agree with that. What's my ideal draft scenario? We trade down. We'll say 9 and 20. We get 9 and 20 from the Jaguars. We get Wills, and we get Caleb on Jason. Yeah, somebody asked me that earlier. Best offensive tackle on our board and defensive playmaker. Whether that's Caleb on Jason, Kenneth Murray, whatever. And then we get a center at 36. Not going to happen, probably, but that, ideal. If you're talking more realistic, trade down to 6 with the Chargers, get 37, 36, get, whoever they feel is the best player there, and then obviously, depending on who they take in the first, that affects 36 and 37, but you still have, 3 picks in the first 37. So, though that's probably the more realistic one that I'd be very happy with on draft night. Who had more rushing yards, Eli Manning or Marino? I don't know. I mean, neither one of them had a lot. I'll tell you that. Where are you leaning right now when it comes to the pick? Trade back or more or no trade back? Simmons or offensive tackle? Big Blue, man, and there's another phenomenal subscriber of mine, by the way. Big Blue's in all my streams all the time. Always comments on my videos. Been there since the beginning as well. Great Giant fan, very educated. You asked me that 2 days ago, I would have said the tackle. You asked me that today, I don't know. I'm going to say Simmons. I'm just at the point now, let's wait till draft night and find out what happens. But, you know, sometimes I look at all the signs and I'm like, everything's pointing to a tackle or trading down and getting a tackle. And then I look at it and I read it a different way. And I'm like, it's Simmons. And I'm just confusing myself at this point. And I just want to find out where we're going, man. I just want to find out where we're going. And from your mouths to God's ears, Chris, Big Daddy said, yeah. Dire Giants fan, thank you so much for love, man. I really appreciate that. Again, man, thank you so much. He says, greatest play of all time. Mine was during Super Bowl 42 when Eli escaped the pocket and threw to David Tyree for a helmet catch. No question, any arguments. It is hard to argue that play. I mean, that might be the greatest play in football history when you factor everything in. You're talking the last drive of a Super Bowl. You're talking you need a touchdown or you lose the game. You're going against the undefeated Patriots. If he gets sacked there, they're done. He escapes the... Yeah, I'd be hard-pressed to find a greater play in the history of football. I'd be hard-pressed. I know some people, maybe they'll point to the immaculate reception. Some people might point to the touchdown in the corner of the end zone with the Steelers. And Santonio Holmes, I think it was, that caught it. I think that's the greatest play in the history of the NFL. In terms of skill, I actually think the Manning to Manningham's a better play. But when you factor everything in, I got to give that the slight advantage. But the throw to Manningham, man, Eli Manning, man, the guts, he had to make that throw. I'm telling you right now, I say it all the time. It was the first thing I thought of after he attempted that throw. As soon as the ball left his hand, before I even saw it completed or whatever, the first thing in my mind was, how many quarterbacks even attempt that throw in that situation? Last drive of the Super Bowl, winner you go home. The guts he had to even attempt that throw. You're talking about having to fit a ball in the perfect spot to beat double coverage, to beat the safety over the top. He put it right in the only place where Manningham had no choice but to catch it. That to me, call me biased. I'm a Giant fan. Eli Manning's my favorite player. That to me is the greatest throw in the history of football. When you factor in that it was the Super Bowl and the guts it took to attempt that throw. And the other play, like you said, I think it's the greatest play in the history of the sport. That's my take, man. Do you think Daniel Jones will re-sign or be a Dak Prescott if he plays good? I mean, I think the plan is to re-sign him. I think the plan is to keep him. You know, I can't answer that yet. You got to see how he plays. You know, you got to see how he progresses as a quarterback. But obviously, we hope he's the next Eli Manning, 15 years. Why do you like Hodgins so much? I think you're getting value. I see him going in the fifth lot. He's tall, 6'4". He seems to me to be a pretty well-rounded wide receiver. It's because I think he'd fit the offense pretty well. And I think you're getting good value. You know, no other reason more so than that. I like Claypool more. I just think Claypool's going to go a lot earlier. I think he fits the offense, and I think you can maybe get him in the fifth round. And I like some of the things I've seen on tape. I like some of the things that I've read about him. That's why. And I like his height. Where's Tom Brady in your top 5? I mean, it's hard to... Most people are going to say Tom Brady's the greatest ever, and I can't debate that. This guy's got 6 Super Bowl rings. The guy's got more clutch moments than anybody, right? I'll say he's one, but I like to argue it. I definitely like to argue Peyton Manning, or Joe Montana, for that matter. But he's definitely top 3, and anybody would have him. 90% of people would have him as the greatest. He's got 6 rings. So... But I think Peyton Manning, you can make an argument. I think Joe Montana, you can make an argument. I think those are the top 3 regardless. You can put them in the order that you want. Would you trade a 3rd-round pick for Jarvis? You're talking about Jarvis Landry? No. I don't want to trade picks. I don't want to bring in receivers that are making a lot of money. I want to stay young. I want to keep building through the draft. Jarvis Landry I think he makes like $14-15 million. I know he's in my chat. I don't know if he's still here. But no. 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 Johnny Unitas is great too. Big Daddy for sure. Would you rather Nick Harris or Tyler Biadasz? Biadasz. A lot of people like Nick Harris though. One of my best subscribers loves Nick Harris. But I gotta go with Biadasz. But a lot of people do like Nick Harris. Let's see. Would you trade for Joey Bosa? No, he's gonna be a free agent. Why would I trade for him? He's gonna be a free agent. Nope. I'll wait a year. If I want him, I'll sign him. Maybe he'll be franchise tag, but then Melvin Ingram will be available. I think they're both set to hit free agency next year. Could you see us packaging any players in a trade to move up? You're talking about are you talking about in the first round? Benny Breeze, I didn't see you. Now I did. What's going on, Benny? How you doing, buddy? Could you see us packaging any players in a trade to move up? In the first round, I don't see us moving up in the first. In the second round, maybe. Third round, I mean, I think you'll look. The one player that I could see being traded on the team is Dalvin Tomlinson. That's the one player. I don't think it's going to happen, but that's the one player. What happens with Martinez, Mayo, Conley if we get Simmons? Martinez definitely stays in the starting lineup. It's Simmons and Martinez in the middle. And Conley would probably get some time in packages where we play Simmons at the safety. What's going on, the sports influencer? What's up, buddy? Long time no see, man. He says, what if we get a running back round 3 to 4, and if it's Kamara Ingram type thing? Just the thing I'm wondering. Listen, anything's possible. I don't think it's going to happen, especially because they addressed the running back in free agency. I'd be shocked. If they're gonna, I wouldn't be shocked if they draft a running back. I'd be shocked if they draft a running back that early. We have too many needs to be taking a running back in one of our first 4 picks. I mean, we need our whole defense. We need offensive line help. Now, we can't do it. I'd be pissed. To be honest with you, I'd be pissed. If we took a running back in the first 4 rounds, I'd be pissed. Can't do it. What's up, Grady? Thanks for popping in the stream. Oh, Danny, man, thank you so much. Yeah, Nikki, we're gonna end it soon, man. The time always flies. Danny, man, thanks so much for the love, man. I really appreciate it, man. $5 donation says, as an Eagle fan, I hope the Eagles get Judy or Ruggs. I prefer them over Lamb. Do you agree that Ruggs and Judy are better than Lamb? I think that I personally have Judy as number 1. I get asked that question all the time. I have Lamb over Ruggs. That's just me. But I'm scared for the Eagles to get Ruggs. I hate when you have Deshaun Jackson used to kill us all the time, and that's who he reminds me of, a guy that could take the top off the defense. But I actually would have Ruggs third. I think people are getting excited because of his speed, and it's definitely very impressive, and he's definitely the consensus top 3 receiver in this class. And any one of them would be great additions to your football team. I think you're going to have to trade up for any one of the 3. But I would rank it Judy, Lamb, Ruggs. Judy, Lamb, Ruggs. No, are you kidding me? Slurpee, man, I'm glad you're here, buddy. Could you rank the top 5 edge rushers? Well, Chase Young's clearly number 1. I got Caleb on Chase on number 2. Then it gets a little tricky, and I'm sure I'm going to forget somebody. But the other contestants, you got Bourne, you've got Okwara, you've got Epinesa. It's really thin after Young. It really is. Maybe I'm forgetting somebody, but those would be the 5 names that popped off my head right away. Those 5 names. Top offensive lineman right now, I'm leaning Jedrick Wills. Gross Matos, that's who I forgot. Gross Matos. Gross Matos is in there. Put Gross Matos in there and throw out Okwara or Epinesa. Or, Gross Matos is 3 for me. Yeah, Weaver's probably 7, 6 or 7 for me. Let's see what we got here. Double down on lineman wouldn't be the sexiest pick, but would be I agree. It would fill our biggest need. Love Derek Tusker. I love Derek Tusker too. Love him. 5th round. Let's do it. Let's see what we got here. Just picked up Tristan Wirfs, Patrick Queen, Tyler Biedish, Gilman, Jennings, and Gandy. Wow. Yeah, that's a good draft. You're getting your offensive tackle. You're getting probably the consensus 3rd best middle linebacker. You're getting a top 3 or 4 center. Yeah, Anthony Jennings is a solid player. Plus, he's got roots to Alabama, right? So, Gandy Golden, yeah, that's a good draft. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I don't think it would. I think you're getting way too good a value, specifically with Gandy Golden and Biedish. I personally don't think Biedish is getting in the 3rd round, or Queen even in the 2nd round. But you're getting tremendous value with all those players. If that happens on draft night, absolutely, that's a good draft. No, I wouldn't mind taking Epinesa at 36. Not my first choice. Don't think he's the best fit. I don't necessarily think the Giants would take him. But I couldn't bash the Giants for taking Epinesa at 36. Epinesa was ranked as a top 10 or 15 pick a couple of months ago. Couldn't bash the Giants for that. Rodgers is the GOAT. He's never had a great cook. There you go. I got a Packers fan in here. You know, I like to show you guys. Listen, I picked you guys to go to the Super Bowl last year. Preseason. People thought I was crazy. You guys almost made me look like a genius. I don't know if I'm going to pick you this year. I got to wait to see. But I do like you guys. You guys play in a really weak division. Thoughts on Zach Baun? I like him. Versatile. He's got ties to Bielema with Wisconsin, even though he didn't coach him. Yeah, I could definitely see the Giants taking him at 36. Let's see what we got. What's up, Earl? Do you think Saquon Barkley will stay healthy? He better stay healthy. Can Higgins fall to 36? I think he's going to. But I don't think we're going to take him. I think he's going to. Let's see. Yeah, the 49ers. Yeah, the 49ers did kill you guys. I think Baun could fall to us at 36 because of the diluted set. He could. He could for sure. Baun could be there. Matos could be there. Queen has an outside chance. I'm not banking on it. Yeah, Epinesa could be there. Though all those guys are very much in play. Would you trade with the Vikings for Harrison Smith, Barr, and Adam Thielen? No, no, and no. Barr makes a ton of money. Adam Thielen's due to make a ton of money if he's not already. I think he is. And I would imagine Harrison Smith making a ton of money. And they don't fit the timeline of our team. No. Got to get younger, guys. Got to get younger. Who do you like more, Chris? Darrell Taylor or Derek Tusker? I'm personally more of a Tusker fan. I like both those prospects a lot. And I'm kind of rooting that we take Darrell Taylor because, you know when you find a prospect, I'm not saying I found him. Obviously, people were talking about him, but I didn't hear anything about him. And specifically connected to the Giants. And I was doing my research, and I'm like, oh, Tennessee, 3-4 defense, plays the 4-3. We got coaches. So I'm praying that we get Darrell Taylor because when I read about him, I'm like, I really like this guy. I think he'd fit what we're looking to do. I don't think he's going to be there in the 3rd round though. Everything he'll be a 3rd round pick. I don't think he's getting to the Giants. I think Tusker's more realistic. I like both a lot though. I think both could be really good. I like both a lot. Chris, what would you do if we take a kicker at 4? Well, I think you know what I would do, LeBron James. And I don't think you need me to reenact it. And hopefully we don't. Fizzle, what's going on, man? Good to see you, buddy. How you been? If the Giants do well offensively next season, will Garrett get another? I don't think so, Ryan. I think people have asked me that a lot, and I know that's just a fear of a lot of New York Giant fans. I really don't think so. I think it's going to take 2 years. I think Garrett's got to reestablish himself. I could be wrong on that, but I think it'll take 2 years. And if Jones really takes off and the offense really clicks, I think Garrett will get another opportunity. But I don't think it'll happen after 1 year. I could be wrong, but I think it'll take 2 years. Do you think the Patriots will trade up for a quarterback? I actually made a tweet about that. That was one of my bold predictions. Now, it's a bold prediction for a reason. I don't know if it's definitely going to happen. But I could see it happening. If the right quarterback fell and they had, let's say they got Jordan Love ranked way up on their board or Herbert or Tua. I could see it happening, yes. Usually the Patriots trade down, though. And like I said earlier in the stream, they don't take first-round quarterbacks. So I could see it happening, but I'm not, it's a bold prediction for a reason. I really appreciate that, Niall Kelly, man. Thank you very much, man. I always have fun talking football with you guys. It's always a lot of fun, man. Let's see what we got here. Would you trade the pick for J.J. Watt? No. J.J. Watt's injury prone, man. No. And he's getting paid. No. I like Logan Wilson, too. Yeah, a lot of Giants YouTubers like Logan Wilson. The Hub loves him. I first heard about him on the Hub's channel. OGR loves him, too. Underrated in coverage. Good all-around linebacker. Absolutely. 4th, 5th round area. Could be looking at him, too, if we don't take Simmons. If we take Simmons, we're not drafting him. I placed a bid on Dinner with Eli in the 4-club package deal they have on the Giants raffle. I'm the highest bidder for maybe 2 minutes. You help me to pitch in a little bit? Keep donating. We got to get a date, Dylan Renner says. That'd be great. You never know, Gettleman in computers. He could be a punt. That's true. That's true. Good call. Gettleman might. He may be thinking he's drafting a linebacker and he's really taking a punter. Don't let him touch the iPad. Which NFL team is on the rise? Giants. I do think the Giants are on the rise, but if we're talking immediate rise next year, a team that I could see really, all right, we'll say a team that's picking in the top 10 this year that can do really well next season. The Browns, I think, are the obvious answer. I think they underachieved last year. They add Conklin. They add a lot in free agency. They add a new head coach. We'll see how it all clicks, but the Browns are definitely a contender to be a team that's picking in the top 10 that could be, a contender. And the Cardinals. I think the Cardinals are a popular pick. I'm not as in love with them as some people, but a lot of people are picking the Cardinals to be a team on the rise. The Bucks are another one. They went 7-9. They're picking 14th. In terms of a deep sleeper, one team that I've expressed that I think could be a little bit better than people think, Chicago Bears. I could see the Chicago Bears rebounding this year. I'm going to wait till after the draft till I say that definitively. I'm going to wait till the entire offseason. But I going into the draft, I do like the Bears as a team that I think I'm going to like more than most people. Yeah, those are some teams. The Colts, the Colts are another. I actually love the Colts. I wouldn't be shocked if the Colts go to like the AFC Championship game. I like the Colts a lot. Strong offensive line. They bring in the veteran quarterback. See how they draft, but the Colts are definitely a team that can contend. Yes. Who's the Bears quarterback? Foles. But Foles, Nagy coming from the Eagles. Foles has ties there. I could see it being a good fit. I don't even like Foles. But I could see it being a good fit. Like I said, I got to wait to see how it all plays out this offseason, though. I was right about the Packers last year. Not a lot of people like them. We'll see. Maybe the Bears make me look foolish. Which team will fall off a cliff this year? Okay, the obvious answer is I think there's a couple of teams. The Vikings had a lot of turnover. We'll see what they do. Maybe they make the trade for Odell Beckham, but the Vikings had a lot of turnover. The Rams are kind of, I don't know with the Rams. They could be, I wanted to pick them as a rebound team, and then, they went to hell in free agency. I can see the Rams falling off a bit. I'm trying to think of some other teams here. Maybe the Cowboys. I'm not saying that. The Cowboys, we'll see what McCarthy does, but they lost a lot of pretty strong pieces there. I don't think I'm picking them though. I still think the Cowboys will be decent. 8-8, 9-7. Let me think. I got one. Maybe people think I'm crazy. I got one. I mean, some people say the 49ers because of the Super Bowl hangover. I'm not going to say them. That was my initial thoughts when the offseason started, but I like some of the things the Niners did. I think the Niners are going to be very good. Titans. I think that's my pick. Titans. I don't believe in Ryan Tannehill. I don't like that they lost Conklin. Titans. I think the Titans take a step back. That's my team. That's my pick. Tennessee Titans. Book it. Rams Center. Yeah, I heard that, Lloyd. I heard that. Giants are going to the playoffs. I hope so, Hilltop. I appreciate that, Satreet, man. Yeah, no, I planned on doing a podcast this year, and I've never done one. I would love to do it. I started to flirt with it last year. Didn't get a lot of action. But it's something I've wanted to do. And it's something I probably will do this year. I'll probably do like an hour podcast, maybe not daily, but once a week, twice a week, talking about the NFL, in general. But I got a couple of ideas, of expanding my content, not just talking Giants specific. But it's going to obviously be mainly Giants. But I've thought about doing a podcast. I've thought about it. And I appreciate the compliment. Thank you. Yeah, I think Titans are my pick as the fall-off team. Let's do a podcast, Dana Davidson. Yeah. You think we could pick up Clay Matthews? Probably not. He's old. I don't see it happening. I'm still live, Blue Jet. We're going to end it in like 5 minutes. These things fly, man, because I just talked to you guys, and I'll get into one question that I'm passionate about, and I'll talk about it for 5 minutes, and then 5 more minutes have gone by. Then I'll see another question. There's another 5 minutes. There's another 5. So it goes by fast. I have a lot of fun doing these. Thoughts on Mark Holmes? I've never worked with Mark Holmes. I would be open to. Seems like a really nice guy. That's the first. Anytime I watch a Mark Holmes video, the first impression I get of Mark Holmes seems like a really nice guy. Yeah, obviously I don't agree with him about Dak Prescott, but he sticks to his opinions. I'll give him credit for that. He sticks to his opinions. Yeah, and he's got an entertaining channel over there, man. He's always doing something different, and he's a very hard worker. I mean, that guy uploads more than I do. So, seems like a really nice guy, though. Type of guy I'd like to get to know. Seems like a guy I'd really like if I met him in person. Bengal, listen, man. Bengal, I'm not a. What's up, Ace, man? Thanks for popping in the stream, man. I am not a huge Madden guy. I'll tell you what, though, man. Bengal, I came across his content. I don't remember why. I think I was watching I don't remember. It was like a popular topic. Maybe it was Joe Judge, or maybe it was the Leonard Williams trade. That guy, first off, that guy's the perfect voice. He has the perfect voice for radio or whatever. Extremely intelligent. That kid's got a future. That kid's great. I'm a big fan of Bengal. I would definitely work with him. Even though I know he's more so like Madden and stuff like that, but he's very educated. He definitely knows what he's talking about. And that's why he's got as many subscribers as he has. Did LPG ever respond to you? No, I don't think I reached out to LPG. I know I said I was. I'm going to try to get him on. I saw he was on with the Hub. I think I'm going to reach out to him. Tomorrow, hopefully. I just got to remember. I'm always busy. I got to reach out to him. Thoughts on Nitro Freak? I mean, I don't have any, he's entertaining, I guess. I've been into some of his streams. He's entertaining. He's a ranter. Yeah, seems like a nice guy. You're not going to get me saying anything negative about any YouTuber. Yeah, he's entertaining. Did you watch Stacks? I did. I did watch Stacks. I watched a couple of his videos. I'm not, like I said, I'm not the biggest game player, but he actually joined my Discord, Stacks. He was talking to my Discord to me for like an hour after the stream. Really nice guy. Yeah, really nice guy. Let's see what we got here. What do you do to pass time outside of make videos right now? I exercise. Watch TV, watch Netflix. You know, I don't leave my house much. I live in New York, right? So, yeah, I exercise a lot. Like today, I think I jogged 4 miles today. I took a couple of days off for Easter, but yeah, I've been trying to get outside, jog, try to keep sane, man. Try to keep sane. I've been watching a lot of movies, Netflix, stuff like that. Got to ask License Plate Guy about Landon. I wonder if they're still cool. Thoughts on the 4th pick to the Saints? Too big of a move. We can't move down that. You're talking about moving down 20 picks. Can't do it. That's too far. Take your shirt off, Brian says. That will not happen, Brian. That will not happen. Do you think the Eagles are a possible trade partner? No. No. With the Giants? No. I think the Eagles could definitely trade up. Matter of fact, I think there's a very good chance they will. But not with the Giants. Let's see what we got here. Chris, ever thought of doing a stream with you and 3 other representatives representing the other? Yes, I have. I have thought about doing that. That's probably something I'm going to do, actually. I've talked to other NFC East YouTubers. Probably going to. Don't you have a job? Have a great night, Lloyd, man. Yeah, I have a part-time job. I used to have a full-time job, and I say it all the time. This is my dream to make this my full-time job. But yeah, I have a part-time job. Right now, I don't because of what's going on. But yes, I do have a part-time job. Let's see what we got here. Would you trade back to 23 with the Patriots for 2021 and 2022 first-round picks? Would you trade back to 23 with the... Maybe, but I really don't want to trade that far back. It's 20 picks is too far, man. Would you trade back with the Bucks if they gave up 14, 15 and their first next 14, 45 in their first next year? Maybe. I mean, 14 you're getting, but the Bucks are projected to be a pretty good team. So you're probably getting the back end of the first, like a 20, 22 pick next year. You're getting 14 and you're getting their second round pick. I think I would wait to see who's on the board for the... Oh, well, I can't because I'm giving up the 4th pick. If I thought one of those tackles were going to get there, probably, because I still get one of my tackles, and I get an extra second round pick and a future first, I'd think about it. I would think about it. Remember before 2017? Yes, I do, Robert. I do. I remember being incredibly excited going into that season. We're coming off a 11-5 year. Defense is the best in the league. The last 8 games of the year, they were the best defense in football. You add Evan Ingram. You add Brandon Marshall. Like, there was no reason to think going into the year that team wasn't going to be one of the favorites in the NFC. And everything just fell apart. The 2017 season, and you know, I haven't watched the Giants as long as a lot of people. Definitely in my lifetime, is the most disappointing year in Giants history since I've been watching the team. You went into the year minimum 10-6, minimum, and they went 3-13. That was a bad year. That was a bad year. Netflix suggestions, Doc Steele says. I watched, what did I watch? One of my subscribers told me to watch it. All American. It was a pretty fun show, especially, football fans. And it's based off a true story. Obviously, there's, it's a light interpretation. Obviously, they add for entertainment purposes. But Spencer Paysinger, who actually played with the Giants, linebacker, it's based off of his life. When he grew up in California, high school football, crazy story. Definitely, I enjoyed it. It's fun. It's 2 seasons, 32 episodes total. I watched that. I'm starting to watch Better Call Saul. I got to catch up on that. I know everybody says that's a great show, so I'm starting to watch that. What's going on, Dylan? Thanks for popping in the stream, man. Last chance, you is the best. Big Blue Jabroni, I really appreciate that, man. Yes, Spencer Pasinger was a New York Giant and won a suit. Yes, he was. Bro, YouTube sucks with the notifications. Just so your community post. Don't worry about it, man. Yeah, that's why I posted. I'm going to start posting in my community. I'm going to start posting it on Twitter like I did today. So that way, hopefully you guys see it. And I say it in my videos. So if you watch my videos, you'll hear it as well. But I know, you can't watch it every day. But, yeah, I try my best to let you guys know because I know the notifications don't always go out. QB1 was a good... I haven't seen that one, Ryan. I haven't seen that one. Did you predict the rise of the... No. That was... no, I don't think anybody could have predicted that. Nobody thought Carson Wentz was going to... You couldn't have. Carson Wentz was mediocre at best in his rookie year. Nobody could have thought he would have taken that big of a jump. No. Did I think the Eagles could have been more competitive than a lot of people thought? Maybe, but not that. Not that. What's going on, Juan? Thanks for popping in the stream. This is a late night. Yeah, we're ending in any minute, Dylan. I'm just having fun talking to you guys. Should the Giants sign Cam Newton? No. We have a quarterback. Why would we sign Cam Newton? We got a quarterback. And we got no cap space. We got Daniel Jones. You gotta see what you got, man. Forget it. Text you later. All right, Benny. Oh, I see your question now. What'd you say? Trade with the Chargers, get Jedrick, trade 1 second and third compensation to get back into the first to take Ruiz. Okay, trade with the Chargers, you get Jedrick at 6. Okay, you trade one of your seconds. Okay, so you have 36 and 37. You trade, say, the 37th and the compensation pick to move up and get Ruiz. If Ruiz is at like 31, 30 area, yeah. You know what, Benny? I don't know if you're still here. I'm not trying to ignore you. You know what? I got to give you a wrench. So I see you, Benny. Let me give you a wrench because I know you've been here a long time. I never thought about that trade possibility. That's not crazy. Obviously it's 2 trades and it's probably not going to happen, but getting 36 and 37, taking one of those picks plus the 3rd round pick and moving up to secure Ruiz and still having the 37th or 36th pick to get, that's pretty smart actually. It's not a bad, that's feasible. It's possible. That's not a crazy idea. I'm here on my TV. I appreciate it, Benny, man. I appreciate it. That's GM move, baby. I don't understand why there isn't a clear-cut order of the top 4 tackles. All lists are different. Well, I think a lot of it's based on preference. Some people prefer guys with a lot of upside. Some people prefer guys that are more established and that may fit their teams. Every GM has a different preference. But they're all good. I think that's why. I think the biggest contributing factor as to why there's not why you're seeing different lists of, because they're all really good. This is thought to be one of the best tackle classes in a long time. I think that's the biggest reason why, it's not like in a draft where there's one far and away better than the others. You have 4 really good tackle prospects. I think that's the biggest reason. Would you rather be a toenail or not? Oh, both at the same time. What is our defense going to rank for 2020? If we draft Simmons, I'll say 20. 19, 20. If we don't draft Simmons, I'll say 23, 24. I think they're going to be better. I think Graham will, they're still not going to be average, but I think they'll be better. Let's see what we got here. What is our defense going to... Oh, I just answered that. Jay Glazer had the... What a disappointment. Said, yeah, I know, Landon. I know. Rank DJ, Wentz, Dak, and Haskins for you to have on your team right now. Okay, Charlie, when you asked me that question, yeah, I know, Benny. That's actually a really good idea. Charlie, now when you ask me that question, I'm going to take everything into account. If you're asking me who's the best player, there's no way I could say Daniel Jones. There's no way I could say Dwayne Haskins. Daniel Jones has 12 starts. Dwayne Haskins was mediocre at best in his rookie year. But, and obviously Wentz contributed to a Super Bowl. Dak's had winning season after winning seasons, got a Rookie of the Year award. But I'm going to factor in what they're getting paid. I'm going to factor in that Daniel Jones is on a rookie salary for 4 more years. When I factor that in, I'd rather have Daniel Jones than any of them. I would. I wouldn't want Dak Prescott. I don't think Dak Prescott's worth $38 million. That's what he's going to get. So when I factor that in, when I factor in paying Daniel Jones $7 million a year compared to Dak Prescott making $38, I'm taking Daniel Jones. So of those 4, when I factor in the rookie contract, right now, Daniel Jones is 1 for me. Carson Wentz is a great quarterback, but he's injury prone. And he's making a hell of a lot of money. But I would rank it Jones 1, Wentz 2, Prescott 3, Haskins 4. Now, if you're asking me who's the best player, it's Wentz 1, Dak 2, Jones 3, Haskins 4. It's too early to put Jones above those guys. That's just not fair. Lestat, have a great night, buddy. What's our offense going to make for 2020? Okay. I will answer that question. If we address the offensive line early, top 10. Top 12 to 10. Top 10 to 12. If we really focus on the offensive line. If we don't, around the same. I think we were 18 last year. I'll say about 18 again. 18 to 20. Around the same. New offensive system. If we really address that offensive line, I think we have the ability to be on the outskirts of the top 10 offenses in the league. So, depends on what they do. And maybe they get the offensive lineman in the second and third round. If they pan out and we have at least an average offensive line to slightly above average, I think we could be a borderline top 10 offense next year. How do you think we fare in the division? And Benny says Jedrick most pro. I agree. I completely agree. Jedrick's the most pro ready. Him and Thomas. Those are the 2 most pro ready. How do you think we will fare in the division this year? You missed my comment, Landon. I will try to read it. But as far as how I think good question there. How do I think we'll fare in the division this year? I don't want. One thing I try to do in my chat. I don't try to set unrealistic expectations. There's a lot of turnover. You have a new coaching staff, new systems, everything else. It's going to take adjusting. It's a team that's won 9 games in the last 2 years. We haven't beaten the Eagles in like a decade, it seems, or the Cowboys. We swept the Cowboys at 16, haven't beaten them since. I still think we're a year away, but I think we're going to be improved. We might not be improved in the record. We still only may win 6 games. But I think you're going to start to see a team that fights. You're going to start to see a team that you're like, okay, I see something here. We're building towards something. I think this team is going somewhere. I think you're going to see a step forward this year. But I don't know if you're going to see a lot more wins. They play a tough schedule. Could it happen if players exceed what I think they could do? Yeah. It's football. Could the Cowboys take a big step back with some of the players they lost? Yeah. Could Wentz get hurt? Yeah. But I still think we're 3rd place in the division this year. But I think you're going to start to see progression. I do. I think the following year we could definitely be in contention to win the division. Do I watch the NHL? No, in the playoffs, yes. Not so much the regular season. Who are we going to beat this year? I think we could beat the Redskins. I think we could beat the Cardinals. I'm not saying we will, but the Cardinals, it's a home game. I think we could beat... I'm trying to remember the schedule. The Bengals, obviously. I think we could beat the Browns at home. I'm not saying we will. The Browns are going to be favored. I think there's definitely some games we could win. I think we could win one of the Cowboy games. Yeah, I think 6 wins is a fair estimate. 6 or 7 wins. I've been asking one question for hours. All right, let me look. I just saw you write that twice. Let me scroll up. Let me scroll up. What's going on, Gizzolo? Just saw him in here, man. What's going on? I'm still scrolling up. Still scrolling up. Where's the question? Let's see. Write it again. I'll wait till you ask it, because I just scrolled up. I do not see it. What's up, Jake? Thanks for popping in the stream. And Jake says, what's the least amount of wins we could get for Gettleman to keep his job? 6. I think 6 is... I think it's a discussion at 6. If it's 5, I think he's gone. I think it's minimum 6 to keep his job. Our home schedule on paper screams... Yeah. Our home schedule's tough, man. But that's why they play the games. Been waiting for you to answer for a while now. Okay, most overrated tackles in the Class 10 and mine are Josh Jones and Isaiah Wilson. Very curious to know. I think Mekhi Becton. That's mine. But he could. I'm not saying he could be great, but I think Mekhi Becton. I do. I think he's too much of a risk. Holy crap! The draft is actually it's right around the corner. Let's see what we got here. If we improve the line, offense will be between 8 and 15. Pass defense will be that's right. Alphabet. And I know it's a Metallica thing. That's right around where I have them as well. Would you rather have Chase Young and fall to the Giants, or they trade back and get Wills and Murray? I think I'd rather get both Wills and Murray. That's tough, though, because I think Chase Young is going to be fantastic. That's tough. I think I'd rather get Wills and Murray, though. 1 week, KP. Can't wait. Let's see what we got here. Who are you... I don't talk politics on here. Let's see what we got here. How would you feel if we signed AB? Don't want him. We're not going to... We finally cleaned up the culture. We're not bringing him in. Landon says, my Cowboys have a tough schedule for some games. I will say for my team, 8-8, 9-7, just being realistic. I agree. I think that's where the Cowboys are. 8-8, 9-7. 10-6 at best. Between 7 and 10 wins for the Cowboys this year. Eagles, I'll say between 7 and 12. I think they could definitely be a 7-win team. I think they have more upside than the Cowboys. Best case, they could win 12. I don't think they will. I think they're going to win 9 or 10. I think they'll win the division. It's going to be on Friday. Well, I guess now technically it's tomorrow night, but on my channel. Let's see what we got here. I was hoping to... I know they play the Ravens, Niners, Seahawks. Yes, it's tough. So do we. There's an 8-8 roster, but the coaching staff might get... Big Daddy, I love it, man. I love the optimism, man. What do you think our divisional record will be? 3-3. I'm going to say 3-3. I'm going to say we... Yeah, I think we go 3-3. I think we either sweep the Redskins and split with one of the two of the Cowboys or Eagles, or we split with all 3. I think we get 3 division wins this year. I do. I think we'll get 3 division wins. Because our division's not that good. Chris, I'm getting this done. Tell you what, I'm going to go to 1, and then we will call it. We will call it. Who are we going to beat in the AFC West? We don't play the AFC West. We play the NFC West. Do you mean the NFC West? I think the Cardinals are possible because they're traveling here. We're not beating the Niners. But you don't know. Every week's you don't know who, what injuries are going to be there. But right now, we're not beating the Niners. We have a shot against the Rams. I don't think the Rams are going to be great next year. Cardinals, Rams. Well, I doubt we're playing in Seattle. We're not beating them. I would say the Cardinals and Rams are the most realistic. Steven said Haskins will do better than DJ. What you think? Oh, man. I don't think so, man. I'm going to tell you what, man. Yeah, I'm ending this in 5 minutes, Simon. I'm going to tell you what, man, and I don't even hate Haskins. I try to be as fair as I can. I think Haskins could be a good quarterback. I don't think he's going to be next year. I think Haskins is going to struggle because the Redskins' offensive line sucks. It's not a good offensive line, and they're not going to improve it. They're going to draft Chase Young. Haskins is not a very mobile quarterback. I think Haskins is in big trouble. I really do. I think Haskins is in big trouble next year. I honestly don't see why anybody would think that Haskins is going to be better than Daniel Jones next year. I think the Giants are going to improve the offensive line. Daniel Jones was worse last year. Was better, rather, last year. Haskins was worse. I don't see it. Other than the fact that Haskins is getting more experience, and he lacked it coming in. But I do not like that Redskins offensive line. I think Haskins could be solid. I don't think it'll be this year. I watched this for an hour, then stopped, then checked just now, and it's still on. Sean G, I'm ending in 4 minutes. I feel bad for Haskins. He isn't getting help. Yeah, I agree with you. What is the best possible scenario for the I've been asked that all night. Trade down to 9 and 20. For me, that's the best possible scenario. I appreciate that, Sports Expert 101. Stephen A. Smith, it's ironic. It's ironic that Stephen A. Smith says that for the simple reason, Simon, that Stephen A. Smith, probably the worst era of his entire career last year, and I don't watch him all the time, but I laughed. He said that Dwayne Haskins was a running quarterback. And now, so, and now, I don't, when it comes to football, I take his opinion with a grain of salt. He's entertaining, but, no. Can we, Rafa, I'm too tired, man. But I'll do it in another stream for sure, man. Mr. Mini Guy, I don't like to get into the racial talk, but I agree with you. I think he assumed that he was a running quarterback because of the color of his skin. That's my honest opinion. There's no other reason to think it. You watch Dwayne Haskins play, he's not a running quarterback. He's like Ben Roethlisberger. To me, he's not as good as Ben Roethlisberger, but that's who I saw when I watched him in college. When I watched on tape, I'm like, there's a big-bodied guy. He's good at fighting off defenders. He reminded me of that type of quarterback. Do you think the season will start on time? I hope so. There's no way of knowing. It's all going to depend on if this starts to slow down. You have a great night, Sports Expert. Gandy Golden or I would go with Gandy Golden, Max. They're both pretty comparable in terms of where they're going to go in the draft. I would go with Gandy Golden. I think Gandy Golden's going to go probably a round earlier. Am I beating your Steelers this year? Well, I hope so. Well, I think we could. I do think the Steelers are actually going to be pretty good this year, though. So probably not. But I think you're beatable. But I don't know. I think people are sleeping on the Steelers a little bit. I still think they can contend to make the playoffs. Peace, Chris. You too, Kelly, man. Have a great night. Oh, man. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that, man. Lewis, have a great night, man. Landon, have a great night. Alphabet with a $10 donation. I really appreciate that. Yeah, we're going to end this any minute, man. He says, here's some stimulus Trump money for you. If DJ had played a whole year, he would have had a top 10-ish quarterback stats. Foreskin success. Find out how many college quarterbacks with 1 year to start. I agree. Well, especially in their rookie year. That's what. At the end of the day, the reason Haskins came out was for money. Haskins wasn't ready. I liked Haskins' upside. I think he's got a very strong arm. I think he's a smart quarterback when you listen to him. But he wasn't ready. He was not ready. So yeah, their rookie years weren't even comparable. And I think Daniel Jones has a better foundation right now. So I don't even think they're close right now. That's my honest opinion. But I do think Haskins could be good. But thank you so much for the love, man. I really appreciate that. Am I streaming tomorrow? No. Well, I'm gonna be on Fisk's channel. It's gonna be earlier. It's gonna be at 7. Probably for like 2 hours, and we're gonna talk about the draft. And then Friday I'm gonna be here again. And it's gonna be a round table. It's gonna be a lot of fun for talking Giants. But guys, I am gonna call it a night. And it was a lot of fun. I went way over time, but you guys make it so much fun. I try to, do this as long as I can for you guys. And I just want to say thank you to everybody for being the best supporters on YouTube, being the best subscribers. Thank you guys for hanging out tonight, talking football. Hopefully help get your mind off this a little bit. And, thank you for doing that for me as well. You guys have a great night. Love you guys. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. Have a good night, guys.